It's the 10 black commandments. Yeah. This Globy can't tell me about this perv. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. Where my real truth is. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon PD shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. If that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number two, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know them pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. Three, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to throw it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number four, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number five, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number six, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a Globy backing up the claim and forget it. Number seven, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number eight, DC checking one or two. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number nine, should have been number one to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men, if not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. Follow these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up, 24/7. Discord. CB, yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values, lobby gang, yeah. It's your boy CB. B in the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell 'em bounce.
Good morning, 24/7. What's up, everybody? Womp womp.
My brother from many native land. Dream of NASA fornication. I always feel like somebody's watching me.
Where, oh, where did everyone go?
Where, oh, where could they be?
Oh, there they are. I could find them too.
Bring my flat earthers to me.
And don't be a dummy.
Then don't be so bummy. This just in. NASA touched the moon with their kite. You heard it right. NASA had a high-flying kite, and they touched the moon.
Wow. Sounds exciting. I bet that was fun. You touched it? Wow.
With the same kite next week. Stay tuned. They're going to touch the sun.
Ooh, that sounds like a steamy.
I wonder how hot the sun is. Like how hot, what material did they use?
Maybe they'll bring back a sun rock.
A moon rock weighs no pounds, but yet it weighs 5 pounds. It's dense, but not dense.
And it's cold.
But it's warm on one side. Wherever you look at it, the moon rock is 100 degrees. And on the
Yeah.
other side, it's 250 below zero. This is an awesome moon rock. You can use it to power cars because the differential of heat is so awesome. One side, the sun. One side, the moon. Moon rocks. Get yours today. Power everything.
If
Moon
that
rock.
philosophy rang true, wouldn't the Earth be destroyed already?
No, it'd just be a badass motor. You just hook the
No, it'd just
hook.
be frozen on one side until the sun lit
Well,
it. Think about it.
what you do is you'd have some tubes and some liquid on the hot side going over to the frozen side, and it would be a motor for you. You'd have it like, just barely move that frozen liquid on the other side from the hot side and get a little bit of working, and you got your little hydraulic pump. High to low, hot to cold. You got a little motor right there.
Hmm.
I mean, isn't that what a motor is? Is a differential? I mean, isn't that difference of compression, difference of temperature, just differential, right? Resistance. It's like a resistant buildup, like a pump, right? Like inhale, exhale, inspel, expel.
It's a sine wave, heartbeats, and all that. Breath. It's all about that.
Well, I mean, like science, they're looking for like that perfect motor, the energy, right? Like the nothing particle, the nothing
Exactly.
particle that can react like everything.
Yeah, they always got magic shit
Yeah,
all over
that
them.
magic particle that's like an atom, but it's an atom, but it's a water atom. But guess what? It's an air atom. It's a gold atom. It's an electric atom. It's a molecule atom. It's a cigarello atom. It's every atom you need it to be in that little atom.
Cigarillo atom. That's funny. Cigarro.
How come my atom looks like this and your atom looks like a pretzel and your atom looks like a spider web and your atom looks like a circle?
My atom can kick your atom's ass.
Damn it. What about a particle? Do particles and atoms look alike? Can they stand in the mirror and be like, hey, brother, cousin, nephew?
I don't know. Anything that has tickle in it, is it really safe?
I don't know. What about Tickle Me Elmo isn't safe. I mean, what do you think? I mean,
That's what I mean, you know.
it's a scary world out there with all these tickles, ticulites, particulites, diatome. What about the little things in water that swim around? You know, in every different amount of water, there's a different little thing. They call it like a diatome or something. I mean, that's what they call it.
I think they're called ribosomes, but I could be wrong.
Diatome, something else. Yeah, they're just little things that swim in the water, like little mites or whatever.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And, yeah, and each one will have its different set design to its body structure. And that's just how you tell them. That's just how you tell them apart for forensics. It's like if you stepped in this mud puddle and then mud puddle by my house, those are the only two that could have those two. So no matter where else you step, the diatoms are going to be different. Every body of water, they grow different. Like they look different a little bit.
That's a good question. Why is it that on TV they proclaim that they've got all this technology they can catch criminals with, but when in real life they never use that stuff? You ever notice that?
What do you mean? I think they have certain things. You know, I think they can dip a fucking little bit of lake water from in front of my house, or a mud puddle water from in front of your house, or mud puddle water in front of my backyard, and say, okay, well, there was a little amoeba that grew in his backyard that didn't grow from his front yard because there was a little, you know, I mean, it's just, I'm just saying, like, there could be that, you know. Now, scientifically, what they're doing is just putting a drop of water that might have a little creature that exists in its own little pond. So they might have figured that out, you know. That might not be too far fetched.
Yeah, but the idea that they can match up your DNA, I mean, I don't know if I really believe in that, to be honest with you. Just because it's attached to
Oh, because
because because
do
it's
you know
attached
why?
to the microscope, it sounds like BS. But I could be
Well, it
wrong,
could,
maybe.
but I but think about it like this way. Think about it electrically. Think about an electrical imprint. Say they shock your blood, and then the after reading is like, you know, whatever, like fucking the picture sequence, right? And they do that to your blood. Then they shock my blood right next to it, and they have the picture sequence. And under this color microscope, where you can determine these different sets of values of light and darkness of these shades, so where the human eye can set 14 colors of shades of bright or dark for every color, the fucking this machine probably can do 70 or 500, you know, different little shades of, and what it's really doing is just electrical continuity at the end of the day. So yeah, it's probably some crazy shit like, yeah, bullshit the way they say it, but there's something to the like what they're getting out of it. Like, you know what I mean? Like the percentage is something they declare yours versus mine. There's something there, but
Right.
what they're calling it, like DNA, no. It has to do with electrical continuity and the reading and the imprint you put, like a frequency or like your cell phone can put off 10325 and mine could put 103.259. You know what I mean? They're
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and it's like an electrical imprint on the back of something. And if your electrical imprint's a little bit different than mine, supposedly every person's can be a hair different. That's the thing. Now, whether that's true or not, now if that wasn't true and they could add a little chemical to shock to make your DNA match mine, then that would be weird.
I don't know. I just have a hard time believing in something that you can't. I mean, like electron microscope. I'm not sure. I've never seen one, to be honest with you, but I do know that
I
based
haven't
on
either.
where they explain it, it sounds like it's made up to me. It sounds like
And I
space.
don't
You know?
most of the time, I think what they're doing is drawing some shit that they can understand. They're drawing something in a formatted way that they can try to either put it together or build it.
But you
So,
gotta
I
admit,
mean,
the pictures that they show you are pretty incredible if they're real.
well, the DNA pictures were just like lines, just like electrolysis fucking lines and some plasma across paper. Like, you know what I mean? It wasn't really no set design, I don't think. But now the diatoms and all the other things and the little species and the amoebas and all that shit. Yeah, that's pretty cool. You know, the little things. They're fucking moving and swimming and doing their thing.
I saw a video by a Flat Earth group, and it was called "The Breath of Life." I don't know if you've heard of it, but it basically showed where they put a chemical on human cell, and then while it was alive, and they watched it like split, and it was pretty fascinating. Supposedly, they got this chemical they can add to your cells that make it glow and make it glow under certain light, and so they're able to see like the actual um, electrical like things that pull your cells apart and help them turn back into two separate cells. It was just fascinating. It blew my mind. But I'm not sure if that was an electron microscope. I think it was just a regular one with some kind of a dye added to it.
In the world that everything sensors and electricity and big and small doesn't matter, what are we really looking at? You could be looking through a microscope at the big boss of some fucking shit. Like, would that be weird?
What would be more weird is if we found out we were just one cell inside of something else, like like the jelly from a jelly donut squirted onto a policeman's shirt, and we're probably one of those tiny cells that's inside of that jelly from the donut. I always thought that was
No. No. I don't, yeah. I mean, the possibility and idea. Yeah.
well,
But
wouldn't that make more sense that if God was just bigger than us and that's why we can never see him? Like
oh,
molecularly, I mean,
a lot of things would make more sense from size to size. Yeah. Uh, I think it's weird that we have things that are so fucking microscopically small that we can't see them. Would that make us God?
absolutely not,
No.
because we can see it without
Right. The
special.
size doesn't make God. God could be smaller than you. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's true. It could go either way.
God could be less. God could be less than what you consider of what you are.
Or maybe we're all, maybe like they say, maybe we're
The
all.
thing of God could be the idea of God.
Yeah, that's what convinced me. Is the idea that when you study logic and how the brain works, and you realize that the brain would never have gone to that. Like they tested it. They say that, like language you never learn unless you've heard it. Supposedly they've tested, I guess they've found children that were raised in the wild or something, or raised in a bad environment, like with dogs or something, and they never learned how to talk because they were never spoken to. So based on that, it sounds to me like somebody had to have put us here and taught us how to talk, period. There is no other argument, right? So I
No,
mean, whether you're going to believe in God or not,
no,
somebody still.
no, that can't be. Talking is what we've brought ourselves to do. Like, yeah, we talk. Even if we don't talk, it doesn't mean we can't communicate. It doesn't mean we're dumb. It doesn't mean we can't like build shit and create. Uh, Talking is sometimes a problem. Things can get lost in translation. Things can get mixed up. People can argue when they're saying the same fucking thing as each other. Have you ever heard that happen?
I fight with people constantly about stuff when we're talking about the same thing. It's just I'm looking at it from a different angle, and they're not. Yeah,
Exactly. So so really sometimes words can be a motherfucker. They can be great or they can degrade. You see what I'm saying? They can
yeah.
pick you up and they can put you down too. I can say you're a dirty, no good, rotten, low light, or I can say you're great, you're my best buddy. I need your fucking help. Depends, right?
Everybody's your best buddy when you need help.
Just saying like that. Yeah. And what word do you choose to use at that point in time, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Exactly. So you relay your message. So language, I mean, it is what you make it. The language you speak, every fucking anything, any noise you make out of your mouth can be declared whatever you declare it, as long as you and another person agrees. That's all it takes. Language is an agreement, memory. So if there's a way to communicate with me and you, and we agree upon that, like if I say no, I'm not doing that. I don't want to go with up is up. Then every time you say up, but to you it would be, and then there we would have loss in translation. Up to me would be down, up to you would be up. We'd be like, what the fuck?
Seems that way lately, huh?
Yeah. So that's why it's like presentation is a motherfucking key. We can talk all day. I mean, but at the end of the day, like if you got a presentation of what you're showing me, I mean, I can see that. Yeah, sure, there's still more interpretation left through it through presentation because you have to get down to the nitty gritty of stuff. But you know, like sometimes looking at stuff doesn't always tell you everything about it either, right?
Yeah, that's true. Usually it's a person that you talk to that gives you information, or their experience, or their witness, or whatever.
Right. Like what about light? How light works? Not. I mean, we've been told all this shit from particles to how light works to physics, right? And we
But
haven't
considering
been
we've been
presented
lied to about almost everything else, do we really
exactly.
want
We
to
haven't
believe
been presented any of those physics. We haven't been presented bendy fucking S bubbly fucking warp around light that makes M's and W's and P's and Q's and
it?
yeah, no, I haven't seen that. We've been presented with the story of it, but no presentation of physical reality
Yeah,
here
it's
in
kind of
life.
frustrating when you can't trust 99% of what you know. It's really, really like degrading and humbling. You
That's
know what I'm
why.
saying?
Yeah, that's why I sat down one day and I was like, what are fish really doing in the fish tank? I don't see no air in that water. I don't think they're breathing air. I'm going to go from there. I don't care what everybody says. I don't care what anybody's told me. From today on, I started my journey of I'm going to be the scientist for what I think they're fucking doing for me. So when I look at a fish and I'm like, nobody on earth told me anything, I don't know anything, what do I think is going on? I think they're pumping the water in and out of their self. They can also use that to propel themselves as a means of transportation, and they also use it as a source of energy. I don't believe there's
Right.
air in it.
But if I
That's
can take a fish and put it in a fish bowl and not put air bubbles in it, and it dies, and I put one in there in another bowl and put air in it, and that one lives, and that would kind of prove that there's oxygen, there's air bubbles is what's feeding them. But I mean, I guess I don't know.
no,
I
it
just
wouldn't.
see something you could
No,
test.
that wouldn't. No, that wouldn't. What you'd have to do is make sure the water's not circulated at all, because the thing that I think is feeding the fish is circulated water and the energy, the kinetic energy build up in the water from movement, the hydraulic static kinetic movement of water in itself against itself. And if the fish is inside the medium, compressing the medium from within and then spitting it back out, you know, the fish is just a pump. It's a hydraulic electrical pump, just like we're a hydraulic electrical pump of sorts too.
Well, yeah, I get where you're going with it. I don't necessarily agree, but I hear where you're coming from.
No, see, because if you take air, right, and give it to the fish, he's dead. So since when can air? How are air breathing any? I mean, fish are not breathing air out of water. Clearly, they're not. Air will kill them.
Well, no,
So,
being dry, but I don't know.
well, I'm just saying. So a scientist is like, hey, little dude, Don, Dim, let's check this out real quick. There's some fish, right? These fish are gonna die when I take them out of the water. Well, I'd say what they need is the water, not air.
Yeah, I agree. They need the water, but I mean,
So where's the air at in the water that they're using? I mean, it sounds like a good fucking story, but where's the air at? Anytime
well,
I
yeah,
ever
don't get me
no,
wrong.
no,
I'm
no,
not saying
I'm
that
not talking to
everything
you.
you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying it just sounds to me like you could prove this out with science,
No,
with
I'm
real.
not. This has nothing to do with you. I'm just saying, in general, the things I've seen and gone through, you know what I mean? Just
Mhm.
questions like, what the hell's going on there, right?
Mhm.
Why do you need to circulate the water in a fish tank? If all a fish is doing is producing its own air, why would you ever have to add anything? Because in nature, you're not adding shit, are you?
Well, what you're saying, kind of. I mean,
Yes.
I want
In nature,
I want
you
to
add
lean
no aerator
just
in the fucking
because
lake.
we get in water, we drown. So I mean, why if
Yes.
there's air in the water, then why couldn't we? I mean, since we're obviously a fish when we're born, right?
And it's just a
We
piece of
know.
skin. Yes, sir.
So
Exactly.
Never
A
made
gill,
sense
anything
to
is
me.
flap.
How are they pumping stuff into like oxygen
uh,
or into water? Like the bubbles go out the water anyways. I don't get it.
Bubbles leave the water right away. There is
Yeah,
no air
yeah.
staying around the water. There is not. They're not. It's kinetic energy. Is what they're doing. It's kinetic energy. I can't stress this enough. Everything in this fucking world is off kinetic energy and resistance. The air is resisted by the water, therefore creating a fucking electrical current as it goes through to the top. I mean, and the fish can pull that out. Yeah, I wouldn't say okay. They're saying okay. Well, they're breathing this air and they're turning into whatever. No, they're a kinetic pump exerting the electrical continuity through their
Yo, that's
fucking.
true. That's hard to
That's
deny
exactly
because
right.
of the movement in the sea. Like there's no
That's
machine
right.
that's causing the bubbles, anything. It's already there's already movement, like inherent movement in the sea. What's causing it? Like yeah, connected again. Yeah, that makes sense.
The
Okay,
amount
that
of
Yes,
water.
I
sir.
can see the picture.
Plants,
Sun of the
seaweed,
moon causes all
plants,
the
all
current.
the shit, buddy.
Like when you warm water, it expands, right? And when you cool it, it shrinks. So that's why the ocean does what it does. It's really simple. You're right. It is electric, but I'm saying
Yeah, it's temperature.
if
Does
it,
that
Yes.
if it
explain
warms
waves
away,
though?
obviously it's electrical. Yeah, I agree with you.
Well,
Like
the wind,
does
the
temperature
wind.
cause
Yes,
waves?
yes, because the wind is caused by temperature. The wind fluctuates, goes in and goes out, hot,
Just pressure.
cold,
Yeah.
high to low, pressure release, reduction, and it's a circular cycle. Yes, and the wind, if you blow over your water right now, any liquid you blow on it, it'll move fucking frantically. So the wind actually helps the tides too, not the moon, the wind.
Anything with multiple causes or
But wind
multiple.
is electrical. You're right, though.
Can y'all hear me?
I mean, we all base it on heat and all that, but I mean, technically, it is electrical.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, yeah. We can hear you,
Yeah,
bro.
we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I was going to say anything
Your
with
mic's
multiple.
mad low though.
Hold on a second. Let me see.
I can still hear you, but yeah, you're muffled a little bit.
How about now?
It's better.
All right. I was going to say anything with multiple variables you usually can't use. So there's multiple cause for waves, right? There's like local agitation, rippling, wind, movement.
Yep,
Heat, wind.
animals in there, heat,
You know,
bottom. What do you call it underneath? Where you have those big things, the geysers, the volcanoes, all kind of
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. So you have seismic activity. So there's lots of causes. So you'll be
The
hard
that
pressed
just
to,
doesn't make
differential.
sense
you'd be
The
hard
system
pressed
because
to believe
there's
that.
waves
differential.
under the waves. There's waves underwater. Like there's
Oh,
currents. There's difference. That can't be always tectonic plating that's caused because there would be a lot of movements in the tectonic plates. That would mean a
oh,
lot of earthquakes.
I don't. I'm not talking about tectonic plates. I'm just talking about seismic activity. So, like you have earthquakes underwater that we can't detect. I'm
I
not
guess
talking about tectonic plates. Yeah, because the
perhaps, yeah.
cause of earthquakes, I don't think are tectonic plates. So, but we still have them. We just don't know exactly what causes them. Right?
Okay, my bad. I was going through the frame of
Okay.
tectonic plates causing earthquakes, but no,
No, I'm the
we
last
don't
person who
exactly
has a
know
framework.
exactly.
I'd say it's settling. Anytime you get too much of a heat buildup, there's going to be a release. Anytime you get too much of a cold buildup, there's going to be like it has to follow its cycle. So if one gets too much of a buildup, it's going to release to the other, and you're going to get a reaction.
Dimok, do you know what I think earthquakes are? You may think I'm crazy though.
Well,
Uh, everyone talks about hearing popping and rumbling underground when there's earthquakes, right?
yeah, yeah,
Animals been detected before.
Yeah, I actually think it's big underground arc furnaces, essentially.
it could be. It fucking could be.
Because if you look at the volcanoes, what's coming out is superheated, and it's just coming out from the
It's
surface.
every material to the
Yeah.
finest. Yes, it could very well be a production of whatever you need to produce whatever you need.
Like
It'd be fucking awesome.
let's say we're actually on a big giant iron plate. That deep below everything is a just a big iron plate, and it has imperfections in the surface where you get arcs, and those arcs create booms, explosions, volcanoes, earthquakes. Because maybe it's
Yeah,
damp.
the differential. It has to ground out somewhere. It has to
Yeah.
arc somewhere. Yes.
So anywhere where it's broken, it's arcing across, and that creates all the seismic activity.
Yeah. 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 That's where it would build up the charge too to get around the break. It would have to build up the charge in order to actually go from that medium that doesn't exist for that little spot. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Yeah.
Like uh, you can hear an arc furnace from miles away. Like
Oh yeah, it's the
the
same as
big
temperature.
industrial arc furnaces, you can hear them miles away.
Oh yeah. Have you ever they when they didn't know what the big sounds were in like Antarctica and like certain places where it was really cold, they didn't know what it was. It
I
was the
guarantee you that's
sound
what it
of the
was.
fucking temperature of that frozen the freezing. You know, to get real cold and then go crack,
Yeah,
crack.
it might have just been a
So
crack
it's
running
kind of
through a glacier-sized block of ice.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
and because it's
That's
so
exact.
rigid, it all snaps all at once,
They're
creating that
huge.
reverberation.
And
Those walls
it
of
also
ice.
created an arc. You can get a spark between the two when they
You
crack
sure
apart.
can.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
The thing that made me question the glove model the most was how like Antarctica we're not allowed to see to go to Antarctica. Like that's when I was like yeah that was like the last one. That's it's impossible for even enemies like Hitler, Stalin, and all those people to agree on not letting anybody visit Antarctica.
I wonder if a million of us just got in boats and just set it out there. I wonder if they try to stop all of it.
The
they don't have
best
to
Probably
bet
like
would be a
because
tube.
I
I
don't
mean,
even
I have
think
a hard time believing they could patrol the whole thing. You know, like I mean,
I
I don't think that we'd be able to survive on Antarctica. It's as cold as they claim it is.
That's what
You know,
I think is they don't actually guard it, because if
they
you go,
don't
you're
need
gonna die.
it. So cold.
I
You
do
can change
believe
your
it's
mind.
possible to go there.
The problem is, yeah, but it gets cold enough to freeze diesel fuel.
Bruh, what?
Exactly. So
Serious.
you'd be
That's
sat
kind
where
of
you're at.
terrifying.
So if it's cold enough to freeze diesel fuel,
It'll
you
freeze you in your tracks.
yeah, it'll freeze you. It'll freeze your dogs. It'll freeze your mammoth. It'll freeze whatever you have. There is no way out. There is
No,
nothing to
there's
see
no way.
except death
Same with
and
space.
eventually darkness.
I think it's the same with space. If you go to a certain point, it's so fucking cold, you're not doing shit. You're just not doing
Well,
anything.
if nuclear fusion or fission existed, we could use that to keep ourselves warm, right?
No, that wouldn't work either.
Yeah. There's no sun at all there.
It wouldn't work only because the more hot you have yourself inside a super cold area that's nothing but cold, it would dissipate all your heat. Would it not become a vacuum to you?
And it would be hard to breathe as well.
If you had a semi truck size reactor that had a couple years worth of fuel in it,
Yeah.
I mean,
You could try.
I guess maybe, but it's like that'd be like a one-way journey probably.
I'm not gonna discourage you from going there and testing it.
Well, it's like the fish wanting to get out of the fishbowl. Death. It's like you're not supposed to be
Right.
there.
That medium is death, right? Exactly.
It's like you were made to live here, not there.
Right. Yeah, what could a fish put on itself other than another pool of water to go to space?
Isn't there a Far Side cartoon about that? About the fish? They're in the fishbowl, and there's this one fish that's outside, and he's in
Yeah.
like they're feeding him a water tube, and he's in a fish
Yeah.
spacesuit.
I remember that.
It's pretty funny.
Think about it though. That's the shit they tell us. They're on the outside of something with a little fucking straw to them, or they got some air in their back. They got a little bucket of water on their back, and they're good to go,
Yeah.
right? So they're a little
Yeah.
fish.
Yeah, we
In
live in
space
bikini.
with a bucket
We
of
live in
water.
Bikini Bottom.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, if you look at, have you ever seen the tornadoes that form on volcanoes?
No.
Yeah, tornadoes form on volcanoes, and there's volcanic lightning.
Oh yeah. Wouldn't I mean? Yeah. Well, of course. I knew
Yeah.
Oh
about the
yeah,
light.
the earthquakes are caused by lightning.
Yeah, and tornadoes are not weather phenomenon. Those are electronic. Those are electric phenomenon, without a doubt. They have nothing to do with the weather.
Oh, electrical focus and energy when you focus a certain amount of heat in one area. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, you see the little like plasma balls, the novelty balls you can buy, and you put your hand on it, and
Yeah.
it all twists together. That's what's
Yes, sir.
happening in the atmosphere with tornadoes.
Right. But people just act like they can't see it.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff they've studied on tornadoes, and it's basically air that rolls across the flatlands,
Well,
and then
they know what it feels like. They can measure the wind speed. They know what's happening, but they don't know why. They know what the conditions are for it to happen.
oh yeah, I
But
agree with you. They don't know what actually makes them. I mean,
yeah,
they
they don't
can't
know
be.
what actually makes them. There's
We all
this
know
really,
that they're made out of currents of air, so obviously. But yeah,
yeah,
you're right. It's electrical. Otherwise, it wouldn't turn into a tornado.
yeah. So there's a story from there's all these creepy tornado stories from like the 20s with the people who were living out on the Great Plains. And there was this one farmer who got into their house. And Steven Spielberg did this in the movie Twister, I think, where he had the two tornadoes inside the one tornado. But this farmer was going into his house. It was an F5 tornado. And as he was going into the house or into the cellar, he looked up and the tornado lifted up. And he said there were two what looked like lightning bolts twisting around each other. Like columns of light is what he said it looked like inside the F5.
That's cool.
All right. Well, I'm going to eat my breakfast. I'll talk to y'all later.
I they
Everything went quiet.
Maybe it's a vacuum of sound.
We got some cool ass shit going on the planet though. Like, look at seaweed, grass underwater. How's seaweed breathing? Does it have gills too?
Isn't
So
it
the
absorbing the water surrounding it, filtering whatever it needs?
fuck, I don't know. I'm thinking it's got gills to pull in like little straws, tubes, and it absorbs just like the fish does. Yeah, hell yeah. You know how the
I bet
fish absorbs water?
it has big roots.
Yeah, yeah, big roots. I wonder where it gets its straws from. It's like, how does it suck all the water? That's what I want to know. Where's its lungs at? Where is it? Like, where's the compress? Where's the pump?
Sponge. It's just absorbing. High pressure, low pressure.
So what would make it unabsorb? Like if I'm a sponge underwater, like if the sponge processes my breathing and I take in water and I'm full now, then what?
It will flow towards the membranes that will absorb the required elements to produce the plant and grow. And it will filter out the rest.
That is badass in that sponge. I'm just saying, like when I breathe air, I it'd be cool if we could do it like a sponge, you know what I mean? Just sit there and it's just we got it, we're good, you know what I mean? It just went into us, you know, a holy piece of cheese, the air just flow through and we're good to go.
Yeah, you know, people say breathe oxygen in, but you can't do that. You breathe air.
Right, and then do you really
All that
even
air has a bunch of other stuff.
do you really even breathe air anywhere? So you breathe into your two stacks, right, called a lung, and then what do? You push it back out. So what did you do with the air, really?
The membranes inside your lungs and the airflow will pass through places that will absorb some of it, but not
Oh,
all of it.
you mean the electrical continuity that's built up from the compression, right? Is what you get exerted through the cells and the walls of the flesh of your skin.
Yeah, the pressure on the walls of the container. And some will go through that.
Electricity would act like a pressure, wouldn't it? Temperature, high, low, hot, cold.
Electricity will allow for the flow, right? Because if there wasn't any, I mean,
I mean, it is electricity, is what I'm saying. Like, I think it's electricity. I think the only thing you're doing is getting the kinetic energy that rubs off. Like, if you rub the static of a carpet against your ass, your body builds up that charge, like you said about that sponge. So our lungs, in the same way, on the inside, all it takes is that air to tickle the little fucking shit in there, and then it gets to a little electrical continuity, and it's good to go.
it sounds good to me.
That's our body. Yeah, our body works on electrical continuity. Touch, smell, taste, sound, hearing, sight. I
But
mean, everything.
without the electric component, I don't think there wouldn't be any like
There
transfer,
would be
any
no us.
absorption.
There would be no transfer of information either. Right, right.
Yeah.
And the electricity is the holding or the It is the information or whatever it is. And not just electricity, like certain other things can hold that electrical amount. Like liquids can hold electricity, gases, skin, stuff can hold a certain amount of electric. You know what I mean?
Make sure you pay your electric bill. 'Cause you need that electricity.
No, it's free. The real shit's free. The
Yeah,
electric
it's
bill,
true. Yeah, you're right. You're right. We need air, we need water, we need food, right?
right,
And
right.
that's
That's
available. That's available in nature. But some people say, "I need a new car," or "I need new shoes." But you don't need that. You want that, which is different.
right.
So people
Yeah,
mix those two and think it's the same.
yeah, definitely.
I need new shoes, even though I have like 20 pairs that I barely use in the closet.
Can only wear one at a time. Can only wear
One
one
pair.
pair at a time. Yep, unless and think about the different insects. Like certain insects don't breathe air. What are they breathing? They're flying around in the medium, but they don't breathe. What are they breathing?
Cool.
Insects, bees, flies, certain, I mean, I don't know, amoebas,
Yeah.
fucking, I don't know, certain things
Yeah. Yeah.
like they're a different chemical makeup. Some of them work off, some of them are down in the ocean, like doing their thing, and they're not, like some just sit right the fuck there, like you were talking about, like a sponge idea. And like somehow it still produces what it needs to produce. Like it's fucking crazy. Like what are these things breathing off of that you can put in a vacuum or you can put underwater or you can suck all the air out and they can still do it. You know what I mean? Where you're not vacuuming them to crush them, but you leave the air in there so they can move around and you know what I mean? But that's not what they're breathing supposedly. What the fuck are they breathing? So what are these things breathing? Like there are certain plants you can put out in space supposedly and they'll live. Like creosote and something else. There's like three different things. Supposedly, I mean that's what the science says. You can even put them in vacuums, and they still grow. Like it's fucking weird.
Have you seen that little insect that they talk about that can survive everywhere? Amoeba or something like that? I gotta look it up. Forgot the
Oh, it
name.
looks like a little pig. It's a little. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the little pig that can survive in space.
Yes, yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's got like a little snout thing and like some little legs, and then it's like a little fat little thing. Yeah.
It looks like he's sucking with his mouth, sucking
Yeah.
everything.
Yes. Yep, I've seen that. That's like a diatome. The little diatoms are just, but they're different. They just look, they're designed different. You know what I mean? Some of them don't got the little feet. Some of them don't got the sucker. They just got like a little fucking body. But yeah, basically that type of thing. What is that thing breathing?
Whatever he's sucking, it's it's sucking, breathing, and whistling at the same time.
Wouldn't you think a piece of dirt would just kill that thing and like it would just clog its hole? Just think you're
Maybe
going through life.
maybe the particle of soil or sand it's bigger than its mouth.
Yeah, so it's gonna clog it. And he's like, I'm choking.
No, it wouldn't go through. It wouldn't even absorb because it's basically sucking on the part on the
Oh, okay, like licking an ice cube or licking the salt.
yeah, look at
Okay.
the ice cube. Yeah.
That's crazy though. This is the things that they, that we hear.
It's called a tardigrade. The little
There
thing
you
that looks
go.
like a bear.
There you go. Yeah, it looks like a little pink fucking something.
Yeah, it looks like a pig bear.
Yeah, a little water pig bear. Yeah.
Is there any telescope imagery of this thing? Let me look it up. Because I seen cartoons of it, but not like visual, actual. When you're looking into maybe a
There's
parasite
videos.
or bacteria.
Yeah, there's videos of them under microscopes.
Cool. Yeah. That might confirm it, right?
Yeah, but then there's also articles where, like, somebody in another server sent me something, claiming that tardigrades have been found on the moon and on the outside of the ISS, and they can survive in space and blah blah blah, which is just a cool story.
Yeah, I've heard those. Yeah, I remember the first time I've heard about this thing, they were saying that it can survive everywhere, including space, outer space.
Well, what's the compression rate? Like, what's the rate? Like at the bottom of the ocean, things are pretty badass with certain pressures they can, live in. Like a whale, it takes that pressure so it can like sustain its outside fucking self and its inside body. So the pressure of that ocean is good for that whale. So like little bitty things, like if they can do that, go way, way down at the bottom, like at the bottom of whatever the bottom of the ocean is, that's pretty. I mean, that's okay. That's a good pressure. But what would space be? That's a different question.
But even the whale has to come up and relieve that pressure and get some oxygen in.
Yeah. Yes, it does. It's to level out. Think of how much energy is going through that blowhole from all the water and all the negative fucking water that thing stores from like the amount from the bottom that hasn't seen light, like the negative amount of water, and then you take it up to the top and then it pushes out.
Yeah, I don't know if any of you guys have ever been like deep sea fishing, but I fished a lot between 100 and 200 feet depth. And when you pull those fish up from, 150 feet down, typically their stomachs come out through their mouths because of the pressure by the time you get them up. They're not designed to be at, sea level pressure.
No, they can come up and blow, but they're not supposed to be like all the way up or nothing. No, they'll beach.
I'm saying like fish, not necessarily mammals like whales or anything like that. But even fish that have like swim bladders and stomachs.
Oh, okay. I was thinking about the whale still, sorry. But you don't even need electrical fucking wires. You really don't need any of that crazy shit that they told you. Not even really that they told you. I'm not trying to be stupid, but you don't need it. Like flesh. You know what I mean? The material of fucking whatever the flesh is can carry the electrical continuity as well as the nerve, as well as the liquid in your body, as well as your blood. So, like, to carry the electrical continuity isn't just fucking, it's not just metals.
Well, wires themselves don't actually carry the current. The electricity is outside of the wire. It's around the wire itself. Like when you look at power lines, the power lines are not transmitting electricity through the wire in the way that we conventionally think. It's actually a field around the wire that's created.
Right.
And it's not like it goes from, and it's not like electricity goes from point A to point B in the way that we think of it. It's more like a induction, not necessarily like physically traveling from point A to point B.
Right. You become the ground source basically with your fucking on switch. Yes, sir.
It's like
So
when you turn the power on, it's like instantaneous. It doesn't matter how long your wire is. It doesn't matter anything.
Right. You're the ground source. From wherever that area is, you're the connection. Okay, I need it. Okay, off. Need it? Off. Exactly.
Yeah, it's a rate of induction. In my opinion, light is something very similar. It's energetic in nature, and we don't have light that travels necessarily from point A to point B. It's just like a rate of induction within the medium.
Well, I mean, it goes where it goes. The light goes out from the source. But once it's there, it's there. I don't think it's like, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is where it is. And then what you can do with it inside of that, yeah. Like if you got a big fucking sweater on, you got the sweater on regardless. Now, whether you decide to go rub and shock someone or not, or whatever, like how you do that, I mean, it's going to stay with you no matter where you go. It's the same idea.
Right, you're not creating energy when you do that. You're just transferring the energy.
Right, you become the medium. You become like the little ground switch. That's why I was telling everybody that's all you have to be. If you have a wire considered your ground and you have the positive and then the source to it right before the ground, you cut it off so your wire's not going to, and you have it to you. Like say you walk up and you have it right here, you have your ground here. You touch it, okay, now you're going to receive the fucking charge that's in there, that's in that medium around you. Yes. You just made yourself the fucking connecting part. And that's really what they do. So like when it's off, it's not connected. When it's on, you click the little switch, you touch it, ground. So now it's going through that to hit ground wherever the ground basic source is from, where it goes. So now you just connected. So anywhere you turn something on, you're just connecting. And you're becoming the ground antenna. You're the middleman for ground. That's it.
Yeah, so have you ever heard anybody talk about like going on Google Maps or Google Earth and following power lines and see that they all just end in a ground? They're just large circuits that end in a grounding station.
No, but I've told them about it. But I told them that's all you need. Houses and everything, the whole fucking grid. It's not set up the way they think, and they think you're joking too. You can also, it's even a thing also. You know that? I mean, look at all that fucking copper. Pull that wire. The hell? For miles and miles and miles of tension and shit like that. I mean, that's all. I mean, but regardless, just like you said, it's not even really to do with that. It doesn't. All you need to do is connect yourself to anything that has an abundant source of kinetic energy that can flow through the fucking wire that you're going to connect to ground. And once you give it, it's out to ground. That's your power source. If you can, just like water, you're not getting rid of it. You just redirect the fucking flow, right? Waterproofing and shit like that. Same as electricity. You can't electricity proof. You just redirect the flow. Or you can like insulate certain ways. You know what I mean? And even that can backfire.
Is there a way to counter a taser? If you get tased, just
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. Yeah. If you had a big ground source, and as soon as you got tased, it went straight to ground. Yeah. Instead of like going through you as the medium. Yeah. Like if you had a wire connected to you, you know, and they tase you, in theory, if the wire could take the ground, you know, the shock from you to ground, yeah.
If I was barefooted, it can't do much, right? It's not gonna pass through me to the ground.
Oh, it's gonna pass through you.
Well, time to go rob some banks, and when they tase me, I'm gonna just ignore it. By the way,
Well,
I'm
when
just
they
joking.
tase
Yeah,
you, you're
for
supposed
real.
to touch someone else.
That's interesting. Like a lot of what's going on, like the Earth is like a battery, to be
Or
honest. So
jump.
we have the water, the salted water, that's moving, and we like. There's a lot of things in this Earth that looks like a battery.
It all reacts
Your
like a battery.
your body is actually like a battery. You even have the liquid, the acidic liquid in the stomach and all over the body. And
Chlorophyll,
we're in this medium
Wow.
that is ground is negative and the air is
plasma.
positive.
Yeah, you know, a
Yeah,
grape juice in a microwave is plasma, right? It'll glow.
Can I use it for Christmas?
Yeah, just in time for Christmas, you can put some grapes in the microwave and they'll glow. They're plasma balls. I'm just saying that energy in that liquid gets it reacts to the fucking heat focused on it by the
You know, you,
microwave.
you know how the taser when they hit you with it, isn't it two cables that attach to the skin or to the
Yes,
body? So
positive and negative.
they have like a bypass to the grounding, I think. Because if you're barefoot and you're grounded, but they still hit you with the taser, it will shock you still.
What you're supposed to
Because
do is touch the person that's shocking you. Anybody that goes to shock you, as soon as they go to hit you, grab someone else. In theory, they should receive the shock. I mean, you'll get some of it. You'll feel it
I
go
mean,
through.
it's not teary because the skin is like it's mostly water, so it's gonna pass
Well, I'm
100%,
just saying, I
right?
haven't. I'm just saying, I haven't let someone shock me to touch someone to do it. That's all I'm saying.
You don't want to
Now,
give
my
bad
idea.
advice and get somebody killed.
Now, hold on. Now, my idea. Now, I've seen people. I've seen other people do it. I haven't done it. Now, my uncle used to touch the light thing and turn it on and keep his finger in there. And if you walk by him, he'll grab you. And he didn't get shocked. You did. So, in theory, yes, it should very well work. I just haven't done it. I saw other people do it in practice, in real life, and it worked. Yes. With more than a taser from your fucking house. Like, grab you up. you get shocked, he doesn't, and he laughs the whole time. Then when he lets you, then he pulls his hand out of the thing, and then yeah.
One time when I was a kid, since I was dumb,
Cut out.
Yeah, he's muted for some reason. Maybe he's busy. Maybe did your uncle had his finger also in the ground, like the grounding of the house? Maybe that's gotta be a thing, right? Possible
No,
that
no,
he
no.
he.
He had one hand in the light socket, the hole with no light bulb in there. He had his hand in there. He took the light out, put his hand in there,
Okay.
and he would turn the motherfucker on and grab somebody. He would take the shock for a second and then grab you, and then you would get the shock, and he wouldn't.
Interesting, huh? But that
Yeah.
the light where you put the light bulb, that the hole there, that is grounded, anyways. Yeah. So
Well, I mean, slightly, but still, it's going. You're fucking getting electrocuted to it, through it.
yeah.
Yeah, because it's what's giving the light its power right there. So yeah, it's grounded, but it's not. I mean, it's not grounded at that point in time. For it's giving the power to the light.
What I mean grounded at that moment, like the circuit of the bulb, it's connected to the
Yeah.
house, and the house is grounded. You know
Yeah,
the
yeah. The lamp's not gonna over fucking go. Yeah, yeah. The
so
lamp's
yeah.
not gonna blow. No. But I'm saying when you
There is
grab
a
the other
flow.
person,
There is a
maybe
flow that is passing through him, and then when he touches you, you're getting electrocuted.
now you're ground. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just makes himself ground. The lamp's grounded out. He double grounds because he's the ground now because he's touching ground. And he puts his hand now he's bypasses ground and becomes ground. And then when he touches you, now he bypasses himself, and you become ground. Yeah. And that's what the fucking power company's doing. That's what dude's saying. That's what he's telling you. It's always there, everywhere, all the time. It's there. It's never not gonna be unless you're pulling from something that's like, okay, say you got a generator and this generator only can do so much and it's not the fucking earth, it's not like the air, then from that generator, yeah, you're only going to get so much of an output, yeah. But from the earth, I mean, theoretically there's no amount you can't get.
And you know the biggest electric authority that I know of when I was growing up in Puerto Rico, they say that they produce the electricity from fossil fuels, from petroleum.
From oil.
Yeah, and all of their power plants will be next to the water, next to the sea.
That's because all their power plants are from water. You're not going to get fucking electricity from oil and rubber. The fuck, not like that. You are from rubbing them on your hand and rubbing them together. You're not gonna. It's not the same. The liquid's the fucking key. Liquid water, salt water. That's the shit.
So
The
they said that they had to be next to water because that's the way they will cool down the engine that
cool.
is producing the
Yes,
electricity from the power plant, from the
yeah, that's fucking right. Yeah.
petroleum oil.
But I mean, don't get me wrong. They do need to cool down oil when they heat oil up, and when you heat oil up, you can do some shit with it. I mean, the power of oil is badass. I'm not gonna lie, but water is this fucking superpower for electricity and everything else. And without the water, they wouldn't even have that content of oil. It would just be a set
Especially
amount of rubber.
especially seawater, which is supercharged.
Yes, exactly. I mean, why else would you put every nuclear plant in it's water? It's water. No matter
So
what.
essentially, I think So the steam, right? They do produce a lot
Yeah.
of movement with steam.
Oh yeah. fuck steam. You can get one of the worst burns from steam, like electrical arc shock or oil. Those three things. Like that's the worst fucking burn you can get. Like steam will go through anything. Steam will go through your nerves, your skin, your glove. Like a theft deterrent on your car, if you wanted to stop someone, steam. Like mace, I don't know why you just don't have a little steam can. 200 fucking degree steam. That'll stop somebody.
Water.
To what?
Because you have to heat the water, but
Well, we got electric. Hold on, we got little vape pens that fucking heat shit instantaneously these days. I'm sure we can come up with something.
To the point of steam. I don't think.
Well, I mean, for the car, you definitely could. I already know you can have some boiling ass shit, super boiled, like 300 degrees at all times, a tube of it. And if somebody comes up, you just actually you click the light to warn them, hey, steam car, back the fuck up. Don't run up on my kid.
Wouldn't that be overdoing it? It might melt their faces.
Hey, then they shouldn't run up on your car, should they? I mean, the car is going to be designed with the fuck. Hold on. I'm not saying go be mean to people. I'm saying your car will be fucking bright yellow.
Did he cut out?
Why does it matter?
No, it'll be a warning car. It'll say, warning, this car can steam you. Stay back. Deterrent. Therefore, it will, I mean, if you walk up on it's just like a warning, anything else, like caution, this is radioactive, caution, high voltage, the fuck? Or you can shock them. But I wouldn't want to fuck my system up by shocking them and not, then my battery don't start. So I'd rather steam them. No, you ain't got to steam their face. You can steam their neck, their hands, their chest, their belly. Shit. The hands are what I would steam.
Now, if I would agree with you if you put the steam thing inside the car and then once it was being stolen, you could activate it. But I don't know about the exterior. That'd be kind of crazy.
No, but you can see what's going on, though. You see what's going on. You got, like, on your car, you got, like, a little 4-inch antenna that sticks up. A little camera. You know how on YouTube you get on the little camera and you can look all around 60 degrees? So you have one of those on the top of your antenna. You can see everywhere around your fucking car at all times. So if you're doing some shit and someone comes up and they're not doing anything wrong or anything, they're just walking close to your car, of course you would never do it, no problem. The motherfucker starts messing with your car, trying to open it up. You're like, hey, man, back up. I got a steamer. Back up. You're about to get steamed. And you push that button because the motherfucker didn't listen. Steam them. So, yeah, I'm not saying, like, just go steam people. Don't steam a bum because he fell into your car or a drunk guy. No. I'm saying steam a guy that might be running up to bust your window, to punch you in the face, to hurt you, to steal your shit. Only.
The system will skip people that are just putting propaganda papers on your windshield, right? It wouldn't affect them.
It wouldn't hurt them people. No, not at all. Nope.
So it will have a bad intention detector.
No. I mean, the motion sensor would come on, and on your keychain you got a little camera, and you would see. So so you see where they're walking up to the front, back side of your car, and you see what they're doing. So if they're just putting a little thing, you're like, okay, I see they're putting that, and they left. No problem. All right.
Have you seen people breaking into vehicles? They just jump, break the window, grab whatever is in it, and they do it like in seconds.
Well, if they break the window and then they're getting steamed all those seconds, then good.
Yeah, steam through those seconds. That sounds good.
They break as soon as they crack the fucking window, steam is on. That's automatic. And anything gets broke or any seal on the car gets broke or touched or fucking cracked, yeah.
But hopefully that it doesn't start throwing steam if there's an accident and the system fails and starts steaming people during an accident.
No, it would have like an automatic, it would do like an airbag and have like an automatic cool, like release. It would just release to the ground, just pour out the bottom of the car. It wouldn't hurt anybody. No, we have smart people. I mean, come on now. I'm not gonna fucking just like I said. I wouldn't pull up to a bar just because somebody walked close to my car, or accidentally touched it with their butt or leg. I wouldn't want to steam them. No.
Bro, I'm almost about to buy your product, but I'm still want to make sure I don't get steamed myself, and I just want to steam the thieves.
Well, you would have the ability to at the end to steam. You know what I mean? You could set your car to only you get the push the steam button. So
Oh, when I
whatever
have the keys in my pocket and I'm in the vehicle, that system is shut down because the keys are in there. That means I'm in there, right?
No, it's not shut down because it's not going to steam you.
Exactly,
You have
but if
the
I'm
key
in the
to
car
steam.
driving it and using it, there's no need for the steam system to work, right?
Right. It'll be shut down. Yes.
Good, good. All right. How much is it again?
Yeah. We'll see. It'll be shut down on the inside of the car. It still will be on. It'll still be activated on the outside of the door if you need it.
Oh, if there's zombies coming around, you could use it against
Yes.
the zombies.
Yes. Not even a zombie. If a guy gets out of his car like, motherfucker, did you cut me off? And you're like, no, sir. And he's like beating on your window, punching your window, gonna break it. Steam his ass. Fuck, back the
That
fuck.
sounds like a zombie to me.
Whatever. I'm just saying, yeah. Steam his ass. He backs up. And then you leave. You leave the
I
scene.
just get
No.
out and beat his ass. I don't mess with no steam.
Well, that too, but listen. Leave. What the fuck? Take off.
But
Shit.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way
I'm
to
just
a
giving you a
date.
hard time.
I don't want to get my hands
I'll tell
dirty
you what,
to go.
steam their fucking fingers, and they won't be driving after you either. They'll be having fun playing around with whatever the fuck they got going on. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you're on your way to a date, and this guy started beating your window. You just steam his ass and keep going on your date.
Right. And do your thing. Be like, come on, man. What if he jumps on your woman's side? Then what? Then what if he goes to open the fucking door and it was unlocked accidentally? Now he's punching your woman in the face before you get out and whoop his ass. Steam that bitch.
Definitely.
Stick it to him with steamers.
I just pull out the knife, just pop a few in his face.
Well, that's different. I didn't want to kill anybody. I was going to steam their hands and face so they didn't do that. That's the whole point. So you ain't got to.
No, you punched my wife in the face twice, and I think you're pretty much dead.
No. If you steam them first, they'll never get to that. That's what I'm saying. They run up and be like, "Hey, bro, warning! Touch the hand, steamed." As soon as he touched that bitch, his hands steamed, his face is steamed. He ain't punching nobody. That's what I'm telling you. That's the deterrent. You don't have to get out and shoot him with your 9. You don't have to get out and get your hands dirty and bloody and beat the fuck out of him or have a chance of getting beat up yourself. How do you know you can beat everybody up? You might not be able to beat everybody up. This dude might be able to beat you and your woman at the same time. It might be a girl. She might be on fucking crack and beat you up. And you're like, what the fuck? I'm getting beat up by a girl on the street. I should have steamed her ass.
Punch her right in the face. I don't have no problem punching a
I'm
girl
just
if she comes at me like.
Listen, I'm being funny. I said, I'm getting beat up by a girl in the street. I should have steamed her. I'm just selling a product here, okay?
Give her the Cleveland steamer, huh?
Steam that bitch. How about spraying hot oil on their hands? What the fuck?
Someone is taking notes, and next month you're gonna see this auto deterrent steaming system. 99.99, and you getting nothing.
Well, I thought about fire, but fire would be too mean. Like a torch.
What? You're saying what? Wait a minute. What's
Hey,
the
man.
difference? Steam is hot, dude.
I don't give a fuck because
I'm just
steam
saying.
won't. Steam won't burn your clothes and burn plastic and shit like that. Steam will just burn you. It'll burn what's in the fucking garment to stop you from whatever it blows on. You get back up. That's what you're doing. I need you to back up from my vehicle. Steam, back the fuck up. Fire, it would catch you on fire and can burn you and kill you right there if you had some plastic fucking windbreaker on it and light you up. I don't want to do that. That would be a different. Now, if there's a fucking mob really trying to come kill me, then yeah, then I'd fucking burn the fuck out of them or something. But no, nobody's trying to kill me like that. And they just want to like punch me or do something stupid or just try to hurt me for no reason. No, Steam, back the fuck up. Because you really have no reason to be trying to hurt me. Probably some road rage shit. Same with me. If I want to road rage you and I run up to your car, fuck that. The Mox comes to my shit. He ain't fucking punching me in the face with his goofy ass. Whatever. Steam. I'm like, whoa, what the fuck, Steam, you bastard. Damn it. What can I do? Nothing. Can't do shit. So you get some fucking Steam. I mean, it's just not, I don't know. And like I said, you can have the end control. Like your car doesn't just do it on its own if you don't want it. You have a couple little, selections, and it doesn't just go off with anything in your pocket. It doesn't just willy-nilly do no dumb shit. You have to set it, slide over this little fucking thing, and then do it. You know what I mean? There'd be all good protective type things.
Demok, are you trying to market a steamer thing for a car?
I'm just saying that would be the best idea.
I got it. I'm just coming into the conversation, but I'm super interested.
Yes, I want to market it. Yes, a steamer for a car.
We're brainstorming.
You go from your radiator that automatically heats the shit up. You automatically have hot water anyway. You just add another fucking gallon, whoopee-doo. And you have little ports in certain areas, like by the door, each handle, by the trunk handle, by the hood handle, in case they try to steal your battery. Certain areas that are protective, theft deterrent areas that you walk up and do shit to a car. Anything you try to hurt somebody or the handle really main source. The areas are by the handles. Somebody has to do your car. Usually they try to get in, or by the window where they break in. So you have a top thing by the window to spray in their face, and a part by their hand. So face, hand.
I got a good name for it. I got a good name for it. It could be Steam That Ass Product. If they come to beat your ass, you steam theirs.
There you go. I was gonna say, okay, so
I would call it the steamer, and you could have a car come out too that would match it, like the Dodge Steamer. It's electric. Electric
The
Dodge
ass steamer.
Fuck around. You'll get steamed.
you'll get steamed. The Cleveland Steamer is what Marvelous said. Yeah. I would say that's probably a good one. Although maybe Cleveland would start suing people.
Come on, guys. It'd be Steam Shield.
Steam Shield. Yeah, I guess it's.
I like Death Fog better.
Dead Fog.
Death Fog.
Okay, so how would you warm up the steam if you were just starting your car? The radiator wouldn't,
with a coil and a little squirt gun.
You would automatically, yes, you could remotely start it. Press the button. Your steam starts up before your car, or at the same time. So when your car warms up, your steam's ready too. Your steam can automatically be on anytime you want if you press the steam button. Yes.
Okay. All right. I would buy this.
Got you.
Dude, I would buy this. I'd get some of this. There was a time in Texas, and by the way, guys, don't get road rage in Texas.
I'm down.
So I was drunk and I was driving, and it was early in the morning, and I was pissed about something, and this guy cut me off, so I sped in front of him and I slammed my brakes on so that he would hit me in the behind. And then I get out of the car and I go and punch him in the face, and then apparently, because I don't remember this part of it, apparently he followed me back to my car, and before I could sit down in my car, he's beating the crap out of my face, and just because there's like blood splatters all over my passenger seat, it was crazy, and I was shit faced for most of it, so I don't remember a lot of it, but I do remember instigating it anyway. That whole time, had he been trying to beat me up, inside my car, I could have just been steaming his punk ass.
Yeah, but it sounds to me like you deserve that.
No, I did. I deserved it for sure. I called that guy out. I stopped his car with mine in the middle of the road. I punched him in the face. I deserved all of it. But what I'm trying to say is that the steam would have been an interesting part of that day.
Yes. It would have made you feel better when you sped off with a little blood after you realized
turned
you
it from
had
an
it.
assault
No.
to a death charge.
I didn't. No. Listen, he knocked me out. The cops woke me up. So it would have been like the guy. If anything, the guy would have been like, "Well, the guy hit like a pussy, but he steamed me, and now I'm blistered all over my fucking hands."
That'd be fucked up if you beat the guy up and your face is all blistered and red. Like, what happened to you?
Yeah. What happened to you? Oh, he steamed me. No, he didn't. Sir, are you okay? What?
The passed out guy steamed you? Good story.
Yeah, great story. Yeah. Why don't you tell us another one there?
Coffee face.
Don't lie. Your wife got mad at you and threw the coffee in your face, so you left.
That's a little hot oil popcorn incident, isn't it, buddy?
Right.
No, but I mean, it would be a good deterrent. Say kids like that, What if you got a girl and some kids are coming to jump her, like the whole school, or a little boy, or I don't know. Just there's instances that you just I don't know. You're not killing anybody. You're just
Well, and prove it. Like say you got this steam idea in your car, and it's the first one of its kind, and nobody knows what the fuck it is. And then, say you pick up your daughter from elementary school. She runs to the car, and there's like 17 kids trying to chase her and beat her up or something. And you just, once these kids get to the car, you steam them all, and they get all these blisters and shit all over their hands and neck. And then they're talking to their parents, and they're like, hey, his car burnt me. Like, what? What are you talking about?
you're like, what?
And they go to try to find out what's going on. And your car looks fine. They're like, I don't know what you're talking about.
You're gonna say, did you get the tailpipe? What did you do?
Yeah, like, why? Wait a second. Come on, honey. Don't lie to me now. What did you do? No, I swear his car was burning me. It's fucking great. The steam solution. The stealthy steam.
Guys, I got a really strange question. For about the last 2 hours, I just had the strangest fucking experience in my entire life. And
Okay.
I'm quite frankly a bit like, I don't know what the fuck just happened. So the first question would be, is anybody aware of bots typing on YouTube, anything online, just writing comments, bots, AI software, just creating a message and sending them?
Yeah, I'm
Bots
sure it
having
happens.
conversations with themselves, yes.
Right. Now, did anybody ever have a conversation with an AI on Discord? Not voice, messages.
No.
I
Not
have
me.
my suspicions that I've had because I get so many messages from random
Well, it's
And
that's not what
they give
happened to me.
generic answers. Yeah,
Yeah, did
kind
this
of
one get
weird.
personal, Andrew? Was it like, that shirt doesn't look good on you today?
No, I was like just getting on some friend of mine. Basically, the only friend I got. He was like, "Yo, here's a scientist that keeps on saying how the Earth can be a flat stationary plane." And I was like, "Sure, let's go debate this motherfucker." And I started going on his Discord channel and started debating with people, and everything was like kind of alright. Of course, stupid answers all the time. But then I started realizing something about this particular guy. You know how they always just keep on doing red herrings, one first-hand red herrings and second-hand, strawmans or at homes, anything like that.
Mhm.
So I wasn't too shocked to see that he's just changing the subject constantly. But then I started to realize that whenever he says anything, it's kind of the same. And I had a strange feeling that, what, dude, is this even a human being? I don't know why this came into my mind the first time, but I considered it. And then I spent like 30 minutes, actually an hour plus, creating channels, asking this guy to PM him to just figure out. It got really complicated. The guy basically just keeps on spamming news about the pandemic and conspiracies and all that. This is really no. This I can't put it into words. I can't even share it because it's in my language, so you won't make any sense of it. But what happened is that basically anything I tried to point out, how there's no, cause and effect relationship between viruses and any kind of disease, to explain Koch's postulates, how they were never followed. When I got into stuff, and the guy was like, "Oh, you're talking about the exosomes of Dr. Andrew Kaufman," and I was like, "Wow, you actually know about that? That's pretty base. Not a lot of people know about that." And then he started talking about all kinds of things that only somebody that's really based would know. And still, he kept on, because this is the strange thing. He kept on saying how the pandemic is a hoax, but still, science is real. And then some minutes later would still go on and say science is fake. And my brain is completely fuzzy right now. The reason why I think this is so fucking important, it's because if that thing that I talked to is actually an AI, it might just be that most of the things we're seeing on the face of the internet is just some AI, like genuinely. And
I'm okay with that.
Well, the reason why this is so fucked up, it's because he's obviously controlled, as in he's giving red pills, but in a controlled fashion. He never talks about flat Earth, never about Jesus Christ, never about how germ theory is a hoax. Never about Antoine Béchamp and any debate between that and, let's say, Louis Pasteur or anything like that. He always keeps it at surface. And it's like, they just spam. It's the same things that you might see on Telegram. Some bots or whatever. They look like bots. What,
Are you talking about a certain person?
It seemed to be a person, but it didn't talk like a bloody individual. It's so strange. Oh, and by the way, what just happened 5 minutes ago? So today it's 1612 I guess it's 1612 everywhere around the world. The last message you can see on that subgroup on that Discord channel is 4 days in the past. Everything just got deleted 5 minutes ago. Everything. For no fucking reason. It just disappeared. And I was like, okay, this is really starting to get... I'm so confused. I'm just genuinely asking myself whether or not there's anybody that's ever witnessed anything remotely close to this. Like a conversation with anybody on Discord that seems to be a genuine AI. This is really fucked up.
Well, the thing is, they're going to get better at AI, but it's never going to be precisely perfectly like a conversation with a human. So you'll be able to, most smart people will be able to figure out if it's a bot or not.
Most of the time it's like a lady or a dude trying to do like a date type fucking thing. That's usually the thing, but you never know.
Do you like the thing that got me in the first place to question his actual humanness was the fact that he always typed the same way. He wouldn't add any kind of, LMAOs or XDs or some funny... No, he would just type normal words and nothing.
No,
And
that doesn't mean
even if
anything.
I like,
Some
no,
people
no,
are like that.
no, I get it. But when I started to like flame him, he kept on being the same. And then when people went on and asked him normal questions, he still keep like he was just constantly the
I see
same.
what you're saying. I see what you're saying. He has kept like the same fucking
Like it's
the
just
same.
not human. Like what the fuck, dude? Somebody's calling you a fucking retard, and you just keep on being like, "Yeah, today was a good day." And I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, that's a bot. That's obviously a bot.
But this is the fucked up thing. It's so good.
Yeah, they're getting better, but
you wouldn't call
I
it.
know. But don't listen. Those listening, who are in control of that, right? Because they listen to us so that they know what to improve. Don't give them too much credit, my friend. This is still the best that they can do, and you know they're not going to send in AIs like you can talk to an AI about paying a bill over the phone. You can't talk to an AI like I'm talking to you right now. So over the chats they can do their best, but yeah, I mean if they keep giving those predictable responses and in a style where it's like it just doesn't seem human, well then it's not human and it's a sloppy bot.
No, but
Is
that's
it
the
scaring
thing.
you?
He's yes, because you're not getting it because you can't see the. If you want, I can actually try to translate them so you get the whole idea. When you watch every single phrase he makes, they're all perfectly normal. Nothing is strange when you just analyze one phrase. It's when you look at it in a context. When you look at 100 messages at once, it becomes odd. Everything is normal. That's the thing, because he talks so good. And like I even asked him once who invented the PCR test, and he said, "Yeah, funny enough that he died in August 2019, isn't it?" And I'm like,
see,
"No way."
Listen, no, that's not no way. That's common knowledge now, and especially in the conspiracy
I get it,
circles.
but those are people, not fucking robots.
Listen, so here's what's going on. It's a mixture. This is, in my opinion, it's a mixture. So if the person is sitting at their computer, who is controlling all these 10, 12, 50 bots, whatever, throughout the day, they're monitoring what the bots are doing and talking about. Sometimes they'll sit down, take a sip of their coffee, and start in with a conversation, taking over from where the bot left off as a human, and then they'll, take another break and go to a different conversation and turn the bot back on for y'all's conversation.
There's a room full of some motherfuckers like that are sitting right next to each other right now, like 100 people in a room, and that's all they do is act like other people and got shit going on. Yeah.
Right.
But like, okay,
so it's probably a mixture, dude. It's probably both a human
I
sometimes
thought of that
and AI
too.
sometimes.
But the thing that really got me screwed up in the first place is that this server is not even that active. And if this is happening there, then Jesus.
Yeah. It's happening everywhere. All those losers got their tentacles everywhere. Don't they? They think they're in control. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Sorry, go ahead.
Like, I used to hear those people ranting like, people in Israel. I don't know if I can say Israel. You know what? Fuck it. I can say Israel. And all those people, working there and just being psyops everywhere and talking nonsense and creating bots to just spam all chats and all that.
Yeah.
I used to think like, no way, there are actually that many. I mean, maybe you got like some thousands, but fuck off, it can't be that
Tens
many.
of thousands, man. Tens in every different country, for every different reason. Hackers and dumbasses thinking they're part of a cool club. Yep.
Wow.
But yeah, you're going to see it. You're going to see it get to the point where you're impressed. Like you figure, I'll always be able to tell if it's a bot or not. And then, there's going to be a day where you're like, no way, what the fuck?
Well, that's like for me, it ain't no problem because I basically got to more or less the truth, like most I can possibly give a shit about. But I'm just thinking about the others because it's going to be a million times harder job for them to get it than it was for me. Like,
right, there's a lot of dummies out there that are,
nowadays, if you want to get at this thing, it's so hard. Everything's banned everywhere. It's so underground. And then you got all these bots that are spamming things designed to brainwash you. Well, good luck.
Yeah. I mean, if you hadn't already come to this truth in the last few years or prior to that, it's going to be more difficult. It's nothing's impossible, but I do agree that they're making it more and more difficult without just pulling the plug on the internet, which they will do at some point.
Oh, and also, I don't know, is anybody here by any means, I don't know, randomly, does anybody use Microsoft Teams? Did you guys use it today? I'm just curious if this happened. Because, like...
Nope.
we've been well, actually, I'm just asking, as a matter of fact, not about that. Have you witnessed any kind of app just crashing in the last days? Any app, any online service, anything? Did anybody get any of this
Yeah,
stuff?
well, crashing, glitches, yeah, it's been
Not
going
just
on.
glitches, like just offline or the servers just dying. Did you get that?
Not this week, but the past weeks, yes.
This is also something that because pretty sure everybody knows of this whole internet outage and how WhatsApp and Facebook just went offline for what was it, 12 hours, whatever the hell it was.
Yeah. What a nice vacation that was.
Yeah, but the
I
whole
had
thing
people
is that
texting me and calling me asking how I was. I saw people walking around on the streets. It was crazy.
I'm just thinking where it's gonna really go, because that's just the warm up. It's definitely gonna get worse.
Well, this past week, there was how do you say I'm sorry, I'm looking for the word, a simulation of a worldwide cyber attack in the financial systems, and it was 10 nations participated in it.
I also heard
Yeah, and it was done
recently.
it was done in Israel. The U.S. participated. About a shutdown of the economics.
And who
Even I
did
think
it?
they spoke a little bit about the electric grid going off as well.
Was it Mossad, or just was it actually some?
Cyber attacks, hackers.
Who can strike anywhere? It doesn't have to be any group of anybody. It can be one loser in his mom's basement fucking the world up.
It's funny you say that, Jibsy, because last night I heard something about or was it this morning? I don't know. The Chronos system that like a lot of companies use for like their time clocks and whatnot. They got hit with ransomware.
Wow.
Right. Like, I keep on getting
It's
many of
probably
these things all the
themselves.
time.
It's
That's the
probably
thing.
themselves doing it and saying, "Hey, let's pay up. Let's pay ourselves." Ransomware, yeah.
Well, the
No,
world leaders have been planning a cyber attack, but they're just letting you know via conferences when they're trying to wargame what they would do if there was a cyber attack. So
Exactly.
you know it's going
Just
to
like
happen.
Given
You know it's going to
201.
be BS, and then there's going to be a whole bunch of stuff justified based on the BS cyber attack. So just be aware.
But yeah, that company like deals with payroll and like keeping companies like time clocks and shit. So basically, they're saying like people aren't gonna get paid.
yeah.
Right. That's what I wanted to mention. Getting paid.
Yeah, they talk about the banks and not be able to liquidate to how do you say, settle payments. So that has to do with it. Yeah.
This is really escalating quickly. Like, I don't know. Recently, I've been just getting so many things, like insights or whatever, just seeing so much crap going on. It
Yeah,
feels like
remember that in the TV they give us the highest level of fear porn they can give us, and they're gonna
right,
keep
and not
doing that.
TV. I haven't watched TV in like 7 years. I'm talking about, like, I'm just randomly observing things they're really strange.
Yeah,
Like,
it's gonna get weirder and weirder. Nothing we can do
But
about that.
that fear porn can translate into the how do you say, the chain of
Butterfly
product.
effect. Oh,
I'm the chain of
supply chain.
supply chain. Yeah. So they could say, hey, no more I don't know, international, because I come from Puerto Rico, right? And Puerto Rico is like 95% of everything is consumed in the island. It's imported, right? And if they say, hey guys, no supply chain for the next few months, people will go crazy, I think. Or maybe they'll go fishing or doing other stuff.
They'll go crazy, or they'll go fishing. It's one of the two.
Yeah,
That's cool. What if you go crazy and you go fishing? Is that okay?
that could be okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, they're going to ramp the fear up. It's all fear. 95% is my opinion. 95%, or the large majority of the things that we're supposed to be afraid of, we'll never actually have to be afraid of. It's just bullshit.
Also, by the way, anybody got anything on the new Matrix movie? I'm just curious.
No, it comes out. When does it come out? I thought it came out the 22nd.
No, it's gonna come. Yeah, but I mean, like anybody. I don't know if any kind of content outside of the movie. Like if anybody knows anything.
I know Kung Fu. No, I don't know.
Gun fu.
I know Gun Fu. That's funny.
Gung fu.
No, I haven't heard anything about it other than the fact that it's coming out. And there's going to be mad truth drops, I'm sure. It's the Matrix.
Shaolin
curious what they're
tradition
gonna
has
make.
been handed down from generation, from family to family.
Well, I know they resurrect Neo somehow. That's all I know about it.
Oh, they resurrect him, huh? I didn't know he
Yeah, they
died.
bring him back to life somehow, or they bring it, or the Matrix brings him back. So
Matrix needs Neo. Right?
I mean, in the Matrix, anything can happen because
him. No, that's not right.
it sounds like Neo never left the Matrix. He was still inside.
Right. Yeah, the whole time we're going to be like,
Neo
oh my god, he
is
never
the
left the Matrix. All of this happened within the Matrix. Never was anyone out of it. Oh,
Neo is the Matrix. Everyone's inside of Neo.
that's right.
Yeah. Sounds gay.
Everyone's in
Wear
that's
a
terrible,
rubber.
Jamesy.
When you watch this movie, it's gonna get dirty. Everyone's in Neo.
No, thank you.
No, Neo's in a coma. And he wakes up in this movie.
Neo is in all of us.
Neo is in a bunch of liquid. He is in Neo fluid.
and if you don't have any in you, would you like some?
Neo. Amniotic. Amniotic fluid. Neo.
I don't want to exchange any body fluids with anyone.
With not even with Neo? He's the chosen one, dude.
Nitrogen fluid.
Wait, not even with women?
Uh-oh.
Anyone outside of my house, you know?
Fluid helium.
Oh, okay.
It's white. It smells like alcohol. It's
Are we
not
keeping it in the family or what?
I have a wife, bro. Come on.
liquid helium. Try some at the bar.
Me too,
Take
I'm
a
going
shot.
Add this helium to your next drink. You'll be flying
Wouldn't that be
sky
interesting
high.
if we had like heliumized drinks instead of carbonized?
Put helium in your
Carbonated?
weed. Feed your plant.
Helionated?
You'll be so high.
Guys, I'm gonna have to smoke some weed to get to your level, guys. Be right back.
You
Sounds
better
good.
add helium to it.
What's taking you so fucking long?
No, don't. It'll blow up.
No, add helium and nitrogen to your weed.
I thought marijuana was an antecedent to watching the show.
Also, you also want to add a hair of bacon grease because that's glycerine. Glycerine.
The Bush song. Glycerine.
It's the THC tetrahydrocannabinol. Does that mean 3 molecules of hydrogen or something like that? Tetrahydro. I don't know. Let me look it up.
Bacon grease melts again. That's nothing to do with what you're talking about, but still.
Yes, bacon grease melts human skin. That's correct.
Tetrahydrocannabinol.
I don't think tetra means 3.
Yeah, that means 4.
Yeah, tetra means 4. Penta means 5.
Thanks for the correction. That's why I asked.
Oh, I wasn't trying to correct you. I'm pretty sure that's.
But I appreciate the correction.
Tetrahydro.
And is
Tetra
hydra
water.
even the hydrogen atom, or is it something different?
Tetrahydro.
Yeah.
Well, it can mean hydrogen or water. One of the
4
two.
atoms. Does that mean 4 oxygen atoms?
Probably means the liquid or the chlorophyll, just like the liquid form. Hydrogen. It's a pretty big name.
Tetrahydrocannabidiol. Huh.
Cannabidiol.
Look, this is the, how do you call it? The molecular build of it.
Yeah, the elements, the chemical structure.
So I think I was correct. I mean, it says, I mean, let me see. How do you guys read this?
I don't know what you're looking at.
Wait, let me download it. Good. Save image. Download. Downloading. Open. Gallery.
So it's called Can I Carry?
Share.
Can I Bus?
Oh, no, this is not a good one. Have to go through the process again.
Oh, cannabidiol. Cannabidiol.
Can I bus? Can I bus this weed somewhere else from here?
Guys, there's something going on. Every time I download this image about the components of tetrahydrocannabinol,
It's an inside job.
It's black. It's completely black. The image I download. I'm gonna try one more time. I'm eating my bandwidth with downloading
It might
this
be
image.
a transparent PNG with like black lettering or something and showing on a black screen. Maybe.
It's a tracking
Maybe.
device. Get rid of your phone.
Keep both. Open. Gallery. I can see it. I can see it. Okay. Shared. Discord.
Well, it's a liquid that
Open
contains
voice.
the liquid.
So you see the H3, doesn't that stand for hydrogen? Three molecules of hydrogen?
I don't know.
Well,
H3?
what's one molecule of hydrogen different from another molecule of hydrogen? How would you have three and not just one big one?
And then a C, is it carbon? Carbon is C, right? C? Or what is it? Cannabidol. Because you know how there is helium, but then hydrogen is even lighter than helium, and weed gets you really high, right? Right?
Yeah, but helium makes you elevated physically.
Hydrogen too. It goes up.
Okay.
All the liquid in the plants go up.
Damn, bro, that's deep.
Question is, what makes it go up?
Anti-gravity, dude. Case closed.
Helium, nitrogen, hydrogen.
Capillary action, dude.
Yes. Hold
Well,
on.
Denmark, they're going to say, what makes those things rise? What's the
Heat.
force?
Temperature. Temperature is the fucking force.
They're going to claim capillary motion or capillary action that forces the water to go up.
And what's wrong with that?
What causes air to go in and out of your lungs? My bronchial activity. You can shut up. Is what you can.
Diaphragm?
Yeah, right?
Your muscle.
Yes, a muscle that sucks. Yes.
Yeah, muscles. That's true. That's very true.
Technically,
But
it's
your
like
lung tissue
entropy.
also expands too in order to help that out. For sure.
It's like entropy going from high pressure to low pressure.
Have you guys seen
You
this?
form a vacuum in your lungs and it sucks air in. Makes sense.
Have you guys seen this YouTube channel? He builds like a package, but it's a rig that if someone steals the package, when it opens, it throws like glitter and
Yeah, I've seen that.
simply-
Mr. Beast and everything.
So in the new build that he made on the glitter section of it, he filled it up and made like two different cavities. So he fills it up with the glitter, and when it spins, it throws a certain amount of glitter, and then he says, and then when it stops the first time, gravity causes the other glitter to come down for it to be available again to when it spins again, it will throw more glitter. So he made this whole video and he had to mention gravity. But the thing is that he, in a way, he's correct. He just didn't add specific gravity. Some people hear gravity, right? Because the glitter is dense, while the device is spinning, is kind of like going up but still inside of it. But when it stops, the the density of the glitter will make it to go down.
Yeah, but glitter's a different thing, though, because the glitter is like what material of plastic or what, like, and the glitter can also have
Yeah, but
a
it's denser. It's
electromagnetic.
denser than the
Hold on a
medium,
second.
right? Just
Hold on a
like
second.
its specific
Hold on a second.
gravity talks
Hold on.
about.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when you have when you add the electrical continuity into the mix. So if you have an electrical medium, which is the box spinning, you have a static. So you add a static. So now you add electric charge to the fucking graffiti. So I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but you also have this going on plus that.
Oh yeah,
See?
we know that. But my point is that when he mentions gravity, a lot of people think that
Right.
mass is attracting mass. That's why the glitter is going downwards.
Right, but I also want to put in. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that static kinetic energy is in there. It's always in there being exchanged also. But go ahead.
Yeah, but I think he's not incorrect when he says gravity, but it's which gravity. Specific gravity might have a say on that. Many people don't know that. So in the whole video, that this is how the thing works, right? In the whole video, everything he did step by step, everything works in reality. And then he says gravity, and people go to the gravity they're being told about, the fantasy gravity, and they add that into the equation, even though
Right.
it's not real.
Right. So I could show you the TV and point out the fake atomic bomb and then be like gravity. And you're like, huh, okay. I mean, it's the same thing. Like what you don't
Yeah.
understand can be pointed out and said it's a Snorlax, Thorlax, Dr. Seuss. It doesn't matter. When you don't have to present or prove it in certain ways, then what are you left with? I mean, what's an explanation for if there's no demonstration? Like, what the fuck are they explaining with gravity if they can't demonstrate it?
I find it interesting the way they add it to practical things.
And I don't think there's specific gravity either. I think it's just electrical continuity that where fucking it finds itself with the charge, what it can have or not, what it can take on or not, the positive negatibility, the up or down, the minus or negative, the fucking high or low. Everything can have the
I think
ability.
there is an effect between the medium above the heavens and then the ground that we're standing on, and in between those two mediums, we are in the in between, right, on the ground or the air as well, because we walking on the ground but through the air. So we are in between these two mediums. So the input from above has an effect in relationship to the ground. So that's what you're talking about, that electric field, the input that is having
Yeah,
in
remember I
everything.
was saying how the ground is the connection? Well, when you get one spinning or you got one going and creating an effect, and you have the bottom creating an effect and their negative effects in between, you know what I
Yep.
mean? Anything that connects in between, whether it be the moisture, the humidity, the fucking electricity that goes to ground, anything that connects or can connect will be the source of power.
If you want to know more about this, just
Source of heat.
ask Glad Flow. He knows a lot about this.
A lot about what, dude? What are you talking about? Don't put this on me. Don't put your mess on top of my head. Sorry. I'm sorry about that. What were you talking about?
Tell him, Dimok. Tell him, Dimok.
What do you want to know about? I may or may not know about this. What would you like to know?
Dimok, you have to explain it a few times to Glad Flow, but he'll get it eventually.
Listen, if you have to repeat yourself, don't worry about it.
Hey, be nice to my friend.
Thank you.
I wasn't talking to you.
Demo,
Oh,
he was talking
Holy-
to me about being nice. I'm trying not to be nice.
Yeah, nice is a bad thing.
yeah, apparently it's a bad word. Don't be nice, be firm.
Amen.
Oh, hold on a minute.
That's funny.
Yeah, temperature can also can be a container too. It can be the reason something stops being contained. It can be the reason something begins being contained. Like you can freeze solid and you're solid. I guess that's containment, right? Then if you melt, you're not solid anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Contained. It's like a sweet baby ice cube. It's an ice cube, but it's water. But it's ice cube, but it's water. So everything, no matter what it is, can be solid. I don't give a fuck.
But it's
Helium,
cold.
everything. Everything can be a rock and everything can be a liquid.
I don't know.
But water is like the main thing for whatever liquid is.
Different pressure modalities of the same thing. Solid, liquid, gas.
You can also have water that's separated in itself as two. The same way you can have a magnet with two different sides. You can have positive and negative. In water, you can have a portion of this water be positive and a portion of the water be negative. Might sound funny, but it's true.
Don't forget about non-negotiable.
I didn't hear you, but yes, don't never forget about that.
Well, the funny thing about a
ionic
magnet. So the funny thing about a magnet is if you have a standard magnet and it has a north pole and a south pole. If you break that into two pieces, you don't break apart the north pole from the south pole. It just creates two magnets that both contain a north pole and a south pole.
What is that really but a differential? Maybe it contains a circuit. Maybe it's not a north pole, south pole like we think at all. Maybe some shit we need to rethink because the way it's been explained to us, maybe it's not 100%. I don't know.
Well,
I don't
you
know.
can
The input of north magnetic and south magnetic is actually coming. We can observe it above, and if that input is coming from above, and that doesn't mean like they say the north pole on top of the ball or the south pole on top of, on the bottom of the ball. But like what you said is interesting. You can break the magnet, right, and it still have that effect of both sides of
Well,
the. Can you say? I think someone used a word. What is it? Not unipole. No, it's not unipole. It's dial.
monopole,
No,
dipole,
monopole.
monopole.
Something. Like that. But monopole will be one side of it only, right? It wouldn't be a monopole. There's something else.
Well, I'm saying like what's really going
Monopole
on with
means
that
there's a
magnet?
single north pole. The more than one pole means it's a shape. Generally, anyway.
Monopole would kind of be like a plate, wouldn't it?
Now you could have
I
a
don't know
plate
though.
and it will have
Yeah.
a positive and negative side to it.
Yeah, anything could be really, every fucking thing. That's why I was saying even a thing of liquid, right? In the aspect you think that's just a fucking thing of liquid. That liquid actually can be two liquids or two like potentials of liquid in the same amount of liquid. I don't know if it makes sense or not, but
So think about how you create a magnet, right?
Right.
Magnet is created by an electrical current being passed through an object that wasn't previously magnetized, right? Nothing structurally changes in the makeup of that magnet except when the current is passed through the magnet to make an electrical coherency within the magnet. You can have two chunks of the same exact material. One can be magnetized and one can be just a standard chunk of neodymium, iron boron, or whatever the hell you're making your magnet out of. It only changes when an electrical current is passed through it.
So it needs an input
To,
and an
to be a,
output. So it
to
needs
be
a
a
flow.
coherent magnet, yes.
It needs a flow through it to have that effect.
Right. It's almost as if that electrical charge that goes through that, I guess you could say, inanimate chunk of whatever, when that flow goes through it, it almost aligns all of the electrostatic nature of that material in a way that makes it makes it like a coherent path
So that's what I'm
for
saying from
energy to
above.
pass
We
through.
can see this effect from above, and that's the input or the flow into this system because we can see an in and an out. We see the toroidal field. We see the north, celestial north above the geographical north. And then we also have readings on all other areas about other kind of like magnetic or high flow areas of this. So yeah, I see what you're saying. And that goes with what Demok was saying. You need that charge to be in the medium for anything to do anything.
Well, really, what we call the North Pole of Earth is what we would call a South Pole of a magnet.
Yeah, same thing. For me, it's the same. It will be the same thing. Yeah, we just label it. But the
Yeah,
magnet does two things, which is you can put some things out and it will be attracted to it, and also from the other side, it will be repelled. Right?
right. It's the flow of energy, right? So the what we would call the attractive side of the magnet is where the electricity or the electrical charge or what however you want to describe it is being drawn in
It's being drawn through
through,
it.
yeah, in or through, yeah. And where
Yep.
it's being expelled, right, is where you would get the repulsion side should you try to, connect two north poles. They repulse each other because the flow of energy is coming outward from those two sides. Think of it as a torus. There's an inflow and an outflow in a toroidal shape.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. And you could put a magnet inside under a magnifying glass and add like gases between the observer, the magnifying glass, and the magnet. And the magnet, you can see a whole toroidal field all around it, bigger than the magnet.
Yeah, you can do it with iron filings and things like that, where you can see the path of what we call magnetism, I guess you could say. The different.
And if you zoom in and look closely to around the field between the lines that you observe that are like grids that you can see, you could see like little stars. You can see stars in certain points.
And another weird thing about magnets is the stronger the magnet is, the smaller the magnetic field around it is. So you have a smaller space with a higher capacitance.
Yeah. That makes sense because from the where the input into this system that we experience from above, the source of that, it's smaller than the earth itself, but it has an effect on the whole earth and the whole medium, even though it's smaller than the medium or the earth. I mean, it's part of it. It's part of the construct and the system.
Yeah, I mean, there's some people that claim that what we call gravity is nothing more than incoherent dielectric acceleration.
What about magnetism?
And then magnetism would be coherent dielectric acceleration, or what we call magnetism.
So we
So
have
what?
both of those. We have both things.
I want to know if
It's,
magnets aren't creating a source of like helium or converting the medium, right, in between
when you
them
say
at the
when you
time that
say
they're in.
magnet, what do you think about them? When you say a magnet, can I hear what you think
Um,
about when you say magnetism, magnet? What do you mean?
what does it mean?
Yeah, from your perspective, because I want to hear. I
Well,
want
I
to hear
guess
that too.
from what I've been told as a kid, just positive and negative. I mean, that's all. That's the only thing I ever fucking see because that's the little cartoons they show you. Little pluses, little
Yeah.
minuses. You got N's, you got S's, you got pluses, you got minuses. Same fucking thing. You know what I mean? So I see either negative, north, south, or negative and positive. Right? High to low, hot to
So,
cold, same
so
type of shit.
what you've been talking about, the
So
flow,
I'm
the
saying
magnetism,
the
and that
magnetism.
electric field in a
Yeah.
magnet, what we label as a magnet, that is going on there, but that flow is more uh concentrated on that point of the magnet.
Yeah, because the electrical continuity that's is the output of what the fuck is going on with the magnet. I think the magnet is just a connector, right? It's like a little ground source to itself.
An
Okay.
amplifier, maybe.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Exactly. Yeah, a transmitter, receiver, and amplifier of electrical continuity for whatever it's in, and it has the same like whatever bar has the amount, and it does the same effect. Now, what is it really doing is the question. Like, is it like changing the medium to like, say you put in oxygen? Is it changing the oxygen to helium to make the fucking shit rise from one to another? Like, is it? I mean, like, what's really actually going on there?
There's a lot of interesting things going on, and a lot of it's not necessarily understood. There's people who have done good work on it, one of which is Ken Wheeler. But there's weird things with magnets. Like, a lot of people have done experiments with growing plants next to either North Pole or South Pole sides of magnets and getting, much larger growth out of plants that are in the northern or the southern flow of a magnetic field.
Yeah, that makes sense because the influx that normally the plant will be around is being amplified. So whatever is going through the plant normally in any medium, the magnet is amplifying that because
It's
Well,
amplifying
it
the
could
energy.
also be doing the opposite of that, right? So like you
Yeah,
could, I mean, it could repel, or is it
it's doing two
transmit or
things.
push? Or,
It's doing both because you see the toroidal field that we see above us
oh,
that
so
is
it's creating
inputting. So the magnet is kind of like doing a similar thing to that, but down here because it's taking the input from above, so it's concentrating at that spot because that's what it does.
so you would
It's just
either be
following. It's
feeding.
just following the input from in the medium that is being caused from the ground and the heavens above.
Right, so you could be feeding the plant more energy, or you could be reducing the amount of energy that the plant may be uptaking because you're concentrating that energy away from where the plant is, as opposed to directing more energy towards the plant.
It's making it flow through it. Yeah. It's amplifying that flow, amplifying it. It's a flow because it's not just input, it's output too. It's in and out because the plant is connected to the ground, so it's taking the air and the input from above and passing it through the ground, right?
Right. It's the energy that Einstein didn't think about when he was, trying to postulate relativity, right? Because you can't explain, or what he called spooky action at a distance, which is instantaneous action at a distance, right? Which is that acceleration that two magnets have towards one another, right? That can't be explained through something like Einstein's relativity, because he's just trying to include something like mass, or mass creating a bending or a warping of the fabric of space-time around it. Now, if you think of the fabric of what space-time, what Einstein called space-time, if you think of that in a, if you if you kind of think of that as an ether, right, an energetic medium that permeates everything around us and is within everything around us, the bending and warping of space-time could be described as the toroidal field that is created around something like a magnet.
Okay, exactly. But the magnet, it's in the medium. The medium, it's whatever we are around, right? It's around us, around everything, right? And then
No,
there is
so don't think about the magnet. The magnet isn't the medium.
no, the magnet is in the medium.
Correct.
And the medium, it's being affected. We can see the effects in the medium, because the magnet is, we can see the effects of the magnet that is in the medium. Then in the medium we can observe all other effects, which is the toroidal field that we see in everything in their construct, in their construct, right? And then we can look up and we see that toroidal field up above, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
that's also an effect, right? And the cause of that, it's above that, causing it in between.
Right, and that's why I think, or at least I believe, that we get this movement, the what some would call a 15 degree per hour drift. That is nothing more than the movement of the toroidal field. So it's the movement of the medium that we used to call the ether, which we have since, or I say we, but people have since tried to dismiss and they've tried to explain things in a way that is unexplainable through trying to quantify everything.
Yeah, because we cannot go up there and test it, I guess, from the limitations that we have at this state. Maybe other people have done it, they're just quiet about it. They probably, who knows. But yeah, that doesn't mean we cannot observe it, because we actually can devise equipment that can look up and see this toroidal field on a more expanded way, a bigger spectrum of it, which is the
Right.
electromagnetic spectrum that is visible with equipment.
Yes, that is why the electromagnetic spectrum is described as waves, right? Everything within the electromagnetic spectrum is described as waves in particular lengths, including visible light. Everything is described as waves, but a wave is not something in and of itself. A wave is what something does. And the question is, what is doing that waving? What is the medium in which the wave is being created? And a lot of people don't like to think about that. They just want to say that light is a wave, or, a radio transmission is a wave. But what is freaking waving? You have to have a medium in order to measure a wave. You can't measure a wave in the ocean without the freaking ocean.
But that's also the same misnomer with the fields in terms of magnetic fields. A magnet, you can divide it up infinitesimally. You can keep chopping up a magnet into tiny pieces and you will still always have a north and a south alignment inside of a field. So if you're looking at the Earth's field with the North Pole at the center, if you just drop a magnet and you make the magnet able to swivel, it will line up with the North Pole field. Now, what we call the North Pole, like you said, is rightfully the south, which is why the north end of our magnet points towards it, because north is attracted to south. So our central point is actually a south field. And then you were talking about plants growing. Plants grow the best with a south field. And simply even exposing the seed for an hour to a magnet causes the seed to germinate one day sooner than all the rest of the seeds, and then maintain that speed of growth throughout the entire production cycle. So it makes sense that if we had a giant tree at the center, and at the center there's this giant South Pole field, it could cause enlarged growth of plant matter. And the magnetic thing is, when you were saying why a piece of magnet is not magnetized until you pass a current through it, the field inside the object is incoherent. So the angles are all pointing in different directions. So it's not exhibiting an alignment with the field. And then the moment that you pass the current through the object, you cause an alignment in all those contradicting vectors inside the object. And once all the vectors inside the object are aligned, the object is now magnetized. And it's got to do with the field. But people think the magnet has strength. But it's kind of like if you imagine a wind tunnel and you put a wing inside a wind tunnel, as the air moves around that wing shape, it causes different disturbance patterns. Now start to think about magnetism in the same way. We have this field all around us, and these objects, magnets, are able to disturb this field in some way, but it's simply their interaction with the field that we're seeing. It's not the magnet itself causing the magic, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's well put. Exactly.
So, like you said, what's making the wave wave? The wave is the energy being transferred through the water. So the medium is the water, and the wave travels on the water. So when we see sound waves and light waves and all these other waves, what is the medium that they're traveling on to be able to exhibit a sine wave? The sine wave is up and down motion. Now, a particle cannot go up, then change its course and go down, and then at the bottom change its course and now go back up again, and then back down and up and down, causing a sine pattern for infinity. A particle would want to move in one direction unless acted upon. So even the idea of people thinking particles move like a sine wave, that they are wave-like, it's such a misnomer, because a particle you'd have to have like two ping pong bats. As the particle moves up, then a bat hits it back down, then the bottom bat hits it back up, and then it would create this zigzag pattern approximating a sine wave. But these things move in waves, in sine waves. So they are a wave. So what is waving? Same with the field. What is fielding? What is it that we're disturbing? It has to be this etheric field around us.
Yep. The etheric field is the elephant in the room in the conversation when it comes to light or EMF or magnetism or anything like that. It's always the medium is the elephant in the room that people don't want to talk about, that they want to dismiss. Now, the conundrum when it comes to talking about something like the ether is we can't remove ourselves from it to be able to manipulate and prove it, right? So that's the whole conundrum.
We can still make observation and observe certain phenomena, what we call natural phenomena, that we can kind of simulate down here. And
So here's my
See
theory.
cause and effect relationships.
Here's my theory. Einstein came in to remove the ether or the thought of the ether from consciousness and replace the ether, rename it as space-time, and say that it only operates on a galactic level, meaning it's something that we cannot interact with here on Earth, or it has negligible, or the effect of it is negligible here on Earth. So it removed people's way of thinking about how energy works here on Earth and placed it out in the cosmos and renamed it. Because when you
And
think
also,
about
it
the
also
theory of space
removed
time, it's basically the construct of what we've been told is bending and warping space time is the concept of almost the same concept as a toroidal field is interacting within the overall etheric field. But they removed it and placed it on the galactic level so that people don't understand how to work with and operate within the ether here to have more efficient energy sources.
Yeah, I was going to say that they removed an entire field. So in science now we look at either a push effect or a pull effect. What's the direct cause? But they skip over induction or inducing, creating the potential for. It's kind of like you have explosive technology and then you have implosive technology. And they've proven that if you try and use explosive means to like try and generate some kind of force, you have to use a magnitude far higher than if you try and implode it. Yeah, particularly with water and pumps. If you put a fin at the bottom of a giant water tank and this fin has to push through the water to try and force the water to move in a circle so that it doesn't grow algae, then you use these monster pumps like 12, 26 kilowatt pumps. But as soon as you want to move that water, you can create that same effect as a drain plug. And they use a little impeller, not a propeller. And it causes a vortex like you get at the beginning of your plug or as you open the plug. And the same amount of water can rotate for 100 watts, which is something like almost 1,000 times or 2,600 times less energy needed to move that same amount. So by us thinking only atomistic and everything is particles colliding and everything is a physical, either a push or a pull, we've missed out this whole idea of inducing, creating that little vortex in the middle, creating that type of flow. But it's like Tesla said that the moment that man realizes the world in terms of vibration and frequency, that we'll make more advances than we've done in the last 100 years. He understood there had to be a medium. There had to be this ether. And his understanding with that foundation that there is this etheric field led to wireless technology, the fax machine, 100 inventions from this guy. He could power light bulbs from the ground. He could create inductive currents and send power all around this realm using this field. And then they called him a crackpot. But now the point is that if people realize that there is this field connecting us and it is vibration and frequency, yes, I can only imagine how impactful we could be, good or bad, but that the whole idea of learning would need to change. There'd be a cooperation because we're all in this soup together. We're all in this field together.
Yeah, and most people don't even realize, like the motors that were created by Tesla and Steinmetz. Most people think of like a generator as that unit is actually generating power. It's not actually generating power. It's only inducing power from the energy around it.
Yeah, it'd be better to call it a converter. So it's converting from one type to another type.
It's
Correct.
flowing. It's flowing.
So you get converters, inverters, inductors. You get various types of transferring one energy into another type. And just that idea to me has always blown my mind, that you can step voltages up or step amps down, or the way you can play with power. It's like malleable.
You know something, guys? I wanted to point out that you both mentioned Solgar and the other guy. You both mentioned that what people we call or others call north, right? Geographical north. You say it's south. To me, that makes sense because we also have the celest. Well, it's been described as celestial north, and those points are one above the other, one below the other one. So when you look at the magnet, and we on this plane, on this side of it, the south, which will be part of the flow of that, and then above celestial north. So what you're saying definitely makes sense.
But just on a really like simple practical level, we held a magnet, like if you put a magnet on oil, so take a dinner plate, put a little bit of cooking oil on the plate, and then place the magnet that it can swivel to align its north or south. And it will move itself towards pointing. So your north pole will point towards the north. And that's a logical thing for a man to think. He looks down at his magnet, the north pole, the little red part at the top, turned to point in that direction. So we call it north because my magnet, the north of my magnet points that way. But a magnet repels like poles. So the north cannot point that way if that's a north.
Yeah.
Because it would want to repel.
Yeah.
So the only way that my magnet north can align in that direction is if there's a south field attracting it.
Because it's following the flow. Yeah, it's following the same direction.
South attracts north and north attracts south. But north repels north. It's interesting. I haven't thought of the celestial north directly above that point, because maybe that's why Polaris can't move, is because it's magnetically locked there because of the strong south field and it being a strong north. Maybe that's like the point of axis for the whole sky clock.
That is an axis. Yeah, it is an axis. And that's important to know. Yeah. There's also when we look up, because what the effects that we I wanted to say, right, what you said about the south and this flow, when you put the magnet and the north is pointing towards what we call the north, but now it makes sense is the south. So in between the south point and what we call the sky up above into heaven, celestial north that is right above it, that field is in progress. We are in that field, in that medium. That we are in the medium, that flow is happening and causing the effects, the waves, right? The wave that is causing is what we call waves because it's the medium interacting and showing the waves, right? Much more than that. And
what's the wave push off of? What's it keep its like rigidity in from? You know what I mean?
So real quick, there's also this is just me going through maps and what other people claim about certain regions. There's also kind of like a, how do you say, other areas where the compass that points north. There's other areas that have certain interactions, and some maps show and they claim it's the south or the north or another influx area, right? Um, and the thing is, when you look up, you see the effects of, if you see what I shared, there is the what we call the North Star or the North Toroidal Field, and then we have the South, what people call the South Toroidal Field, well, and around that area, there's another region of the Earth that has kind of like a similar effect. So the effect that we observe above in the heavens, like it's an effect that is happening in the medium that is in between down here Earth. You go up, you reach that medium that we can see the effects on, and then above that, I will say is the cause. Or the input into this medium.
This is, the field has to be electromagnetic, magnetic in its core. Electricity and magnetism, you can't remove one from the other. You have to often ground electrical things to get rid of the magnetic field or the static electrical field that builds up inherent charge. So we're in this gigantic field of magnetism continually. And the most that we were ever taught at school is there's a north and a south. And look how these magnetic filings stick to the one end. Here we use it to stick stuff on our fridges, refrigerators. And that's as far as they ever tell us about magnetism. And it's quite shocking that, especially how they hid the field. They reduced this thing that pretty much controls potentially like the entire axis rotation of the sky and all the living things on the earth, and all propagation of sound and light and everything is in this field. And all we do is stick things on our fridges with it. Quite crazy.
Solder, have you seen this one? It's a photograph that I took on a bubble, which the light is coming through, the sunlight is coming through. Let me share it. Gotta find it. I shared it yesterday.
So Tesla described light as a sound wave in the ether. That was his description.
Yeah, that sound is coming from above, and it's resonating with the ground, because the sound will, the light, the sound, the input from above is having a relationship with or an effect on the ground, and that is part of the effects that we experience in the medium. And all the effects that comes with that relationship.
You post what you're going to post.
I'm looking for it. 1 second. Yeah. All right, I got it here. We were talking about it yesterday, but okay. So I took these photographs.
Even ratios, like I was just looking at the golden ratios. Ratios are frequencies. They're repetition in a certain pattern continuing. And they can be calculated back down to like a numerical value. which we then apply to frequencies as well. We give them numerical values. So even the idea of sacred designs, when you start to think of them in terms of music and octaves and effectively pitches and tones, that's how we can get these harmonic, sacred geometric patterns. It's mind-blowing how they've robbed us of the link between frequency and what we see around us.
How does the Bible describe God creating the earth?
Before we go into the Bible, my bad, bro. Before we go into the Bible.
What is
Oh,
this,
go ahead. Answer.
Jamesy?
You can answer that question. Yeah, go ahead, and then I'll talk.
No, Jamesy, what did you post here? Are these bubbles?
So these bubbles were made by my daughters, and the one that we're looking at is actually like a double bubble, one on top of the other one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen those?
Yeah.
And then the sun, it's probably like maybe like a 60 degrees, I will say, something like that, maybe a little higher. Then I'm below the bubble, or not, maybe like the bubble is like 80 degrees above me or something like that, right? And then I took these pictures. I've been taking pictures, but this one in particular, you can
It's like a
see that the
doubling.
light of the light of the sun is being refracted, I will say, or yeah, refracted into 4 colors. You see the colors of the light?
Blue, pink, orange.
Yep.
What's the
Yeah.
fourth one?
I would
Just
say like looks white. It looks kind of white or
okay.
yellow,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, got you.
So then there's an effect on the bubble, and it's the one that is circled, the third picture, the fourth picture. You can see something like a crescent, like a moon crescent.
Yeah.
So that crescent that we see, that is actually a light. You see the 4 lights, they're stacking in each other, and on a point they're gonna be reflected on a point. But since the lights are stacking, one is gonna be the crescent that you see is light, and then the shadow is actually light but stacked on each other, but it's canceling itself. That's why it looks like a shadow. It's one light on top of the other one. You seen this effect that when you put a brighter light on top of a dimmer light, the dimmer light looks like a shadow. It looks dark, black.
Yeah, I've seen them.
So then I'm gonna just go a little further with this.
So
Then we see
what are
go ahead.
you what are you seeing in here that you're wanting to raise?
I'll bring it
What's the
now.
nugget?
Right? So the nugget is that when we observe above, we can see the moon and Venus. This is what I want to bring it up to. The moon and, all right, let's put it here. And then this one and this one. Look at the moon and Venus. So we see from down here the effects up above. The medium, we see the moon, and then you see Venus that has similar cycles like the moon, right? The crescent, half, and then you see them together, and then you can think about it like a left arm and a right arm. One, the effect is kind of happening closer to us, and then the other is happening on the other side of the medium that is above, maybe on top of the layer that we see. So it's a canceling, like when the light gets on top of each other and it starts shadowing itself. And from the perspective down here, we see these effects. And then when you think about what we call the new moon, you cannot see the moon. You see the sun, and then you see this shadow that goes on top of the moon, or this effect, this other light, which is the moon, because you cannot see it. You can see it transiting in front of the sun, and that's why it's causing that shadow, because it's a light going in front of the other light. The dimmer light looks like a shadow, and the brighter light gets obscured.
Very interesting. Interesting catch there in terms of noticing the finer detail in how light gets reflected or refracted on circular dome-like structures. I would say go look at the cycle of the moon phases and then correlate that with the Venus phases and see if there's any link. Because if it is the same light being reflected or doubled, you'd almost expect that they'd be similar phased. But if they're completely opposite phases, they may also be entirely separate objects, or separate light sources.
Yeah, but like I
But
say, we can
it's an
think about it
interesting,
almost like the opposite, yeah, because that's why it's causing a shadow, because it's an opposite. The left arm and the right arm, they're similar and the same, but they're opposites.
you've seen that GIF where the guy holds the glass dome up against like a circular pattern, and then it creates the two counter-rotating patterns, like the north celestial and the south celestial. Have you seen that demonstration?
No, I haven't seen that. That's very interesting. Yeah. Do you
Because I
have a
think it
link for
goes.
that?
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I've got a GIF. It goes along with what you're saying in terms of that light can be refracted in a way that it almost makes two reference points out of one single light reference point.
Yeah, and remember the medium above, we don't know how many layers and also this is something else. You see the moon, when we see the image of the moon, that image that we see with our eyes, right? And even with cameras, that looks like an electric effect. So the light going through a certain medium and it's giving an image of that point, but we see it from down here because we're down here, and this is what the layers above, or the construct above allows to see with our eyes, right? But the image itself is the light showing something that is going through and giving you that image. And remember, that image is also being presented to us down here, but I would say there is a container, right? We have a container. So the make of the layers above can be a little different at a certain levels,
Yeah, the optical effects is 90% of what we see. And it's always discarded, especially by the globers, and then said, oh, flat earth is refraction and perspective and all this other bullshit. They're trying to get rid of this thing that everything we observe is affected by this observer effect. When you have a singular observer, you're getting this perspective, you're getting this atmospheric distortion, you're getting refraction of the light source. So anytime that we start to try and calculate looking upwards, it's already flawed from the outset. Even getting an angle with a sextant, I think, why are we not applying refraction to that same standard? Why is it that I can say, yes, that star is at 32 degrees, but yet anything else, if I look at it, I know there's refraction?
So you see in the new moon, we cannot see the moon because it's getting closer to the range of the stronger light, right? The stronger light, right? The field of the sun. Because normally we see the moon away from the sun, right? But when it gets to that field that the sun induces from the perspective that we have, we don't see the moon because the stronger light is causing the dimmer light to look obscured, black. And then when it gets in front of the dimmer light gets on front of the stronger light, the sun, it causes a shadow. It causes an effect that we see, and it looks dark. Like an obstruction on the light.
Yeah, I
So the
must say
sun and the
I've
moon.
seen the dimming.
My
I've
bad.
seen the
Go ahead.
dimming. I've seen that dimming effect that you're talking about, but I've never seen one light make another light look black. So I don't know if you're trying to say that like the entirely blackened portion is just because there's a brighter light in front.
You
Have you
haven't.
seen that
There
that
are videos
effect?
of that, brother.
Okay, to make it go completely black.
Completely black. Yes,
Wow.
but again, but of course, the backlight is completely white. So I don't know. But then again, the sun is white light. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was just talking about what I was trying to tell you yesterday, and do you hear me?
Yeah, I just got in.
Yeah. So look at Venus. I want to bring it to Venus, right? And you see, I just shared the last person that shared. You can see the bubbles, right?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I did see it yesterday when you brought it up. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you see the light that is above the sun causing this effect on the bubble, and you see the refracted lights that is showing like 4 colors of the light, like blue, kind of reddish or pinkish, and then yellow and white light inside of the double bubble. Then on there is an extra an opposite to that, which is the crescent that we see on the surface of the bubble. You kind of see like a moon crescent or a light crescent. You see it? It's circled in the third picture. So
Found it.
that effect is the light stacking on each other and causing this effect where you see light but then obscure light because it's one light stuck on the other one, and that's why one looks like bright light and the other one looks like a shadow. You see it?
Yeah.
And then you scroll down and you see this photograph are of the moon and Venus. And you see, Venus and the moon are very related. They have a really close relationship. They share the night sky a huge percentage of the time that we observe them, which is the night sky mostly. And then you can see they share crescents as well. So we see the moon an effect, and we see Venus an effect, and you can that light that we see. What I'm trying to say is that the layers above, there is a relationship to that. Where the cause of the effect, the light that is coming through, or the electricity that is coming through, or whatever is causing the effect that we observe, it has multiple layers, and you see the effect it has when the lights are next to each other, causing these effects, these crescents, this dark light, black sun. Remember, people say the black sun, whatever, right? So
Yeah.
when when it's new moon, that the moon is getting closer and closer to the sun, we don't see the moon anymore because the brighter light is too bright near to this light that is getting closer, but it's too dim. That's why we don't see it. right? And when it gets in front of the sun, it looks dark. It looks like an obstruction or is making the light of the sun go obscure, go dark, black. It's very simple. And there is no coincidences, guys. Left and right
When you
arm.
have that thing that I was picturing with the like say you have a light, but then you have a brighter light in the backdrop, making that light look black. It would be the opposite though for the moon, right? Because I mean, unless the moon is getting black, I I don't know, man. I don't know.
So Jamesy,
Remember? Yeah, go ahead.
did you see the GIF that I've posted?
Oh yeah.
So the guy is showing how just simply placing an optical distortion, like what our atmosphere does, you on a board behind him, it's just rings, concentric rings. But as he slides that thing across, it creates two counter-rotating circles, and perfectly explains why the south celestial area has what appears to be its own rotation around a point, even though the entire sky is just one large track. And the dome, the thing that he's holding, the flat side is towards the camera, and then the domed part is towards. So it's exactly how we would be looking up at the sky, basically looking up at the thickest portion. So this idea that we could have either different light sources or light sources being refracted or doubled, like they often called it gravitational lensing when they got two of the same light, and then they presuppose that it's being bent around like a black hole or some bullshit. But this lensing, it can just occur simply because of the atmosphere. So the atmosphere, this ether or whatever this field is around us, which we're not told about, changes everything.
Yeah, and that's one layer because we see this layer that we are in, and then there's another layer above, and who knows how many layers between that and whatever is above everything. And yeah, I always say what we see from down here, the toroidal field, the north toroidal field, and what they call the south toroidal field, and these is effects that we observe. And there is a construct, right? There is a design behind that. So it's designed to look like that. It's no accident. It's an effect caused mark question mark. I say an effect, but there's many effects. It's interesting. This video is it's been shared here before. Seen this one? Anybody that's been listening and want to see dark light?
Yeah, there it is. Solar.
Yeah, so there is no coincidences that when the moon comes closer to the field of the sun, or the area of the sun, we can't see it, at least with our eyes. I'm pretty sure there should be equipment that we should be able to see the moon. I mean, I haven't tried it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we some electro-optical equipment, it will point out the position of the moon during the new moon. Haven't done it, but it wouldn't surprise me. And then when it reaches in front of the sun, in front of the light, it looks dark, black. And this, I don't know how to explain it, but it has to do about what we've been talking about, that flow of magnetism, electromagnetism, that flow in the medium. It has to do to that positive and negative effect. And we see here in light that in and out flow.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, man. I'm trying to get it to open at the moment.
Just trying to add it up, but it doesn't necessarily has to be the moon that is causing the block on the sun, but it's something that has to do with that. Maybe the sun itself has its own multiple layers from where it's coming through for us to see the effects. The moon could be an input or output on its own region of the sky. Doesn't necessarily has to be the moon that is causing the effect of the sun that we call the solar eclipse. But a left and a right arm positive and negative.
can of automatic rocket. Get your can of automatic rocket today. Helium.
Wow, Jimsy, that video is great. That one about the black light. Really explained it well.
I'm saying that it's kinda, we can kinda simulate something like that phenomena that happens with light, and something similar to that we see with the sun and the moon and some of the luminaries, but at the universe level, or the the layers above level, the designer, the
Yeah,
creator
but
level.
they've sort of lied to us by saying darkness is the absence of light. Whereas what that showed is that darkness is just light in a less amount. And then that, when you start to think about space, when you're seeing black up there, maybe that's just a lesser light compared to the brightness of the sun. Although when the sun's not there, it's still dark as well. But maybe these phases of these moons, or quote unquote orbiting moons of other planets, then maybe that is just an occurrence got to do with the light intensity that is making us think it's shaded when it's actually not.
Yeah, especially when you have a bunch of lights moving one next to the other one, and we have to add variables that we don't know of, the layers above that we cannot double check, right? That we have an observations of that stuff, but we don't know exactly what are the layers above, right? So that's a variable, big variable. So the effects that we see from down here, uh, a big spectacle with cycles on top of that, right? It's no like coincidence that is happening, had cycles to it. So yeah, the light getting on top. So when the light is coming through multiple layers, that light is, will you say refracted? That will be the term. The light is being, like I show you in the bubbles, right? In the bubbles, you see the sunlight. You see inside in the bubble, you see 4 colors of the sunlight, right?
Yes, so
So
refracted is any time that light is entering another medium and then causing some kind of a distortion to occur. I think that the substance that the bubble is made out of is like an oily kind of substance, and those oils normally shimmer with white light. So I think that the splitting of the light into the 4 different colors is probably more got to do with the actual substance of the bubble that
that's
causes that splitting. But what is interesting to me is that those 4 colored points appear at different areas on the bubble, almost as though the wavelength travels at a different speed, rendering the purple one here, but the orange one further away, because the orange light travels further than the bluish light. So So interesting. Like I say, it's
And then we see
fascinating when you start to actually look at the world that you live in, look at it with new eyes, and see what's actually there first. It's amazing.
and then in the bubble itself, we see other effects. You see what I shared, the sun tone, and you can kind of see something similar on the layers of the bubble. You see kind of like the sun tone, and then you see a shadow on the bubble. Is kind of, you see this crescent light and shadow in it. That is an effect that we can duplicate as light on top of light.
How that big circle, the red circle that you did, where it's almost like the same light is being reflected, but 180 degrees opposite from one another. Like
Yeah,
when you take a glass of water, or you take a glass and then fill it up with water, you can get the arrow to turn the opposite way. You put a little arrow behind the glass of water, and as you fill it up with water, it completely switches 180 degrees. So things that rise in the east and set in the west could be doing exactly the opposite, just simply due to the amount of moisture that's in the air. And that's the thing that what I was trying to say is, like, everything is optical. Everything comes back down to the same way that video about light explains that even the fact that we see colors is only occurring to the observer, because all colors are just white light, but being reflected back to the observer in a specific frequency. So it happens at the point of the observer. He sees the color, but it's all white light. Everything is about optical. It's literally like the beauty's in the eye of the beholder. And the creator created this almost like a giant eye. The dome, if you look at it, is very similar to the eyeball, the retina on the eyeball.
Doesn't the eye needs a dark black area to receive the light?
Yeah, correct.
So it kind of has something to say about what we were talking earlier about the flux of the magnetic, right? That is a flow, or because the light, I mean, when we look at it, that effect of darkness is kind of like you looking at the opposite of it, which the opposite of light will be darkness, but it's still light. When you put that one on top of the other, when those two lights, one looks dark. That's very interesting. And when I look at the moon and Venus, I see those effects, those crescents, and the relationship between those, and then the layers above. It makes sense that the light will have that effect that we observe. We also have Catman, D123. Welcome to the Flutter Discord, Catman.
Catman.
You've been
Hey.
unmuted.
Oh my god, I'm getting so much attention. Oh wait, oh god, I'm unmuted. So cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live.
Wait,
What
this
brings
is
you in
live?
today? Yes, this is live on YouTube and a few other places.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
Isn't that cool?
How many watching right now?
Dude, what are you watching?
No, how many watching the stream?
Oh man, there's no way to really know. Anybody got an answer for him? How many people are watching right now? Rough ballpark it.
Wait, what? Oh.
I was just asking. I mean, there's thousands.
Yeah, what that name
throughout
though?
the day. Throughout the day, there are thousands, probably.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead. What now?
What?
What was your? Do you have a question for us?
Oh no.
Oh, okay. Where are you from, partner?
Denmark.
Denmark. Very nice.
Yes.
What time is it over there?
Wait, what? Oh,
Go
what
ahead.
time?
Yeah.
It's 7 o'clock.
We've got an Icelander here. Go ahead. Much closer than where I am.
Can you see the northern lights? Icelander.
Oh, I thought someone said they were from Iceland. Sorry, my bad. He's from Denmark. Our new guy is from Denmark. Correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, cool. So, go ahead.
My
Go ahead.
question is about RGB, red, green, and blue. If you mix RGB and light, or red, green, and blue, you get white light. But if you mix RGB and paint, you get black paint. Red, green, and blue makes black paint. So, how is that possible? In light, we get white light, and in paint, we get black paint.
I have no idea how to answer that. I love that you brought it up, though.
It's a glitch in the matrix. That's an interesting question. Why, right? Why?
Yeah, I didn't even know that, first off, and now that I know it, my mind is second blown by the fact that I wouldn't even know how to go about testing to answer that question.
Atman, we have a question for you. Why will light look black?
Fuck. Let me think. I have no fucking idea.
All right.
Yeah, but I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on the flat Earth?
Same thing they are as on a globe Earth. UFO means unidentified flying object.
Yeah, some flying object that you cannot identify. Exactly that.
Yeah, okay, thanks for the answer.
Yeah, and flying objects are dependent on a flat Earth, just like the globe. The globe only works on a flat Earth, but nothing works on the globe.
The globe only works on a flat Earth. That needs to be a T-shirt.
Yeah, and the aircrafts, the UFOs that you were talking about, those things that fly in the air, that stuff is dependent on flat Earth too.
I love it.
I mean, because the only way I know that is because we see it from the flat Earth, so it works on a flat Earth. So Flatman, I mean what is it? Catman.
Yeah.
What makes you believe that you live on a curving, moving second law of thermodynamics, all nature laws violation, spinning globe cartoon? What makes you believe that?
Why do you believe you're on a globe?
Ultraviolet. Yes, it moves around, and it's scientifically proven that it's.
So, did you say the first point was that it moves around?
No, actually not. That was kind of dumb.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Could you repeat that one more time? I didn't catch it.
Yeah, it was kind of dumb. Don't mind it.
Don't mind it.
How come it sounds like you're talking through a coffee can?
It's the room echo, I think.
Oh yeah, I don't have a microphone. It sounds like shit. No, it sound like shit.
You sound like you're talking out of a bathtub or something that's empty.
Oh wait, no. ours don't have a microphone, and it sounds like shit.
I didn't understand a single word he just said. Is it just me?
He said his microphone sounds like shit,
Oh,
which is
Well,
truth. He's being
that's
honest.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll do our best to understand you. Maybe try talking closer to the mic.
Yeah, sure. Is this better?
Way better. See, we fixed the whole thing.
Are you from Kathmandu?
Huh?
Are you from Kathmandu?
I don't think that's a country. What does he mean? Are you from Kathmandu? Yeah, okay, I'm not getting any answers here.
I don't know what he meant, my friend. Sorry, I don't speak for other people. That's all right. I was giving him a chance to respond, and since he didn't, we might need to move on. In that case, what brings you in today at 7 o'clock? Is it 7 o'clock p.m. then at nighttime over there?
No. Yeah, it's PM. Yes.
PM? Okay, so you live in the future. Cool. What's it like in 7 hours?
Oh, it's very cool. Obama has been elected president again. Yes.
Yeah?
Can you believe it?
Cool. Cool beans.
So I was going to say Kathmandu is in India.
No, I'm not from India.
Nepal.
I'm not
It's
Indian.
the capital of Nepal.
Yeah. Because your name is Catman.
Oh, no, that's just Danish for Catman.
And then you're kind of talking like this, and so I'm kind of thinking
that's just an accent.
Just an accent. Oh, okay.
It's just an accent, right? Accents are from somewhere. But anyway.
Oh, well, that's just how I speak English, I mean.
Okay, right on.
Yeah.
So what brings you in this evening?
Nothing much. Just some friends invited me. Then I just checked it out. Then I saw it was a live stream. Then I just joined.
Yeah. Well, good. That's great. And you know the topic of the server is the flat Earth.
Yes.
Earth. See, the reason it is because Earth measures flat, and we can't seem to measure anything else but flatness in anywhere we measure it, short or long distances.
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
How do you think the Earth's core? How do I say it in English? Let me think. Like the Earth core, no, the fucking Earth's core is in the middle of everything, right?
You're talking about gravity?
Yeah.
So, is it your opinion that a molten iron core is somehow magnetically pulling everything to its center?
Okay, let me just ask a different question. What happens if you go off the edge?
What edge? Yeah, we haven't really discussed an edge just yet. No one's really found one. We don't claim to know about an edge. So.
Yeah, but we know if you go straight ahead in the same direction, you end up in the same place sooner or later.
Oh man, I can barely understand you.
You said go in the same direction. Hey, what happens if you get to the edge of the universe?
Yes.
What happens if you get to the edge of the universe?
Don't you mean the Earth?
No, I'm asking you. You believe in a universe that's expanding, so it has to have an edge.
Yes.
Yeah, what happens when you get to the edge?
Nobody knows because nobody has been there.
Nobody knows because nobody's been there. Oh, wow.
Fancy that.
How convenient. How convenient that you can make a claim about something that you don't know.
How can you claim that the Earth is flat when you don't know there's an edge?
I don't claim it's flat. It measures flat. That's not a claim. It's a fact.
How do you...
It measures flat. That's not a claim. That is a fact.
How do you know it's flat?
Because it's been measured that way.
It measures flat. Therefore, it is flat.
Where's the edge?
Let me ask you something. If something measures flat, is it curved?
It's not completely flat. Nothing is.
That's not what I asked. I said if something measures flat, is it curved?
Yes.
Okay, then you're a retard.
Oh, that language, I don't like that.
No, listen. You are a moron. If you just said that something that measures flat is curved, you are a moron.
Technically, nothing is.
You realize that, right?
No. Technically, nothing is perfectly flat.
Do you have any
Technically,
brains in your head at all?
I mean, I
You
can.
I have a
just
better
said
question. Is there
you
such a
just
thing?
said
Does it all, doesn't
something
it?
flat can be curved. That
You
certifies you as
hold
being
on.
either insane or a complete troglodyte. Which is it?
Insane.
Are you insane or a troglodyte?
Can I ask you something? How
No,
can
I want to know why
no
you
no no no?
said
Can I ask you
something flat
something? Can
is
I ask you
curved. I
something?
want
Can
to
I ask you
know
something?
why you said that something that measures flat is curved. I want to know why you said that.
Because nothing is perfectly flat. Like
Yes, it is.
perfect.
Yes, it is.
How do you know?
Because I own a concrete company.
Oh,
I live
yeah,
by things
and then you
being
just
perfectly flat. I live by things being perfectly flat and measurable.
yeah, but how do you know
I'm
it's not like
surveying. I know what flat is. You
yeah,
don't.
but it could be like off by like 0.0001% or something.
Buddy, we're talking about what's measurable.
Everything's measurable.
So you're saying the Earth isn't measurable?
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
You're not saying anything
So
so
then
far.
you don't have a falsifiable claim, do you?
What the fuck that means?
You don't know what that means?
No, English
It
is
means
not
you're
my
making
main
a
language.
claim that you're making a claim that can't be tested. You're claiming
Yeah, and
it's
flat.
curved and we just can't detect it.
And how can we detect that it's flat or whatever you
Because
said?
you can measure it, you idiot.
Then where's the edge?
You tell me. I didn't say there was an edge, did I?
And I didn't say there wasn't.
Well, you did bring it up
You're
first,
saying
so
there
you're going
has
to
to
have
be
to.
an edge. I'm not claiming an edge. You're saying there has to be an edge. Why are you saying that?
Then if
Tell
there
me
isn't
why
no,
you're
no, no,
hold
no,
on.
no,
Tell
no.
me
Then
why you're saying there has to be an edge.
if there isn't an edge, then where does it end? Where's
No,
all the
you
other
tell me.
things?
It's your claim. I'm not claiming that.
No. You're saying that there isn't an edge.
I'm saying
So-
I don't know anything about an edge. You were the one literally trying
And
to
if
ask
you don't
me
know anything about
an
an edge, then
I'm not saying I know anything about an edge. Are you a retard?
Sir,
I am
Your
for
second
sure.
sir,
for
you
your
brought it
fifth
up
language.
first. Sir,
You
you
brought
brought it
up
up.
an edge, buddy. That's on you.
Yeah, okay, buddy. Jesus Christ.
Okay,
In
buddy.
your words, you assume there's an edge.
Okay, let's just say there isn't
Why
an
are
edge.
you assuming there has to be an
No.
edge?
Then let's say there
wanna
isn't
know,
an edge.
I want to know why you're assuming there has to be an edge.
Because that's like basically everything flat earthers say.
You have to tell me why you think there is an edge.
Yeah, can I ask you something?
No, you have to explain why
Well,
you've
you
claimed
just
that an
said it.
edge is necessary.
Dumbness.
Tell me why
Because-
you think an edge is necessary.
Because that's basically what every
Tell me
single
why you
flat-
think an edge is necessary, please.
Keep talking, dipshit. Can you stop fucking talking while I'm
Sure,
talking?
if you answer me, are you going to tell me why you think an edge is necessary?
If you stop fucking talking it over me,
Hey,
dumbass.
Potato, why is an edge necessary? Why is an edge necessary, bud?
What the fuck is talking now? Okay, fuck. Let me. If you sir, like every single picture I've ever seen of some flat Earth Photoshop thingy, right?
I didn't draw
There is an
that.
edge.
Don't give a fuck what you've seen. Nobody
I don't
cares,
care
dude.
what pictures.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Nobody
I don't
asked you.
care what pictures you've seen. You will not find an edge advocated here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, okay. If there isn't an edge, right? Let's say that. Then what?
What do you mean if there isn't? What do you mean if
that's
there
saying
isn't?
that you fucking shut the fuck up and let me speak, you
You're
dumbass.
saying
No,
if.
fuck you, dude.
You're saying
Get
if.
him,
The
man.
fuck you? I wasn't even talking to you.
You're
Fucking
hypothesizing a negative.
fuck. Do you mean naked?
You're hypothesizing a negative. You're saying if there isn't.
Yeah, but let's just say that you're saying there isn't an edge, right?
I'm not saying anything about an edge.
Yeah.
You brought up the edge,
You
mister.
brought up an edge. Listen to yourself.
You asked us if there was an edge. Where was it? What does that even mean?
Yeah, I was asking.
You want us to tell you where something that doesn't exist isn't?
So you're saying the Earth isn't flat?
That is not what anyone said.
Got him. This is exactly what I wanted you to do. You
Okay.
necessitate
I don't even know
Earth
what
being
the fuck
flat
that
as having an edge. That's on you. That's your claim.
I don't even know what that means.
Validate it. Validate it.
I don't know what that means either.
Validate it.
That
Can
even
I-
means
can I just
Make
say
it valid. Make it true. Show us that it's
Hold on,
true.
let me pull up the dictionary.
He doesn't know what
And-
validate means. Yeah.
You know what?
Can I
You know
just
what
calm this?
validate? It means verify through evidence.
Can I just calm this back down a little bit? Where this all
Yeah,
originated? Where this all originated was we said you can measure that the area that you're staying in is flat, the same way that in a warehouse, I could measure that this 3x3 area is level. Doesn't mean I have to go find the exterior of the warehouse. I just need to measure the 3x3 to determine that that 3x3 is level. And you wanted to go outside of the warehouse by asking where's the edge, because you don't want to accept that the 3x3 is level. Yeah,
So is the
essentially
world
you're saying
is
that
the
if
world
you have a
infinite?
flat floor, you're saying that if you have a flat floor, it must have an edge. That is your claim.
Yeah, but so the world is infinite. Are you saying that?
I didn't say anything.
No.
This is you. You're trying to fit it into something. What are you trying to fit this into?
What do you say? What happens
You
if
are
you
trying to take when we say the Earth measures flat. You're trying to take that, fit it
Can
into
I
some
ask you?
idea.
Can I ask you?
You're trying
Real
to
quick,
take
1
that
second,
and
bro.
put it
Hey,
into
hey,
some idea. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to walk you through the steps of what you actually are trying to insert it into.
Well,
yeah. The
Here he
problem
is,
is
Mike.
that he did a Google search about flat Earth, and he saw a picture of a flying disc, and he
Yeah,
thinks,
that's
"Oh,
he sees a flying
where
disc
is
in
the
space,
flying disc?"
Yeah,
and that's what he thinks we're talking about.
exactly, Jim.
So what's happened? So is the world infinite?
I didn't say anything about the whole world.
No.
What
Listen,
is the Earth? Hey, if the Earth is flat, what is it?
ground, of course.
What? If the Earth is flat, you don't know what it is, do you?
Yeah, but do you think there is an edge? Yes or no?
Oh my
I
God,
have
who
no
gives a fuck?
idea.
That's not a
Yeah, it's
yes
called the
or
beat, you
no.
dumb
No,
motherfucker.
hold on. What do you mean yes or no? Is that how science We're is done? You ask a question, question, you you say yes or no?
No, I
Is
asked
that
you if
how
you
you, is that
believe.
how you
I asked you if you
do
believe
you
it's flat.
make binary choices for discovery? Or do you
Okay, so
just go find out? Which is
No,
it?
I asked you. Do you believe there is an edge?
I don't have a belief about the edge.
Then
So that
that's
was
a
a
no.
better
That's
type of
saying no.
question.
We stand on. We're directly
I
measuring
do
the
not
ground we
subscribe
stand on.
to any model that you have seen. But see the progress for what it is. He asked a silly question at first. We've corrected him on his questioning. Now he simply asked your opinion if there's an edge. You can answer yes or no in your opinion. But
I have
the point
no
is
opinion
that
on the edge. I have no opinion on
that
the edge.
the idea of water being contained in a puddle. Think about a road surface, like the asphalt. There's a little hole containing some water in the middle. The outside of the road has to be higher than whatever that water's contained in. Now, what we know is that the
The
water
problem
is
is what
flat.
he's trying to do is he's trying to get us to validate something he believes about his model. That is the problem. That is why I'm not that's why I'm
The
being
first time,
autistically hyper
but the,
focused on this.
but the
You
first
know
time he
why? I
asked
mean,
that, the first time he
you know
asked
why?
that, he was implying that. But the second time, he was simply asking your opinion.
My opinion is that it doesn't matter.
But because the thing is, he's thinking about it from the outside perspective, and you are trying to bring him down to earth to the real East level, to our experience perspective, the things that we measure and
Catman,
experience.
can we try this one more time? If something measures flat, what is it? Flat? Is that what he said?
Yeah, but if you go on space, right?
No,
Space.
dude,
Hold on. Have you
Why
ever
are
been?
you talking about fucking space, dude? We're talking about the ground, right?
Yeah,
You
hold on.
understand that? We're talking about the ground where your fucking feet are, not what's above your fucking head, you fucking potato.
Jesus Christ. Someone has anger management issues.
Don't take the Lord's name in vain, you fucking piece of shit.
Okay,
all right.
Who is
Memes is trying to talk to him. Go ahead.
who is losing their temper?
Joshua.
Yeah, Joshua.
Agreed.
Chill. Seriously, chill. All right. Yeah. So what was I even
All right,
talking
my bad.
about? All right. If it measures flat, it's flat. If you're standing, let's say you're standing on an empty foundation, just a block of flat concrete. You get to the end of the area you've measured. It's still flat going out once you leave it. It's still flat as far as you go. just because you're measuring a flat area, what does that mean?
If you look at it from like outside the atmosphere, right?
Hold on a second. Stop. If the ground measures flat, then nothing you believe outside of that matters because it's not true instantly.
Well, what if I don't believe the ground is exactly flat?
No, it's not a matter of belief. It measures flat. It is factually flat. It is reality.
Just like it's factually round.
No, that's
No,
pretend.
not
You
factually
cannot
round.
measure it
It
being
can't be
round. Therefore, you are playing pretend.
It
I
can't
do
be
not
both.
want to live a life playing pretend. I like measurements because those
Right,
are
like directly
reality.
measuring your backyard, right? Compared to someone selling you a story of how big your backyard is or what it could be, you could go measure it and fucking figure it out for a fact. And you
You
could say,
measured
okay,
the
well,
whole
I
Earth.
just measured this yard. Now my yard measures 1 million miles. That's all I'm paying for. I'm not going to pay you for yards that don't exist.
But have you measured the whole Earth?
The thing is, you don't need to measure the whole Earth. You just need to determine if the rate of
No,
curvature
you
that they
certainly
claim
do.
exists.
No.
Guys, let's meet him. Let's meet him. Let's meet him where he's at. He's in his mind, looking downwards to the earth from space, right? Try to come down to earth and think about things in the in the practical things in your day to days, the things that you can actually do. So
Yeah, and I don't think anybody's backed up into space.
when you measure your table and it measures flat, are you gonna say that your table is a sphere because it measures
Right,
flat?
because you backed up to across the street. So I went across the street. Now my table's all of a sudden a sphere. Is that what you're telling us? I mean, is that how that works?
Well, if you like look at a straight, if you
No,
make
stop saying ifs. Hold on a minute. We measured our table. It's flat, guaranteed. We walk across the street. Now you're telling us it's round because we walked away from it. Is that what you're telling us? Is that what we're asking?
Well,
That's what we're asking you.
no, that's not what I'm saying. Yeah, like if
So
you
what are
take
you
a
saying? If we measure the Earth to be flat, now if we back up in space, what happens?
it's no, listen. If you take
No,
straight,
stop ifing. Stop. That's what we want to stop doing. Stop bringing your
then
ifs
take a
into it.
straight blow. Go ahead
It's
and
measured.
just
It's measured flat. So if you back up from it, what would it still be? What would it still be? Clearly, it would still be flat no matter how far you got away from it. I mean,
Have
what?
you been out flying in an airplane?
Catman, I want to ask you something. I want to ask you
What?
something. How far
Yeah.
away? How far can you see? Like you stand on the beach. How far should you see on a ball? If you're on a ball, like you think, how far should you see?
Who are you
am I
asking?
supposed to know how long I wanted to see?
How
Depends how good.
far should you be able to see if you live on a ball?
No, depends how good my vision is.
I didn't understand him. Anybody else?
Depends how good my vision is.
Depends on how good your vision. Actually, no, it's a matter of perspective. It's 1.22 times the height of the observer.
Hello.
I'd ask him what other objects become spheres when you back up from them. I mean, does he have any of those somewhere?
I think that's too conceptually. I think that's above his pay grade.
Well, I mean,
But I
basically,
think
he's saying we look and we measure. We're on something. We measure it to be flat everywhere. Basically, almost up to 100%, like 90% of it, right? Flat. Every portion, minus little mountains, dips, valleys. Everything else, flat. Sea level, flat. So he's saying that we back away, and all of a sudden it becomes a sphere. So I'm just asking him, in reality, has he ever measured something flat and then backed away and it became a sphere?
All he's going to say is, I see a live stream of ISS, so yes, that is what happens. That's it.
But
That's all
his
he's gonna say.
fallacy,
I don't even know
his
what the fuck
fallacy
an
was
ISS
about
is.
saying
Chris, are you getting
we.
destroyed mentally?
When
Shut the fuck up.
he said when we go into space, when we go up there and see this sphere,
Right,
we
like
haven't ever been. We
Yeah.
haven't ever been there. Not you, not us. No one has actually been to that region that you use so colloquially when you say, well, when we go up to space, we see X, Y, Z.
It's
right.
because they
Supposedly
validate
someone's
that
up there.
exploration that's missing in him, and so he gets to live through them by saying we.
Right, and I just want to know which checkerboard measures flat. You stand on it, it's flat. It's flat. I mean, there's nothing about it that's not flat. And then how far away do we got to back up for it to be a sphere?
I have a question regarding this. How come did you start believing in this conspiracy theory? And is it allowed to talk about other conspiracy theories as well in here?
So you agree with it? Hold on, y'all. So you agree with it?
Agree? What? Sorry.
When you say conspiracy theory, you know what a theory is, right?
Exactly. I know what a theory is, but I do not. I do not believe that the Earth is flat. But I am very interested in hearing your point of view.
Okay. Well, what I was saying is a theory. Every time someone says conspiracy theory, what they're saying is that they agree with it. Because theory is a scientifically validated and confirmed hypothesis, isn't it?
Conspiracy is a conspiracy.
Oh, conspiracies don't happen?
Not every time, no.
Not every time? Let me ask you something. If someone lies to you 10% of the time, would you believe a single word they ever said in your life?
No.
You
Not in
wouldn't?
particular, no.
Don't lie.
No.
You wouldn't.
I just said not in particular, no.
Okay, not in particular. Okay. So every single government lies constantly. It's the nature of government and hierarchy. It's called compartmentalization. By definition, they conspire all the time.
Correct. That's the thing I wanted to raise.
People who don't believe that conspiracies happen are the lowest IQ mongoloids on this earth. They are literally subhuman animals.
Every time you've ever had a management meeting where they've decided which way they're going to steer the business, that is men conspiring towards a certain outcome. That's what the word to conspire is. So when all the big bread companies decide to sell bread at the same price so that they can all be more profitable, they have committed a conspiracy. They have conspired to charge the end user more money to generate profit and keep the consumer unaware of this.
Back in the 1950s.
That was really my question in the first place.
Hold on. Back in the 1950s, all the light bulb companies got together and created a standard light bulb, like a standard for light bulb manufacturing. And they did it in order to keep long-lasting light bulbs from getting on the market.
Thank you for bringing up cartel.
Yeah, but that was not quite the question, the answer that I wanted in the first place. I just asked you how did you start believing in this, and is it okay to talk about other theories as well?
It was just math.
You can't believe in this. This isn't something about belief.
It's not a matter of belief. I believed in the globe, and I believed in NASA, and I was a big, huge NASA fan. Then one day I sat down, I was told to do the math. I did the math, and the math does not line up with what I'm told. Period. In the story, if the math doesn't match reality, what's incorrect? Is reality incorrect, or is the math incorrect?
And then you know it's flat. You no longer believe it's a ball and believe we've gone to space. You know that water is level, so much so that sea level covers 70% of the surface.
But why would the moon be round, and why would the sun be round? Why would other planets be round?
Those don't have anything to do with the measurement of flatness of Earth, though.
Sorry?
What do those have to do? Do you live on the moon? Do you live on the sun? It's just kind of like saying,
no, but I'm asking you, why should they be round when the Earth should? Why do you think the Earth?
It's like driving around in a Volvo and seeing someone in a Ferrari and saying, "Well, I must be driving a Ferrari." How do you know you're anything like those in the sky?
So if I look around and all I see is trees, I am a tree.
Okay, but please explain to me then why would they lie about it?
Just listen. Does that make sense? When I say to you, if I look around me and I see trees, I must be a tree. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're telling me, yes, but
does that make sense?
I don't think you
yes
can use
or
it
no?
in the same. Sorry.
You say you understand it, but does it make sense?
I am telling you that I understand. It does make sense what you're telling, but I don't think it matches what my question was.
Does it make sense to say because I see trees?
I got a better one. I look up on my ceiling I see a light bulb.
Mm-hmm.
Is my floor shaped like a light bulb?
What?
You're saying look up and we see round lights. Therefore, we must be living on a ball?
A round light.
Yeah, but I understand what you're
He
saying.
said
I
yeah.
do.
He said
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so that
Let's go
makes
back to the
sense to you.
basics and explain the curvature of the Earth and how impossible it is.
Sorry.
So
Explain. Let's go back to the basics and explain to him like how impossible the curvature of
oh, you mean
the globe
physics?
model is.
How
Well,
physics
he
don't
had another
work?
question though. He had another question after that. He was
Yeah.
asking why they would lie.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Why
why
would
would
they?
they
Okay.
lie?
Just tell me your like
Well, why
theories on
does
why the
one
government
lie
would lie
about the
about it.
rest?
So you've
I think
conceded that the lie took place, and now you want to understand why they would commit such a fraud to the entire population. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm
The
My
asking.
CIA
grandma,
Yes.
experiment, like so
my
many
grandma
CIA
lied.
experiments that were exposed only lately.
Those
They
are the
literally like
truth.
exposed like hepatitis and all kinds in the black community earlier in like in the 60s, and only
syphilis.
lately have it been exposed. They conspire. People can lie, especially like
Hold
a
on.
government that wants to control like people's
There's a
opinions and
real
stuff
easy
to
way.
have them.
There's a
Can I
real
say
easy
something to
way to
those folks?
expand on this. There's a real easy way to expand on this. Why does anybody lie?
Exactly. Why does your grandma keep the secret of the cookies from you? Why does your parents tell you Santa Claus is real or whatever? Like, why do they
Okay,
tell
I
you
understand what
anything?
you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Yes, please. But the question is, do you have any theories on why they would lie? Like, what is
No, I
behind
have
it?
no idea.
Yeah, they're
I have
insane.
I
They
have
are
I have
insane.
I have no
They're
idea, but I
crazy.
also can't tell you why Jeffrey Dahmer chopped up men, ate them, and kept parts of them in his refrigerator. I can't tell you why, but I know he
Exactly.
did it.
They're insane.
I have a suggestion to that. I think he's a psychopath and he's insane.
I know, but I can't
So are
tell.
they.
But that's not the why. He didn't just do it because he's a psychopath. He had his reasons. I'm sure he did,
Yes,
but I'll
because he's
never
insane.
understand them. I'll never
No,
understand them.
Oh no, he might have liked blue that day, so he had to eat that guy that had blue on. He might have
Yeah.
liked green, so he had to eat the lady with green. You never know, right? It's
Killing
psychotic.
and
Maybe
eating
he
people
thought.
is a symptom of the problem.
Yeah, what
Maybe
the
he
thing
thought.
is why do evil people do evil stuff? Why do evil people lie? I don't know, because they're evil. Maybe they're just merry pranksters. I have no idea.
Yeah,
It's
Your guess
extremely
doesn't
is as good
matter.
as
subjective
mine.
too.
Maybe they
Why
get
would
off
they
on.
lie?
Maybe
I mean,
he
it's
liked the taste of people.
ultimately
Maybe
it's an
they,
appeal to motive, though, and I can never really tell you what's in somebody's heart, can I?
no,
or their mind, for
no.
that matter.
And now, would you explain to me, please? How did you find out? Oh,
We
yeah.
measured.
How? Okay. What?
Water
Are
We
you
is
writing a
level.
measured.
paper?
Water
Okay.
is level. That's all you
He's
need to
writing a
know.
paper.
If this is a personal question, like how did we find out? I will tell you. Someone showed me a photograph. They told me how far away it was. I did the math. It didn't work. So I went to the beach and I found a building that was 22 miles away.
And should
And
there
it
be a
should have been under
curvature?
several 100 foot of curvature. And it
Okay,
wasn't.
but you must understand that I don't know anything about this. So, should there be a curvature on for when you have gone 22 miles?
When you were in school, they told you that ships go over the curve. That's why they disappear, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's because it's supposed to be curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
And if
So
you're
by
6 foot by 3 miles, that ship should be gone.
yeah,
So
at 10
a
miles,
six,
that's
But
66.7 feet.
but couldn't it just be the
3
vision?
miles.
Like, could it be just be you that that your
No,
vision is
it's
not
the,
supposed to?
they
Or
they
no?
taught us
Math
they
doesn't
taught
work.
us it's the curve of the earth that the ship is sailing behind at 3 miles. So when you see something at 22 miles and you can see the base of it, meaning no part of it is obstructed, and the model says that at 3 miles it should be blocked, then you start to scratch your head because either what I'm seeing is a lie or what I was taught is a lie. And the
Okay.
point about this whole conspiracy thing, you say, why? Do you think that the owner of slaves teaches his slaves everything?
No,
Or
no,
does
no, no.
he keep
Yeah.
them relatively dumb so that they are competent to do a task, but not competent enough to question the masters.
Yeah, I get
And
what you're
that's
saying.
why they would conceal a lot of this information from the slave population, the worker bees, the tax base.
But how
So
come
that
when the ships just sail in one direction, how come that they will end up in the same position again?
You're
Well, they won't.
Gishgalopin. Can you let him answer your question first?
Well, I think you did answer it, but this is an actual good
Yeah,
one.
I understand what he said.
Okay,
I
so you're asking, can you name a ship that can sail through land?
They can sail through land?
Yeah, because no ship can just go in a straight line and come back.
No, but
There's
with a couple of
there's obstacles. Just saying, there's obstacles. There's continents.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Now, when you're navigating, you're pulling a straight line from north. There's only one direction, and that is north. Everything is derived from north. East, west, and south are derived from north. So anytime you're going east or west, you are not traveling in a straight line. You are traveling in a circle around north. It's a 90-degree angle to north. That is west and east. 180 degrees from north, antipodal, that's south. So if you want to just do,
I'm sorry, but I'm lost here.
so the reason that you'll end up in the same spot is because if you keep going west and you'll end back up in the same spot, it's because you're flying in a giant circle. Keep heading west and you keep your compass on west, it flies you in a giant circle.
Okay,
that
but
is
how will
literally
you?
hold on. That is literally how you navigate. You navigate on a flat azimuthal map.
What if you break that circle? What if you? What happens if you go to the? How are we supposed to go to the? Okay, let's just say that this is what you're telling me is real. What will happen if we go over the edge of the Earth? Like
what edge?
Shouldn't there be
have you been to an edge?
You've never heard us call an edge, even with the other guy.
All right, but like, what are we on then?
I don't know what we're on. I don't know what Earth is.
You know, there's an edge to the universe according to the globe narrative. What's going to happen if we reach the edge of the universe? We know this reality is finite, and therefore this Earth itself is finite. Like, oh, what edge? Why? Like the major point is that it's not a globe. It's like you're asking questions like that are like are still unknown to us. Like, oh, what edge? Like, do you know there's edge? By the way, the only reason we allegedly know that there's an edge is because this we know this universe or whatever we live in is finite. If it's not finite, like there would be like an infinity amount of paths and like we wouldn't exist. But this is advanced. We only know like there's an edge to the universe because of the alleged logic, not even science and empiricism. So like this edge argument is like a red herring. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, Vio. The problem
So
here
it
is that
wouldn't
you've
be
been.
an edge; it would be an end. I think we need to clear this up, especially for the audience.
Yes,
Listen, for the
an
sake of the
end.
audience, let's explain gas pressure briefly. So gas pressure is defined as the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas inside of it. Air pressure is gas pressure. So you cannot, by definition, have gas pressure without a container. Since we have air pressure is gas pressure. That means that by default and by definition, we are inside a container. Now, I can't tell you what this container is made out of. I cannot tell you the dimensions of it or how big it is, but I can tell you for sure that we're inside of it. It might go on really far. It might go on a little shorter than that. But the point is, we're inside a container. So it wouldn't be an edge, like you'd be falling off into the vacuum of space or some bullshit like that. You would simply run into a wall that gives us gas pressure. It would extend up in front of you and back behind your head, whatever it would be made out of or whatever shape it would be. We can't tell you what it is or how big it is or whatever, because we're not allowed to travel freely over the earth, and we're not allowed to verify these things. You are not allowed to either. And if that bothers you, then I don't know what to tell you.
But why wouldn't you are allowed to take? You're allowed to buy a boat, and then you're allowed to sail with the boat.
Actually, you're not allowed to go past the 60th parallel south unless you have approval from 51 nations of the Antarctic Treaty, or you're part of a tour that only takes you to a point off the coast of South America.
But
Yeah,
listen,
but can you go?
listen, Vito, I'm in UK now. Let's say that I have $1 million and I go to buy a boat. You think that I will go so easy in France?
No, but I'm asking, can you just like avoid the Antarctic continent and then just go past it and then?
It's not a continent.
Let me ask you this: what happens when you
Whatever
get
it's
to the,
called, whatever it's
what
called.
happens now when you get down to Antarctica and your diesel fuel starts to freeze once you're inland? What do you do?
What about if you have a sailboat?
A sailboat? No, that's not my question. If you go to quote unquote what you think is the edge, which is this ring of Antarctica or whatever, and your diesel fuel starts to freeze, how long do you think you'll survive?
Not for long, but
not for long. It imagine if 1 million people got $1 billion to try and walk through an oven at 10,000 degrees. It wouldn't matter how much money you had. It doesn't matter how much resources you have. It's just death where you're going.
That also, yeah. How we will survive 1 month or minus 80? If you want to go if you want to go further and further, let's say that you need to spend 1 month. How you will survive on minus 80? Let's say if it's maybe it's minus 100. I don't know. How we will survive that? How we will? Which equipment you need? Only ship to go?
Yeah, I will need the ship to go, and then I will of course need some warm clothes, and I will need some.
You will know what you will reach. You will reach let's say that you will reach like minus 80 degrees temperature, but you are going further, with your ship. But now you have wall. Okay, now I will take off the ship, and what you will use to go on the land.
Eventually, we're gonna get some social influencers. They're gonna say, "Hey, people are asking about Antarctica. We're gonna do a trip to Antarctica," and they're gonna go in the paid trip. They're gonna show it to everyone. You see, Antarctica. We're here, and it's a globe. It's gonna be probably Mr. Beast with his friends going down to Antarctica. They're gonna show it to everyone in YouTube. That's what you're gonna get going to Antarctica.
But we need only ship. If we have ship, we can go to Antarctica. That's the problem. We cannot find a ship.
Yeah, you're gonna get a ship. You just gotta pay the ticket and you're gonna go on the cruise.
So, did that guy agree that the curvature of the Earth isn't like impossible, and it wouldn't let us see like ships like further away from 8 or 10 miles, which we could see with new inventions like the P900 camera. We could like videotape like really far away. It could videotape even close to the moon. Yet we are seeing those ships really far away. Like if the curvature that they say is true, lighthouses would be redundant. They would be useless. They would do nothing.
See, that's the problem. Where I live on the coast, there's a lighthouse. There's a lighthouse where I live. All right, but that's for all the cargo ships to come in up the river. But then, if you get out on the beach, you can see a lighthouse that is 31 miles north, and it's only 122 feet tall.
That is impossible in a globe model.
That
Literally
is
impossible.
Impossible. It is
Unless
impossible.
the light curves, physics change and light curves.
Yeah.
But if we go to Antarctica, we can prove that is possible to see that on 31 miles.
This is the thing. If you're on a ball, you don't have any flat spots. Period. End of story. It's a ball. If you have flat spots, it's a bad ball, right? We don't live on a football, according to them. We live on a perfectly smooth cue ball, because that is exactly what is claimed, and that is what is presented. The pictures that are shown are a perfect sphere. It doesn't matter if they claim it's. It doesn't matter if they claim it's pear-shaped or anything like that. Everything they show from their purported space program is a perfect sphere, which means these measurements should be perfect. There should not be any variation. They should be perfect. And there's no spots on any of the pictures from NASA or the ESA or Roscosmos or JAXA.
Yes, there's not a single like authentic picture of full Earth from top to bottom. Not a single one. Every single one is digital and photoshopped.
Are we still speaking of Vito? Because he dipped out. So
I was talking to. If he left, he left. He misses out on the information. It's not like anybody's forcing him or anything. Like this is the information as raw as it is, as simple as it is. And if he rejects it, it is what it is. Like it's so obvious. How do you, like 8 inches per my square? Nothing should be visible. Nothing in the sea should be visible. Like sea navigation would be almost impossible. We would like nothing would work. Literally nothing. And they say like, yeah, like from radio towers, from like lighthouses. How could anything work on a globe model? Like it takes literally like just a little bit of inquisition, just like being curious about this topic to find out.
too scary for these young people. But Mimas put it perfectly. All these people that don't believe conspiring goes on in the world, they are the fucking lowest of the low when it comes to intelligence.
I mean,
Just
because
unbelievable.
they'll say that.
Anybody.
They'll
Almost
say
every
that
human
out of one side of their
interaction
mouth. You're right.
is a conspiracy of some sort.
Yeah.
You got three friends. 2 friends plan to do something without telling you about it. They're
They've
conspired.
conspired. Well, see, that's the thing.
People conspire every single moment of their life, pretty much.
They'll admit that the nature of government is compartmentalization and secrecy and hierarchy out of one side of their mouth. And then out of the other side of their mouth, they'll say, no, they don't conspire. When they literally have just said that they do. Because that's what is required for compartmentalization, for hierarchy, and for intelligence gathering, for just basically controlling your government. You have to have secrecy and layers of deception. How do you have a world power without that? It's the nature of them. And they'll admit that out of one side of their mouth, and then out of the other side of the mouth, nothing's going on. And I honestly think it's because they're subhuman. I literally do not believe that these people have a human spirit inside them. They're debased animals without any real soul or thought. They're just empty vessels that have been filled with sewage.
Yeah, I don't know what other explanation for it there is, I mean, it's just hilarious that there's running tropes in society like don't trust politicians, politicians are always lying. Why would that be a trope, why would that be, If they're lying, it's because they're fucking not telling you something and they're conspiring to do something else. So, this stuff is
all making
like
money. They don't have anywhere else to put that's all their energy.
No,
So
but I
if they-
mean, like even for normies, these are tropes that they experience in their own life, And then as soon as you actually get them to take it seriously and apply it to their reasoning, suddenly politicians don't lie and they're totally trustworthy and all this type of stuff. It's really strange with these people.
Their proof indoctrination works. Like North Koreans right now believe that the rest of the world is horrible because of capitalism and everything, and they believe they're having it the best despite the famines and everything. Like the indoctrination really works. Like it took me a while until I finally grasp flat Earth. Like at first, after I seen the evidence, I believe like the Earth is bigger than they say it is. It's still a globe, but it's much more massive. That's why we don't see the curvature. my brain like still was like processing.
Man, you just, yeah, didn't want to let it go.
Yeah. Like, wait, it can't be. No way, it's not flat. It must be just since I was still like conspiracy like oriented. I still like, not conspiracy oriented, but like seeker of truth. I was like, no way, they can't. This is too massive to lie about. So I just like my imagination like only imagined like an Earth way bigger than they say it is, but there's still a curvature, and the curvature and the spinning ball still doesn't make sense. And it went on and on until like the flat
You know,
Earth like is the only one that makes sense.
it's only too massive to lie about when you're a glober. Once you're a flyer, once you've looked at all the evidence, once you've seen everything, once you see, you understand how the world's operating, it's not difficult at all to push this lie. Don't you realize that 99% of
Why would
people
they
are
lie?
totally on complete fucking autopilot through life? You're like, oh yeah, you could tell them anything.
Why would they
Give them
lie?
some fancy
As you bring
CGI and all this nonsense and some rituals and things to be proud about and fantasize about into the future, and yeah, you can get them to believe anything. Why would they lie?
They've been lied to their whole lives, and right now they disbelieve somebody could lie. How many times did a person lie to them and then suddenly, oh wait, nobody can lie about this? As you bring all the the CIA documents that they were forced to show after 50 years, like that law, they showed the Tuskegee experiments and all the experiments that they were like literally like insane, and everybody that would believe something was going on during that time were called like conspiracy theorists until right now they were all exposed. But it's past their prime now. Nobody cares. That's why nobody like they try to like prey on the amnesia of humans. Like after 20 years, people forget everything.
After about 20 seconds, most people forget everything, man. Nowadays.
Yeah.
I wish people could remember 20 years back.
Man, 10 years ago wasn't too bad as well. 2010 was actually more chill than what's going on nowadays.
I just think it's weird how much you can't demonstrate on like a spherical ball in a lab setting, like zero. But everybody claims, ball physics and globe and ball, and it's just funny to me how you can have the opposite. But
Flat Earth isn't even a physics problem. It's a geometry problem.
well, flat Earth isn't a problem at all. The globe's the problem.
No, well, I'm in the globe, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
the globe it's not a physics, but it's a geometry problem. So.
Also, the spinning is a physics problem. Momentum, the alleged
But
gravity
none
that
of that shit matters. You don't have curvature, you don't have sphere, so it's fucking.
No, not when you
Premise
physically
out the window, so
when
nothing's spinning.
When you physically see the opposite of what they tell you, they tell you something's spinning so fast and sucking stuff to it. Now, get real, because everything we spin, shit flies off. So, I mean, I need to know that RPM that things can spin. Supposedly, it's 1,000 miles an hour, willy nilly, no problem.
That's small scale, and space is bigger scale. We are always looking on small scale.
Oh yeah. See, but the problem with that is in space, scale doesn't matter. There's no such thing.
Yeah, no.
Because there's no resistance. So it doesn't matter how big or small you are, there's still no resistance.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's a big scale of function mechanism. That mechanism it's working differently than in that. It's working.
Right, but if you
Speed in
pay
space.
attention, it's all canceled out in physics. It cancels itself out in space. There's no such thing as any of it. It's all void. It's all invalid.
I know.
If you have your mass of gravity, and I got my mass of gravity, and your mass sits there where what it's doing, and mine sits and does what it's doing, then neither one of us do anything. Really, think about it. Nothing's moving. Nothing's doing shit.
Yeah,
There's
of
no
course. Not
resistance.
if you need energy to move something.
No, you need resistance.
You need some
You
force.
don't necessarily need energy because a magnet can push something away from it without like an energy. I mean,
Yeah, but you need to have that magnet there in that
you have to
somewhere.
have resistance for anything to work. for anything
If
to
you have
work and
magnet,
push off of, right?
if you have magnet, let's say it's staying on the floor, magnet will don't do anything.
It can resist off the medium or resist off an object in the medium. Yes. It's not necessarily doing anything, but its reaction
Yeah,
does what it needs to do for it.
I'm saying it will not do anything only if something, or only if that magnet is really really big. But let's say it's small. Well, it will not do anything only if it's some metal or something is near that magnet. I think so. I don't know. But if
So,
you can,
Yeah,
so would you?
just like light. Just like light, it only shines on an object close enough. If the object is 10 miles away from a little LED light on your keychain, of course you're not going to light it up.
So is the walls
Same,
of a container resisting against the gas, or the gas resisting against the walls of the container? Which way? Which way does that work?
well, I mean, in the idea of what we exist in, there's never not containment. I mean, there's never not some medium that's around you, ever, really.
It's just with what you just said a minute ago. It almost sounded like you just figured out another way of explaining that you cannot have gas pressure without a container, because there wouldn't be
Oh,
that
yeah.
pressure without the resistance.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you have to have resistance. Yeah, of course. No, you're right. You're right.
But we need to beat Canada to Mars. We don't want that maple flag being on there. That would be an embarrassment.
You can't travel in space without resistance. And if they're telling you space has no resistance, I mean, come on now. What physics do you have that can go against something that is no resistant? Like, there is no resistant buildup. So I don't care what gas you push out of what nozzle, that gas is doing shit. There's no resistant effect, no matter how much gas you can produce.
Yeah, trying to create friction in a frictionless environment.
Exactly.
Have y'all noticed how they have a problem like understanding like this Earth is finite, but they don't have a problem understanding the universe is finite? Like they actually believe in their model, like at least their universal model, but how everything is, how the universe is like has edges. There's edges to the universe. There's it's finite. It's not infinite.
Yeah,
But
they never think of things in any practical terms. That's why.
but now, Matt, where we will be in 4.5 billion, the edge after these years, I think.
You have to put on a white lab coat. They won't take you seriously unless you wear a white lab coat.
Now we need to multiply 4.5 billion years with 66,000 miles per hour. No, more, because it's going together with the sun through the space. That means
Well,
that
think
number
about
is
like
really.
fish.
Power off. Oops. Sorry.
Think about fish repelling through water versus like a balloon, being released in the air, just going up, or like something like being like jetted or pushed through the water. Just the differences in speeds and amounts. Like same with like helium compared to a rocket. You're trying to force your way through a medium, but like helium's like a smoother exchange. So it's like the oxygen bubble or a beach ball underwater. You let it go and it's like it goes at a certain rate regardless. No fuel needed. It becomes its own electrified fuel through the potential. And that's what gives directionality is the potential. Because if it's down and then it's like so much is on top of it, that gives the directionality to go. The amount of potential is shit. It has to, what I mean? That's what gives it the direction.
Yeah.
What's up, old dude?
No curvature.
Hey, Sasha.
Hey.
Shout out to Joshua. Hey. And
Sup,
anybody? Oh,
Jenny?
Demox in here. Huh? What?
Jenny.
Oh, hey, Roger. What's up? What's up? I might only be in here for a few minutes because I'm telling you guys what. CB's new song. I'm like addicted to it. It's like
Did you hear
puts
my
me.
song? Not my song. Song what I sent you yesterday.
I haven't yet. I'm telling you, all. It's like
I was listening to
okay.
them a
I
lot,
was
and I didn't realize they are singing about Babylon, and they're. I think they're religious. I don't know. I never look too much into the lyrics, and now I'm so excited because I know them a lot for 10 years.
Well, I'm thinking about with CB's new song, perfecting some dance moves. I'm serious. It's like the best. But how long is it? The what you sent me? Let me. Oh, you know what? I tried to add it to my watch later, and for some strange reason, it's set for kids, and it won't let you put watch later videos for children. It's really kind of weird.
Oh.
But I think I liked it, so it'll be on that list. Hopefully, let me see.
In fact, when they ask me on my videos, is this meant for children? No. Well, is there anything in it? No. It's just not meant for children, for everyone.
Okay, so yes, I have it, and I will listen to it. But yeah, I'm on my lunch break, so I'm gonna get my good vibe going to see me through for the last 4 hours of my day. You know, when you work with other people, you got to be in a mindset, a good mindset, a positive one. Because people try to drag you into their drama. I'm like, that is not my concern. I do not get paid to address that issue. Seriously, man. They're like, oh, why did that person turn out their light and walk away? Who gives a fuck? Just do what you're supposed to do. You know, I mean, I don't care what other
They
people
do
do.
love
I don't
their
look
drama.
on the schedule. Huh?
Just saying, people do love their drama. Kind of the
Yeah, and
only
that is
spice
not
of
for
their life,
me.
you know?
Yeah, so if there's two individuals that, let's just say for a lack of a whatever word, they act weird to where it could be escalated, but I choose not to do that. But my solution is your ass just don't get no more eye contact. That's what happens. And I'm fortunate enough that I can do that. So I don't have to interact with anybody but my customer. I mean, I help out workers and stuff. It's not like I'm weird back at people, but I just refuse to make other people's problems my problems. And if they bring up something that I don't believe in or want to participate in, I disengage. Super easy. I'm so glad I figured that out. Makes life so much better. But anyway, what have you guys been talking about today?
Take a guess.
Well,
Rotation,
flat Earth, but what about flat Earth?
curvature, and gas pressure. Nothing else.
Aha, so we're refining our black swan, or no, the 3 point, what is it called exactly, guys? I want to refer to it correctly. Aren't we referring to it as a 3 points still?
No, any
Yeah,
proof
3
would work.
points.
Well, see, I know so far we've been speaking with children that should be in school, but they're not.
Oh,
But it could be
right.
that holiday break time, right? But these children come in with preconceived notions that everything has to equate to a ball. Well, it can't be a flat because my granddad was a spaceman, you know?
Right. Okay, so this is what I refer, you guys correct me if I should change this maybe, but I refer to it as the 3 points of scientism. You know, the axial rotation, curvature, and pressure vacuum, no container.
I don't think you should call it that, because lately myself and others around me have been using the word scientism to refer to people that kind of make a really weird religion out of pseudoscience.
Yeah,
You know,
that's what I
like the
mean.
whole CV19 thing going on. Well, so why would you put that after the 3 points?
Well,
I don't get that.
How about to formulate questions, that 3 questions, to turn around and say, who in human history from ancient time to now measured Earth flat?
Yeah,
now
so
we will have like 1,000
there's
people, not one.
the 3 main beliefs of scientism, according to the heliocentric theory, would be that we have axial rotation, curvature, and then, pressure in a vacuum, no container. Those are the scientism, religious beliefs that those things exist. Right?
Oh, I follow you now.
Yeah, okay, cool. I probably didn't say it effectively, so that could be on my bad. I'll give it more thought.
I call it the 3 points of the heliocentric model.
You mean the theory? No, I'm being dead ass serious. You mean the theory?
You mean
the theory? Actually, I think that theory might imply that it's proven, at least going by what Mimas just said a little while ago.
Well, you can't have a model. You can't call it a model.
Right.
Really?
There
So
is
what
no
else
model,
you supposed to call
really.
it?
Their
So
model
maybe we
really.
should call it colloquial theories. So let's just call it the 3 points about the colloquial theories of the Earth. A long one, though.
I got a model.
I mean,
hey.
Wait, can you tell me? Hey, you guys, can you explain to me it again how it couldn't be called a theory before Kai and Witsit take the floor? What? Can you one more time? Because I wasn't really light bulbed going.
So a scientific theory is something that's proven already. I didn't actually know that very well. But a colloquial theory is just me looking up at the sky and saying, "Oh, you see those blue lights in the sky? Oh, they're little tiny unicorns that are flying around, little Pegasus,
Right,
with
and that's why
wings." And the point is that anybody can come up with that, and you can't really prove it wrong. So it's a colloquial
exactly,
theory.
and that's exactly why you can't call it a model either. So you definitely you'd want to refer to it as the heliocentric non-scientific theory. I mean, you just have to. I think.
Well,
I don't know.
I think you can still call it a model. It's just a false model. It's just a bullshit model, but it's still a model.
Right.
And a cartoon.
Isn't model
Okay, the
presentation
heliocentric bullshit model. Okay, enough of me being silly, you guys. Thank you. So I'm just gonna listen. I might have to dip.
You could just call it trash.
Yeah, you can call it a cartoon program, really, because that's all
When
it
I
is.
dip,
That's
you
all
dip,
it's
we
ever been.
dip.
Where do you get your schematics from for the globe? From a computer screen or a cartoon? Where else? Where could you get it from? You can't get it from anything that exists anywhere. So all the schematics and all the made up.
We'll call it everything you've ever experienced is actually the opposite.
Yeah, inverted. Yes, sir.
That's funny.
We got a glober in here. Hey, bro, who in here thinks the Earth could be a globe?
Well, we have Spidey's too. He has no role. Can unmute him if we want.
No, anyway, don't you agree that if first of all the star intercepts the horizon over water?
You're chopping up with it. You're chopping up.
What's it? I think you need a burner, like I said, a burner phones to talk to us anymore. They really don't want you to talk on the live stream. I'm just kidding. Wouldn't that be weird if people had to start doing that?
Burner phone 1, burner FE2 to burner FE190352AJC-5.
That's
Was that
right.
AC5
Exactly.
dash? Yes, dash 5C, yes. Oh, it's the mock. Okay, fuck.
Yeah, what if we have to start building our own towers?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just going to go
fuck all
grab a
that shit.
cable and I'm going to hook a cable to their tower, run it over to some tinfoil, and fucking make my own. No, I'm just.
Hey, funny enough, dude, I don't have the best service in and out. I'm actually in like NASA Central. We're in Titusville right now. It's like it's like a NASA city, bro.
Well, then that explains everything.
They have an astronaut high school here.
What?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it literally says astronaut high school.
What's the name of it? Just astronaut high school?
That the sign literally says that. Yeah, I don't know.
That's it? It's not like Bergman High School, or there's no high school name?
Is the Freemason logo their logo? Freemason symbol?
Or like a NAMBLA icon? Well, anyway.
Yeah, they have a giant phallus as the mascot.
I figured.
Another scam to make money. They love it. NASA shirts make money, dude.
Yeah, we're actually literally looking right now. We're turning left, and directly ahead of us is the body of water, and that's where they shoot the. I'm showing Kai where they shoot the rockets. Literally right there. You can see it.
Crazy.
Such a joke, man. There's actually one December, I think, 18th or 19th. I think it's 18th, and yeah, we're gonna crash that joint.
Nice.
Hey, I want to quickly say something about what I said about the word theory earlier, and what Mima said a little bit before that about the word theory. I think a lot of people, and I don't know, maybe I did this myself in the past or something. I think with the definition of theory and the definition of colloquial theory and the definition of a hypothesis, I think a lot of people, I might be wrong on this, but I think a lot of people use the word theory with the definition behind it in their mind of what a hypothesis is. Because a hypothesis is the beginning of a scientific experiment, but it's the part that's at the very beginning before you actually do the experiment. So it's just the theory of what could be, you know? And I feel like, I might be wrong, tell me if I'm wrong about this, but I think a lot of people come in here and use the word theory where they should be using the word hypothesis. I'm right about that?
Well, they are interchangeably used, but a theory is a general explanation of what is going on. A hypothesis is a guess of what will occur based off of this condition or that condition. You say X will happen. I hypothesize that X will happen in this experiment if this condition is changed. It's basically a guess about what will occur in an experiment if you're being a bit more rigorous in your definition, but they are used interchangeably. But a theory is a general explanation of why these things are occurring. It's slightly different.
Yeah, and if you're being even more rigorous, of course, it's not a scientific hypothesis either, right? So that's the contention, is when people use the word theory colloquially, but it's not a scientific theory, nor is there a viable scientific hypothesis in the history of the fields of astronomy, etc., right? So there should be a new word made for it. Or it's just called pseudoscience. That's what it's called. Pseudoscientific postulations, theories. Like the colloquial use doesn't disappear, you know.
It's just when they come in here and they say those stupid words, you know, the flat Earth theory. It's like, I think there's supposed to be some other word that's supposed to be putting there other than theory, but I don't think it's hypothesis, but I think it's some other word I don't know.
Postulation.
Deduction.
Theory is fine. They're basically saying the general guess of what they think is going on or that hasn't been proven. Theory is used when you're saying something that hasn't been proven, hasn't been accepted for some reason, that sort of thing.
Yeah, like I use the word postulation effectively as proposal. That's what the heliocentric model does. It proposes these fantastical ideas. That's all it is. It's just differently worded proposals.
Exactly.
I think it'd be good for like flat Earth realization.
It has more syllables, though. Theory is 2 syllables versus realization, that's 4. We don't want to get too complicated here.
Yeah, gotta keep the syllables down below too, or people call it word salad. It's automatically inadmissible. I'm actually being serious. That's like the life I live. I think the approach is much more just like chill, and you have to try to get someone comfortable enough to basically you have to teach them. So it kind of sucks because no one likes being like talked down to or taught. It's a hard barrier to break, but that's literally the position we're in. We have to like teach them, well, what do you mean when you say theory? It's not a scientific theory. This is science. This is the method. This is the independent variable and must be manipulated, et cetera, et cetera. You have to like just teach them all the foundations. And how do you
gotta
get
break it down.
you got to figure out how to do that without coming across like condescending, right?
Yeah, well, I can't do that. So you're good at that. I can't do it.
I'm not that good at it, dude. Sometimes whenever I hear myself back, I'm like, dude, I sound super condescending in a way. Like I can be taken condescending. It's
Just don't
I think you
bother with
push
it.
it up
Just
to
say
the
the
line, but
basic
I don't
stuff.
think you really ever go too far. It's my opinion.
Like instead of going to the direction of explaining what a theory is and all these fundamentals that they have, like you have to sit like 30 minutes try to teach them everything. Just tell them like the basics, you know, like how Earth can't be round and how Earth can spin, and then everything else comes later.
yeah, like for me, like if we all think back, I bet it's similar for all of us. One of these big truth bombs we just weren't told about, like clicked in your brain. You were like, whoa. Like when I found out that the only supposed real picture of Earth from space was from 1972, and that's from the moon missions, and I knew those were already BS. I was like, oh wow, they're definitely hiding something. Like I knew instantly that clicked for me. Looking up pictures of satellites and seeing cartoons. 5 years ago, I was like, this is ridiculous. That makes no sense. We should have high definition like live streams. Or when I found out that the stars reset around Polaris over and over, I was like, how did I not know that? That's ridiculous. So it's the simple truths that are the foundation of flat Earth that people don't know. And then that's the whole trick. And we've been attacked so much. We're like, dude, we're going to show you that we have the most bulletproof iron argumentation ever, like debate ever. And, you know, most of the people aren't even on that wavelength, even though waves aren't things and don't have links.
Yeah, basically. Also, it's an arguing out of like a weaker stand to argue like in favor of this flat earth theory. Like for example, a lot of what's going on in this server is like doing the scientific method, falsifying this theory of the globe earth, because that's what science is. That's what the scientific method is. Like you have this thing, and there's a whole lot of things, a whole lot of mechanisms and stuff to be able to do to falsify it. And once this theory is falsified, that means this theory is false. And there's a lot of things that falsify the globe model. So this is literally science happening, basically.
Just a lack of knowledge. Like when before we found out about flat Earth, no one in here knew all about 1945 Operation Paperclip, 46 Operation High Jump, Admiral Byrd. Then they founded NASA, signed the Antarctic Treaty, said they're going to the moon. Operation High Jump, fake movie about the moon. Dude said we can't go to the moon. He died. Then they supposedly went to the moon, lost all the telemetry data, haven't been back since. Supposedly the only real picture. We didn't know all that until we heard about flat Earth. So the average person doesn't really know the whole ordeal. That's why we haven't won. Like, dude, once all information's out, the chips fall where they do. Like the Jim Panda server people, dude, no one cares, right? Like it's that everyone hears it. They know it. If someone doesn't want to know the truth, that's not the battle, in my opinion. Not winning everyone over to flat Earth. It's just they don't like getting the information out there in a basic form.
No, I know people who just don't care, you know, just like more focused on other issues such as like the breakage of the family unit and all kinds. Like a lot of issues out there. Like there's really a lot of things that makes a person, even if they're aware, even if they're intelligent, they'll be like, I don't care about that. That's not something I wanna bottom with. Yet, like it's really important to know like what's the shape of this, where we exist.
Well, not much know the shape, just know what the shape isn't. But yeah, it's a catch-22 because you don't realize the magnitude and what comes with flat Earth until you really start to accept it. Then that's when you have the realization. So it's kind of unfortunate. You can't really. It's hard to explain to someone until they fully allow themselves to take it in. It's like instantaneous. You start like it's the biggest lie, arguably ever, right? So, I mean, it's not that hard to realize that it's important.
Yeah, that's where it starts. Where it's big anyways. Everything is big anyways. It's all relative. And then like slowly seeps in like, and then that seeps into like like morality, and then it seeps into being easily controllable, and then it seeps into like overly materialistic, since we're like, you know, we're just a speck of dust and whatever. There's a lot of implication of the flat earth and all that, but the most important part is like it's just not a globe. Like there's nothing wrong in like trying to know whether this is a globe or not.
No, it's like it's such a clown world now that like people starting to state basic things like there are two genders and we shouldn't abuse children or give them chemicals that irreversibly alter their makeup, or we shouldn't inject poison into children. We shouldn't break up the family unit, and actually having families it doesn't make you evil or a white supremacist or whatever other name they come up with. People are fighting so hard just to say these basic things. They can't fully entertain absorbing something else, adding it to the mix and making it harder, especially when it's as polarizing and has such a stigma like flat Earth, right? Like it's like I'm trying to talk to these people about basic things. I can't add flat Earth to the mix because there's no way that I'll be taken serious. So what it comes down to is just caring too much about what other people think. Still,
Yo, most of these people can't even play a basic bitch. You feel me?
And I'm saying, but yeah, that makes sense. I know, like, the correlation that you made sense. They really changed words and stuff to agree with their worldview. Like, for example, like, um, this is like off topic, but pseudoscience. What I noticed is they change scientific terms to accommodate with what they believe, rather than create new terms to give off the illusion of their theory being true. For example, the theory of like gender is like metaphysical, whatever. Like a man can be a woman, all that. But gender before used to just be a synonym of sex. So that was one thing of pseudoscience. Whether you agree with it or not, but this is literally pseudoscience, and it's related to what they do. Globe Earthers do. They take a concept, they change the term of it, and then like to paint it as truth.
Yeah, it's about the size of it.
Which is crazy because like so we have the science is literally just a scientific method. Anyone who does a scientific method like and does it is a scientist. But now we just like make things up, change definitions. You have a hypothesis, and you're gonna twist the world, twist words, twist this physical reality and perceptions and everything to fit that hypothesis, rather than trying to prove whether the hypothesis, like it's narcissistic, really, trying to change the world to fit your worldview.
Well, what's worse, yes, I agree. And what's worse is people think that that's righteous, that that's like the thing to be doing. They don't even see it as something that's bad.
I mean, like when you analyze it carefully, when you ask them what is the good, what is the bad, where'd you get those from or those concepts from, it's completely relative to them, at least. Like bestiality can be okay, I guess, from a perspective.
The fuck it
because
can.
everything
Hold
is real.
on. No,
Yeah.
nope. Mm-mm. I'm not even gonna say the word. That's not allowed. If I
Yeah.
if I hear about that, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you if you do stuff like
Yeah.
that. Anyway, flat Earth is a good truth.
There's a video.
because it's
Wait,
empirically
one sec.
valid. Sorry.
I'm sorry for cutting you off, but
No, I do
the
it to
the
everybody.
reason the reason why I said that because there was an interview of a guy going around like college campus, and they were asking him about the real N word, like necrophilia and bestiality, and a lot of the students were very relative about it. Like they didn't condemn it. They're like, oh, it's whatever.
It is what. Oh man. Well, so what? I don't know, man. You can't control what's being taught in classrooms ever, in the past or in the future.
Just saying, like, the moral relativity is really, I'd say it's really new. It's not like
It
it's
comes
new
and
concept,
goes.
and
You ever heard of Sodom and Gomorrah?
yeah.
So.
But that's true. But when did it really rise up? Wasn't it like in after the 1900s, 1800s, with like
That
the
I
globe
don't know.
model stuff?
I do not know.
Because society
the
was
globe model
relative.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the story is it's been around for a few hundred years.
Yeah.
500 years, something.
Well, see, in order for them to push the heliocentric model, they need obvious frauds like Galileo, Copernicus, Eratosthenes, and the biggest fraud of them all, Einstein.
Einstein, yeah.
Einstein.
Where'd the guy come from?
The depths of hell itself.
Austria.
Yes, Austria.
Guy straight up came out of nowhere, had some wacky pictures, pretended to be smart, cheated on his wife with his cousin allegedly, and did all that.
It's all just stories. Like, I don't even care. But you know what I mean? You know,
It's funny.
The sad part is that the general public doesn't care. Even when they find out, they're like, yeah. Because you're right, the moral relativity is it is the plague that we are suffering at the moment.
Here's the thing, right?
Moral relativism. Anyway, go ahead.
They keep citing an archaic definition of their god, gravity. Right? Even though it's been updated recently. Not just 106 years ago. Right? Now the theory of gravity, right? And this is just an asinine thought experiment because it cannot be proven. It's not physical, therefore not scientific.
Mm-hmm.
So, if what they're saying it's caused by tiny subatomic partlets called gravitons, I just say, stop blowing smoke up my ass. Why don't you tell us the truth? But they won't. Yeah. They're going to continue to come up with some magic bullshit monkey bean. And
they're funny words, like neutrino. That's a funny word.
Graviton. Is that a superhero or something?
No, it's like it's subatomic boson or some bullshit like that.
Boson. Get the fuck out of here with these names, boson. It's not a thing.
Well, you know what a boson is? It's an alpha particle. That's all it is.
I don't really care. You could have picked a different word. Know what I'm saying? Like boson. Like nobody's going to make that connection. They're going to think of Bozo the Clown every time they talk about a Higgs boson.
Okay, how about
you know what I'm saying?
Pairs.
They're making fun of you no matter what they're doing. All right, go ahead.
It's pairs, right? They're saying because of a pair, right? Pear shape. Because of pairs being in polarity, it'll cause a certain thing. But if those pairs aren't exactly symmetric and if they're alike, then it will come up with a different outcome. Basically it's just the fucking helium atom nucleus, right? That's all they're talking about. But
I think you lost me. I'm sorry, Josh.
Photographed. It's never been photographed. So they're sitting there talking about all of these subatomic particles, right? These things that make up atoms. Yeah. But it's never been seen. Never been proven.
Right, exactly. It's the premise. House of Cards. House of Dust.
Yeah. Well, it's all make believe, just like gravity.
Wasn't dark matter created as a concept because like their math wouldn't make sense if it didn't exist? So like they didn't go out there and check and see what this is. It's just like, oh, we have this, it's dark, we call it dark matter, and just like they made all kind of stories around it. And none of them are tested. None of them are empirically tested. What the heck is science nowadays? I don't. What?
Pseudoscience, right? And the reason why they come up with dark matter, right, is because of fucking the brainchild Einstein, right? So all the modern theory, string theory, Planck's constant, all that bullshit is to explain away Einstein's error of special relativity, cosmological constant, right? Which is just the speed of light, right? C, value of C. So how do they even able to measure the speed of light to begin with? You know,
Yeah, how did they measure it?
the shit is just asinine, and people are buying it. And then they wonder why we're facing judgment.
And they're buying it.
But by the way, isn't light like pretty fast? Since like if you just turn on a flashlight, you can land like very far away, like instant.
Sure.
Yeah, it's instantaneous. As far as we can tell, it's instantaneous magic. Light.
The speed. Listen. The speed of light is yes. It's on or off. Speed of light is yes. Right? I mean, that's all we can figure out.
Right. So, and then they say, well, it takes a beam of light will travel each second will travel around the Earth 7.5 times. You know, how do you figure that? How did you measure that? How are you able to race that?
Right? You're gonna like chase it. You'll be right behind it as it travels.
What's the delta
Going with
V
it,
of the
fucking
photon?
morons.
Oh, it gets crazy when you
They
ask
were
the
racing
delta
the
V
light.
divide by zero. The delta V of a photon, they have to divide by zero because there's no mass.
Zero is a concept.
I know. That's yeah. When you divide by zero, you run into problems.
You can't have zero.
I know.
You know, it's like having infinity. When did you measure that? Real quick. Tell me when you got that.
They claim that photon has no mass, right?
Well, they can
So
claim all they
therefore, it
want
doesn't
because
exist.
it's unfalsifiable, and that's what they were raised to think is truth.
I just like how equilibrium is, man. It's the great
You
equalizer.
like how it is? Oh, yeah. Well, it is. Yeah, equalizer. Indeed, sir. Touche.
I mean, it takes a special like mindset out there to just blindly accept what some other man said.
Takes a special kind of fell down the stupid tree and hit every branch on the way.
I remember someone in this voice call said about like people go to cinemas, watch scary movies, get traumatized for like 2 hours and then leave, and then like we wonder why people don't get shocked over these stories like with Einstein and all these people doing ham shit. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson is like accused of like accused of all kinds of stuff, but nobody cares. There's oh he's still a black scientist priest, so like we gotta cherish him, which doesn't like it's weird. It people are too traumatized to know what's right or wrong. And then also Bill Nye being another black priest, and also like there's all kind. Oh yeah, the guy with the jump edit saying, "Oh, we can't go back to the moon. We go back to a nanosecond." Hello, did this chat die? I don't know if my internet stopped or everything's dead.
Was never alive. You just gotta
Oh.
input. You gotta input into it to make it do something. It's a moment of silence for the globe. It's dead.
David Blaine.
Slatter.
David Blaine said it's a globe, but it was only a magic trick. You know who the real globe physicists are, right? The magicians. I would pay the top magicians to be like the physicists and the astrophysicists and the globe presenters. At least they can show you a globe in a lab, whether it be real or smoke and mirrors. I mean, at least they can show you one.
Don't tell me what to believe.
Oh shoot, D-Mock and Little G, how you guys been, man?
All right, how you doing?
All is well, man. I haven't heard from you guys in a while.
How you been? Gia.
I've been trying kind of really hard to go back to the globe, right? But it just doesn't work.
Any new info? Did you hear they touched the sun with a probe? They touched the sun with a probe. So hard. What do you touch if you touch the sun? If the sun is a gas, what are you touching? Just a ball of gas. So the sun that can break everything down on Earth from 93 million miles away, a probe supposedly went up and touched it like no problem. Someone find that weird.
I find it more weird that they supposedly know how far away the sun is. But I prefer to get to that before I get to any other
Oh, well,
claims.
shouldn't they have like confirmed it of some sort?
93 million miles. How the heck? Radar is not
No,
going to
no,
work.
I mean, no, I understand that 100%. But I'm saying, like, in their mind of like, they thought they sent something to it, right? So if they sent something from our object to that object, they should know something. I mean, there should be a counted relay, a click, an amount, a measurement, time for distance. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, just something they would set. So I wonder if that matched what their idea was. You get what I'm saying? Like if 93 million clicks of this machine would be 93 million miles, then did it take them 93 clicks? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You would think that, NASA would have told fucking Elon, hey, you got to tone it down on the realism of your CGI planet behind your Tesla car because we can't get our images to look like that. I mean, you would figure, right?
The realism of an image behind what? His car.
You know how he has the best CGI when it comes to that Tesla car. Like, it's better than the footage from like the ISS. Like, it's
Right.
a completely different dimension of the Earth, right? So it's like you would have figured NASA would have let him know, hey, if you're gonna do this, you have to make sure you do it like this. But yeah, because he's the one of the newest members to that club, you know, club of men who wear hats.
Well, he might have figured a better way to show you reality with a hint of illusion behind it. That's what I would have done, just like any realist. I would show you a portion of what Earth would look like as I'm going up away from it. Then I would section everything off. An oval where that would be your scope of seeing, and anything beyond that, you know, your camera's focused on that. Anything else on the outside of that would be whatever I designed.
So if I'm not mistaken, that what they call touch. What? 1 second. So if I'm not mistaken, what they call touching the sun, that thing they claim went by the sun at approximately, what was it, 13 million kilometers? So that is what they call touching the sun.
Sure, they did.
Yeah, yeah, that's the claim.
People actually believe that too, probably.
Don't you love it when you run across randoms that post on your timeline? There's actually evidence for both globe and flatness because of Nikola Tesla. What the fuck, you numpty? You don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Tesla had nothing to do with fucking space. In fact, he thought he was getting communications from space aliens.
Well, he also thought the fucking goopiness. He thought it was a ball for a while. For a while, they had him convinced he was on a fucking spherical ball, but in his mind, it had to do with electricity. So it would have been like something like a plasma ball or a ball of electricity or some type of ball with ground and shit like that, right? To be a magnetic ball. And what he thought was the rotation that they had him convinced of was the rotation could build up a current, a never-ending current forever for anyone, anywhere on the ball. You simply stick up an antenna, and the higher you put out the antenna, the higher output from spin, right? From the ball spinning, you know. And that's what, you know, his main base idea was going to be set from. It was going to be a ball spinning around. You stick out an antenna. The antenna gets charged, energy, electricity, continuity, all everything you need, static, whatever you need. Fucking light up, glow in the dark red, and you can use it anywhere. And what you do is you just disconnect where ground would be, and any object you drive around the street would be ground. So all available electricity that could go from any pole or anything that could contain it, it would leave that, like a magnet or whatever, it would leave that source and go to the source that would be ground, which would be your vehicle. But so the story goes, that's not what happened. It's not he doesn't live on a globe, and he probably figured that out. And then he had to use aquifers and other things in liquid, and you know, just the medium. And the medium itself acts like that also. The higher you go, there's more, you know what I mean? There's more of a voltage anyway, regardless whether the planet moved or not. So that's still, that's still true to form. So regardless whether the planet was moving or not, he could still stick a pole up in the air and get more voltage the higher up he stuck the pole. And you amplify it with the aquifers underneath the ground that have negative. It's like a kinetic energy flow, but it's negative, I guess, in a way, because it's trapped underneath. I don't know if that makes a difference, but it's like flowing water on top of the surface compared to flowing water through like a little maze. They're both going to put a certain energy output. They're actually going to cause a magnetic field also. So really, it's hard to say what final conclusion maybe that dude could have came to, Tesla itself, like whether it was flat or round. Really, I mean, it's hard to say. Because, I mean, they try their damnedest to convince you, But if you do have common sense and you see how physics works, then, I mean, he should have been smart enough.
Yeah, but you don't understand. These people say globe, right? Without even realizing what globe means.
Right. But also, no, he said it was a realm. So
Well, not Tesla. I was talking about the gentleman I was arguing with.
yeah, globe. Yeah, what does globe mean?
Yeah, I told him Google the first globe. Just look up the first globe and have fun. Right? It's basic questions like, hey, who came up with the globe? So you would want to like find information on the first globe, right? Except for you don't see what we call a globe today. You see a building. That's a stage where Shakespearean plays were played out and acted out. So when they say the world is a stage,
Well, that stage is flat.
right? But the stage is called the globe. That's the thing. So they've made them think that the globe means a ball model that you can see in school. Get it?
Yeah, a little
They
piece
have
of
cast,
hollow plastic with stickers on the
they,
outside. Hell yeah.
yeah, they've cast a spell on everyone, and they're buying it.
Yeah, because there's nothing about that. Listen, that thing called a globe is not for educational purposes by any means necessary because it's just a plastic material that's hollow. And I mean, it's nothing to do with water. It's nothing to do with any kind of physics at all. It's just a bunch of pictures. I mean, it's no different than a round chessboard. But the funny thing is you can't do anything on this rounded object. You can't, I mean, nothing in physics works that way. But let's go over here to a flat surface. Lo and behold, everything works.
Well, it's even worse, man. They have a whole fucking branch of science.
National
Pseudoscience.
Geographic they have also, right? That's
Yeah.
geographic. That's supposed to be about geography of a globe, right? So where in the fuck have they measured the globe, found a
Well,
curve?
it's not a real science. It's a pseudoscience. You know why?
Well, I mean, that's we're basically where we right. That's our point. I mean, that's what we're pointing out.
And then they say astrophysics, right? Physics is the study of something physical. Then you want to talk about something astro, right? Well,
Yeah,
in
you
order for you to study that physical object, you have to be there and be able to place hands or manipulate or have some sort of an exchange of energy between your energy to put in part kinetic energy into something so that it can move or do whatever you want. Like people forget that exchange of energy part for measurement. Like in order for you to measure something, you physically have to look at it and like, okay, well, what happens if I touch it? Okay, well, it's real. Now I can measure it because I know firsthand knowledge because it's firsthand your hand, right? As opposed to going off of somebody else's. Like a lot of people will just say,
Right.
you don't even have to look at something to measure it. You could just use
Well,
math.
and they'll also tell you, oh, well, the size, this and that. Well, I can't recreate a human. Well, human's not in question whether a human exists and works. It's the globe that's in question that can be physically represented, not a human. We see humans fucking everywhere. All the other things we see everywhere, they work great on a flat plane.
Exactly, dude. It's okay, but like, we need you to measure something. Okay, instead of measuring that, I'm going to look in the opposite direction. Do you want me to measure the slab? Well, I'm going to measure the moon because that'll tell me more about the slab than anything else because I can measure the moon. Fuck the concrete slab. I want to know about the moon because the moon's going to tell me everything I need to know about that slab. And guess what? That slab is a ball moving in space. Yeah, you didn't know that because look at the moon. You know,
So
it's like,
if you look into a medium of air, all you're doing is measuring. You're measuring floating imagination in air. That's really awesome. I mean, what is that? I mean, what the hell? What idiot would pay for you to imaginate floating imaginary lines that don't exist and you can't back them up with anything? You can't touch them. And that's what you're paid for, distances and locations. You're paid for, definite physics of, gravity, orbital rotation, mechanics, Lagrange points. I mean, come on now. What the fuck? Without the ability to ever produce these.
yeah, I know, man. It's fucking ridiculous.
So we have all these physics that who the hell knows what doesn't even make any sense because they're all based on globe physics that we can't produce.
Yep.
So all the physics and all the scientists and all the people in the classrooms and all the people in the big schools, what are they getting paid for something they can't produce? So they're teaching all our kids something they can't produce. That's
It's
awesome.
fraud. It's fraud.
It certainly fucking is. All of it's fraud.
And then when the people find out about the fraud, what do you think is going to happen to those that are perpetrating the fraud?
I don't know. That's a good question. That's what I've been asking for the last 7 years, 8 years. How long?
Now, this would give an incentive on why they continue to lie, right? So this would be a reason why they continue to lie to save their own fucking neck from being stretched. Right? Now, why did they lie in the first place? Don't know. But why are they continuing to lie? Self-preservation.
Well, you can lie from ignorance. If there's a group of people that murdered some kid before you showed up and they told you they don't know nothing about no kid, that's where you're going to stand with them every day, every time. And you're going to pass every lie detector too because you have no fucking clue why or who or how. And it doesn't matter to you. You just came in on the situation. And everyone just comes in on the situation.
Absolutely.
They don't keep everybody for 70,000 million years. You just keep one guy named Bill and that's it. I mean, just like they take troops or kids, they're all expendable. Compartmentalized and everybody can be replaced. Come on now. You can be replaced, rewarded, or killed. I mean, those are your choices. And I mean, since when did the government who in the hell and in whose mind does the government stand for anything for you that they haven't gained from you already? What does any government entity got without the public? The answer is nothing. Every military gains whatever it is from the people that it enslaves. The same with corporation, same with government, same with money. You think it's your friend and it becomes your controller. The government needs to go kill people. They get your kids and they send them. They need some more troops. They just say, hey, we need to get some kids in here and fill up the troops. And if 80 million die, so be it. It is refill and refill and refill. What about the money they need for NASA, science, or anything like that? They just refill.
Just print some more money, Democ. Just print them.
Yeah, print some people, print some money. I mean, basically, it's the same aspect, right?
Yeah.
A couple can print how many kids in a lifetime? So if you print 20 or 30 kids, and then somebody else, somebody else, somebody else, somebody else, somebody else, somebody else, somebody else. I mean, come on. That's a lot of commodity that government gets to use. But all these people are like, why would this, what do you mean? Every aspect of anything they've ever gained has been off of your downfall. Not a question of why.
Question: who is the enemy of government?
The common man who doesn't want to become that.
The people under rule of that government, right?
Yes, sir.
So what is the enemy of man? Mind control, government. Somebody telling you that something's true when you know it's not true because your fathers knew the truth because it was bestowed to them from the first father, right? Adam. He said, hey, I knew better, but I fucked up. Don't do this. But then he had two sons. One was a little shit murderer, and the other one was one of the most perfect things you could ever have, right? And they were twins. The Gemini. I mean, you can even go into it deeper. Truth will always prevail. Truth will always come out. So when they sit there and they base their assumptions off of supposition and preconceived notion, then they're never going to come up with the truth. And they're going to say the same thing. Yeah, well, I could say the same thing about flat Earth. Yeah, but you don't realize. I used to be just like you. I used to be a globe believer until I looked into it and tested my belief and found out that my belief was false. So I no longer believe in the globe. Doesn't mean I believe in the flatness of Earth because I can measure the flatness of Earth. Therefore, it's testable. So therefore, it is not a belief. These people, they just don't understand that belief means religion. And I'm not the only one that sees it. I know you see it too. And we can like say this, and right after we get done saying this, somebody's in the live stream and goes, so you mean to say you guys believe? No, we don't believe. It's the absence of belief. What does that mean? Knowledge. I mean, there's even a new Babel for belief, right? Just like there's a new Babel for level, meaning curved. So the new Babel for belief is what the rest of the people are going through and hold to be true. So yeah, that's a religion. They just hold it to be true. They've never tested it. And then they start getting upset. Well, why are you guys using this if you don't like believe in it? Well, because this is your model. This is your reality. This is your claim. This math claim. If you are a proponent for the globe, then therefore you must believe in this shit. And we're telling you, this shit doesn't measure out the stuff that you believe in. They can't grasp that concept. They just get upset. Well, why are you picking on my father? Why are you pulling my father's things apart? Because my father was wrong. Anyway. Yeah, most people don't even realize what logical fallacies are. They think logically. They think because they think that they exist. That's not logic.
You kind of sound like Buzz Lightyear, and it's freaking me out a little bit.
When your eyeballs are so big, they invade personal space. If you're so ugly, you gotta sneak up on a Pop-Tart. This and more unexciting globe adventures after these messages. If gravity has wronged you or someone you love, please call this number 155 Sue NASA. Sue Einstein. That's right. 155 Sue NASA. Sue Einstein. If gravity's made you drop anything. There will be a class action lawsuit against gravity.
Hey, shouldn't we be able to sue Bill Nye for false information?
Yes.
Because he's going around claiming to be a scientist and he's not.
Well, they're claiming all kinds of stuff that they have no backing or no substantiation for.
It's
So
time
really,
to bite them. It's time to catch that tiger by the toe.
yeah, just bring them up on fucking charges. Anybody.
On fraud charges.
You don't get paid unless your case is settled or won, so bring those bastards to court.
Yeah, they either have to, if they settle out of court, that's an admittance of guilt.
Yes.
It's a win-win. Because when we take it to court, they're not going to be able to prove the curvature.
Your kids, your grandkids, and everybody's at stake. Your soon-to-be grandkids, your future, the future everyone who's getting lied to by them.
And remember,
I'm
you
down
figure
for a
this
class
something like
action.
this may have happened in the past, and all those that were pushing the lie of the narrative ended up being enslaved as punishment. Because you see, like in Russia, you see the icons, and this is like Tataria type stuff, right? But you see these icons. You can even look it up, Russian icons, and it's like everyone from like biblical scenes, and they're all swarthy. They're not white. They're all swarthy, like African, right? So it's almost like everything we know is a lie, possibly because those that were in lead, there's an uprising, and they took them, all those that were the leaders, the kings, and everything, and threw them in slavery. It would make sense, wouldn't it?
Well, something like that, yeah, like an overthrow, yeah.
And perhaps they know it's about to happen to them because it keeps happening back and forth. It's the struggle between the serpent, the woman seed, and the serpent seed, right? So possibly they're trying to do everything they can in their power to prevent this from happening, but it's going to happen.
Or it didn't necessarily start as an overthrow. It could have started as two types of something and then a clash of. So then, when you have a
I think it's
clash of,
because there was a mixing, right?
Right, so one has to overthrow. I mean, in their something, for some reason, maybe, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, I
whatever.
think it was the mixing in, like the rest of the world, like ended up like doing homage to where like it was an emperor type system, and there was an overthrow and
Right, pay
just
homage or die. Yeah, like pay it for the tax.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
interesting to think about,
Well, it could have been almost like an underground civilization clashed with an above ground civilization until the above ground civilization actually became strong enough. Now it's like a dual power type thing, and one still rules through, slight, whatever you call that, proxy, and then the other rules. You see what
That
I'm saying?
reminds me of what do you call it? God damn it. The time machine, right? Where the Eloi that dwell on the earth or whatever on the surface, they're beautiful, peaceful people and very kind. And those that dwell under the earth, I can't remember what they were called, but they were like deviants. They were like changed. And there's like two different types of them, right? One would be looking like a freaking vampire, and the other one would look like a beast, but they came from underground.
Well, but it also could be the other way around, though. It could be the people under could be good, and the people above could be the deviant, even though the people under could look like vampires.
That's the inversion.
Right, right. Because, like, what could you do underground that could hurt a lot of shit? I mean, I don't know.
Right. You know what I mean. See, that's why I like you, bud. you're a critical thinker. Oh, hummingbirds fight. You know, I sit here and I watch these hummingbirds do these maneuvers, and you know how they sit there and say, "Oh, you know, these lights in the sky that are actually UFOs because they're doing these things that humans can't survive." Fuck, a hummingbird can survive those maneuvers. So what if it's just like, I don't know, maybe a beetle that's lighting its butt up, being thrown around and is able to like change its direction, and people are like thinking it's way further off and it's just barely above their head? I don't know.
Beetle butt, beetle butt, beetle butt.
You know, like the lightning bug. The lightning bug. Its butt lights up.
You guys are crazy.
Yeah, well, at least I'm not in the net. At least I'm out of the net. So if you're in the net, that means you are really insane. So that's like, yeah.
That's crazy. Quit it. No, I just woke up. I've been asleep for like 10 hours. I rarely do that. I didn't sleep the night before. And holy shit, it took a toll on me. I slept for like 10, 12 hours. I don't even know how long. Like it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon here. Holy shit. I just rolled out of bed. Fuck.
Well, good morning.
Oh, well, thank you.
Is there still cold white stuff on that ground?
Oh, yeah, it's really cold. And yes, right now it's 32 degrees.
Yeah, fuck that.
And
see, that's
and the snow hasn't melted, not on the grass or anywhere like that. It's still like about a foot deep here where I live. And of course the roads are clear. The trucks cleared those and sprinkled salt all over the place so they can ruin our paint jobs on our cars. But yeah, it's still cold as fuck here.
Yeah, see, that's one of the things I remember about living in a cold environment during the wintertime. When it's cold and you're under those covers, you're nice and warm, you don't want to get up. Because when your feet hit the floor, you're mad. And you're just like, you've got my coffee and already I'm miserable.
I guess that sort of does play an effect. You're absolutely right. Now that I have time to ponder on that one, I don't want to go outside. And my sister just called me and said, "Will you please go by Home Depot and buy me 2 of those insulator bags to go over Mom and Dad's outdoor faucets, hose bibs, garden hoses, so they don't freeze." And I'm like, "Yes, of course I'll go get them, and of course I'll bring them over, and of course I'll put them on." But yeah, I really don't feel like going outside, but I don't have a choice. Got to go help Mom and Dad. Well, my sister thinks they need to be done, so.
Well, yeah. They have this device that you can screw on to the faucet itself and turn it on. It's like an air hammer. And as long as there's able for it to move, like the water's able to expand out of it, it won't crack the pipe. And it like keeps it in like a little air pocket. So you don't have water spraying everywhere.
Well, this is one of them hose bibs that extend back in the wall, and actually where you turn the valve off is back. It's back in the wall like 8 inches. You know what I mean? That's where the rubber That's where the rubber meets the road. Is back.
Yeah, it's engineered for that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that rubber's leaking, and so that pipe is full of water all the way out to the end of the hose bib, and it's fucking cold, and it's gonna freeze, and yeah, it will break.
Yeah.
So I gotta do something. Keep it
Yeah,
freezing.
because that's a funny thing that water expands when it gets cold. Usually things contract.
Oh, and it's powerful expansion. Let me tell you, there's a place.
It'll crack your block.
Oh yeah, it'll crack more than that. There's a rock quarry down in central Utah where they had these huge blocks. They were like at least 10 foot by 10 foot square, big blocks they cut out of the mountain. It's travertine, natural stone.
Good tile.
Yeah. Anyway, so they drill holes in it in these big blocks. Big, I mean, 8, 9, 10 foot deep holes, 1 inch holes, and they space them apart about a foot apart and run a line across them, and they fill them up with water before winter, and they come back in the spring, and the blocks are in 2 pieces.
Yep. It's like a feather and wedge. A little tiny piece of steel, well, if you have enough of them, can split a mountain in half. But you got to smack on them, right?
Yeah, well, the thing about water, you don't got to do nothing. You just got to wait for it to freeze.
In fact, isn't that how they used to do the mining? Is they would set up a fire that would heat it up enough to where, like, it would cause little micro cracks, and then they would go away for the winter time, and it would freeze and break the rock off the face, and then they would come back, pull it out, build another fire, like get all the rock out that they could, build another fire, and try to chip out like from the cracks, and then leave, and then come back, and there'd be more falling down because it's a heating and contracting of it.
I don't know. I've never heard of that, but you probably very well could be right. I mean, that sounds like to me it would work.
Well, I'm talking like the ancient primitive shit.
Yeah, I know you're talking about older times type stuff, but to be honest with you, I've never heard of that process being used. So I'll have to look into that. But yeah, sure it would work though. I mean, water's super powerful. It would not take a very large amount of it to expand, and it once it starts to freeze and expand, there's no stopping it.
Yeah. Because I know they used to use when black powder first come around, they started using that to blow rock up, but it's dangerous. And then when they come out with dynamite, then they were able to do more precise blasting, right? And it wasn't as dangerous; it was safer. But before that, they're using nitroglycerin and gunpowder.
Well, that's believe it or not, that's what dynamite is nitroglycerin rolled
And sawdust, yeah.
You rolled up in sawdust, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Or diatomaceous earth or something like that. Yeah. But it's stable in that form, right? But nitroglycerin by itself, it's not that stable.
No.
You drop it and it might detonate.
Yeah.
You look at it wrong.
I remember seeing old shows like these glass jars balancing on strings and in the middle of the wagon, and they're going down a bumpy road, and the guys are just nervous as hell because these bottles are bouncing around, and oh fuck, they're gonna blow up. I mean, I don't know how much impact it would take to set off a bottle of nitroglycerin, but I do suppose it's possible because basically that's what a blasting cap does, is put all that
couple joules.
pressure. It's like smacking it really hard with a hammer.
A couple joules is what it takes. In fact, there's a lot of binary things, except for that's a primary. There's a lot of binary things that takes a shock.
A lot of people
for
are going
the reaction to happen.
Because you said a couple of joules, like you're going to pull some emeralds out of your pocket and cause this to happen, right? I know what joules are. They're an energy quantification.
Yeah, unit of energy.
Yep.
You can either use horsepower, watt, or joule. They all denote heat. Like a BTU, except for a BTU is like I think 1 ounce of water at sea level to boil the amount of energy put into it or something like that. British thermal unit.
Yeah, I don't know how you. I mean, I could sure look it up, but yeah, when you buy little heaters and buy, your home heater is based on BTUs, how many BTUs it puts out.
Yeah. See, my grandfather, he was a steam fitter, so he knew all that shit. I mean, he was a freaking in the Navy. His job was boiler technician. He was a chief, senior chief at that. So he pretty much ran the fire room.
Yeah,
So he knows about that steam.
boilers are really efficient, actually, form of heating. I don't know why they
Yeah.
would switch. You know what I mean? As long as they could have created some really better tanks that are super insulated, so you can heat the water once a day, and you don't never have to heat it again and just circulate it.
It's simple. You can't put a meter on a steam meter, right? You can't use a steam meter to charge people for steam.
I know, it's ridiculous.
So they use electricity. Well, we could charge people for electricity greed, right? Well, what is electricity doing? How do you get electricity, people? Think about it. If California banned
Thermal.
all the fucking hydroelectric dams because of the fish, and if they banned all of the fucking nuclear power plants because of Fukushima, what is left? Coal.
Yeah, but there's still even coal. Even all the three you just mentioned, they all boil water and use steam to run the
Yeah.
turbines.
Yeah.
They all do.
But I mean, I just think it's funny that they are talking about going green, but they're burning coal. Coal causes acid rain.
Yeah, there's no such a thing as green energy, I don't think. Well, I guess solar is, but if you're going to try to manufacture it, coal is not green, that's for sure. Hydro, I guess, is maybe a little better, but it's still you're using steam. I mean, it doesn't matter. You run a turbine to run electricity to boil water to. Well, actually, they don't use steam, do they? Not. I'm mistaken. Sorry. Those
Hey, I got an idea.
those hydros
Let's
just spin a generator with the water power with the water power or pressure. Spin a
since we
hydro.
have all these politicians, right?
Yeah.
Even retired and aspiring politicians, right? We need to start a program of treadmills out in the middle of nowhere, like Squid Game almost status, and just take all of these politicians, instead of putting them in prison, you chain them together and you put them on these treadmills, and they are forced to run to generate electricity. That's green energy.
Yeah, that is. That's a good idea.
Run, Joe Biden, run! I can't. Okay, I can't. Can I get some ice cream? No. Here's ice cream on a stick. You know, like the carrot on the stick you cocksuckers were talking about. Keep going. Run, 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 run. Come on. Get your ice cream. Run. Generate the power. It would be great, wouldn't it? Too bad the shit'll never happen.
Mark, I sent you a DM. I felt really bad about that day. I was yelling at you, so I sent you a DM and apologized. So just so you know. I felt bad about calling him names that one day. I really did. I should never have done that. And I'm here to admit it and try to do better. What's that picture of that last one that got posted? Do you know? Anybody? What city is that? It's carp. Very strange, Joshua. The Doppler shows rain and snow here, right over the top of me, and there's no snow. It's cloudy. That's it. We were supposed to get snow today. All we got was a bunch of clouds.
Sorry, I was doing some gardening. Yeah, the way I see it, these weather predictions and all this shit, it's just happen, chance, and randomness and numbers mixed with post-diction, right? So it's not really a prediction, it's a post-diction. So, given that, it's like a card counter. So, if you were to go to Vegas or Atlantic City and play against the house, you would want to take a weatherman's expertise with you.
How's the weather going to help you with gambling? Explain that to me, please.
Well, it's about post-diction card counting, in another word.
There
Know what I mean?
Card counting is
It's
supposed to be illegal.
it's cheating. Yeah, it's cheating. What they're doing is cheating because it's post-diction, and they call it a forecast, right? A forecast is um a seer, right? That's what a fortune teller does. Is they do a future forecast for you, right?
Yeah, well, I do happen to believe in seers being able to predict the future if there are indeed a seer for the Lord.
Right, but I'm talking about these people that are doing it for profit. It's post-diction. They have a large segment, a sample of history and the weather patterns in certain areas during certain times of the year. So every time they say, "Oh, well, this is a record breaker," right? It's not really a record breaker. It's just based off of, the records that were kept during the certain time period, right? I mean, we didn't have Fahrenheit forever. We didn't have Celsius forever. There was a time in when we were walking where we didn't have any idea what temperature meant. Think
Right,
about it.
right. Well, all I'm saying is that Doppler is generally pretty accurate. You have to admit, when it shows there's a
Well,
storm over the top of you, there usually is.
yeah, but see, here's the thing: that Doppler, right? That just measures density.
Right.
If
I know.
there's enough density in the water vapor to bring back an echo, right?
Right. Yep.
Yeah, it's the light beams. So it's like, yeah, but like then again, I was looking over my area and there was a big dark cloud and it was raining. Looked on the freaking Doppler, no green spots, nothing.
Really.
So it can be accurate, but then again, maybe it's steering. Right. There's always weird weather phenomenon around the Doppler centers. Like it never rains by there. And so people are thinking maybe the Doppler is actually steering these weather systems. I don't know. It's a possibility. I mean, it is using energy. It's putting energy into the clouds. Oh, shit, there's a fucking fire. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's usually very accurate, but once again, with the Doppler, it's always after the fact. It's never right up to the minute. It's always after the fact.
Yeah, they run a loop of their
Yes.
latest radar output and input, whatever it is. They send the signal out and it comes back. They record that for a period of time and then they run that loop and then they do it again after, I don't know, 20 minutes later or something.
Like when you see those weathermen on the news doing their forecast and they got the Doppler up and you see it doing the sweep, right?
Yeah.
You don't actually get that data when you are a civilian. You get an average updated every minute, and that thing will do like maybe 3 sweeps a minute. And then it's just a mean. It's the difference between the previous and the current that is what they animate. So it's a little deceiving, but it's showing you the density where, hey, this is dense, so there's probably going to be a storm here. That's how they can find these supercells. But it's based off of, observation. It's not really science. It's just post-diction.
Well, yeah, it's definitely not prediction because they're receiving information back and then they're telling you about it later. So, yeah.
Yeah. Like they can sit there and say, "Oh, it's gonna be rainy," because traditionally it's always rainy on this day. Or we see something off over here that's moving at this distance, and we could do the math based on this distance, and we're going to give you a chance for rain, even though it might not even be in that area, just because the wind's blowing that way and the storms in the area. We're going to say you're going to have a small chance of rain. That's why they say chance instead of saying it will rain. You know.
Yeah, I believe in the weather
The
stuff.
collection for the connection of the protection.
Democ's flowing.
Well, everything's a flow, really. Don't be silly.
You think what? You think I'm Catfish Billy?
Not really.
Who the fuck is Catfish Billy?
It's Yellow Wolf's granny side.
No, all right.
Yellow Wolf is a white rapper from the South, from Bama.
I don't know much about rappers. I listen to whatever I accidentally get to hear on here or whatever, but I don't. I mean, it's not that I don't like it. I just never follow. I don't know any rappers' names, or I don't know. I guess I'm just too much of an old fuddy for that. I don't know how to explain it. Doesn't
Miguel Sosa says that city that you're looking at was Chicago.
Oh, that it's an older one.
Yeah, well, no, not older. That is Chicago. That's an infrared image from the plane showing all the Great Lakes in the same picture with Lake Huron, which is like, impossible on the globe.
I stayed at the Lakeshore Holiday Inn once.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there one time. Long time ago.
I have no idea where that is. I've never been up there.
It's just right on the shore of the lake right there by Chicago. It's Lakeshore Holiday Inn in Chicago. It's right on the lake, right on the road is across the street, and then there's the lake. I sat in my hotel room and looked out the window and watched people get pulled off the beach. They had these little kites they were flying and pull them up in the air. Then they cut loose and then they float down and try to hit a target in the water. One that landed in the center of the target, I guess, won the contest or whatever. I don't know. It was kind of cool to watch. That was a long time ago, though. I'm sure you were probably not even born yet. I was 17.
Yeah, I probably wasn't around yet.
And we had driven all the way to, we went to Champaign, Illinois next day. It's a little college town.
Is that where Lake Champlain is?
I don't
Or
know.
Champlain? No, that's up north in Canada, I think.
Yeah. Anyway, they've got these canals for the farming there that run big, huge canals. And all along the banks of the canal grows that hempweed. Hempweed grows wild now. And so we went there with a Ryder rental truck and chopped down about 800 pounds of it and brought it back. That's what I did when I was 17 years old. What a fucking idiot, huh? That's why I was there. If you can imagine. Young kid, free pot. Where's free pot? I'm going. Well, let's go.
That'd be like a good YouTube channel. Just put free pot and then you just come on there and that's your name.
Yo, I was actually thinking about doing something like that.
There you go.
And doing like a giveaway thing at the end of the stream to where, if you comment in the live stream, it'll like do an automatic draw. And if you're chosen, then you're going to get a gram sent to you in the mail. Right?
Oh, Grant.
everybody's going to be, a whole gram. And everybody's going to be like, oh, yeah, right. This is bullshit. Then they're going to try to do a sting. Then they're going to realize that it's just the 8, the CBD buds.
Oh,
It's legal in all 50 states. You can get it drop shipped to your door because there's no THC in it.
right.
And just be like, yeah, man, here's a free gram for you. Here's a gram, here's a gram, here's a gram.
I've never tried that CBD stuff. I guess I probably should. I have a bit of pain in my neck and back, and
Well, it doesn't really do anything for pain. It's more like a muscle relaxer. It relaxes your whole body. It's not really a tranquilizer. It just relaxes you. You know how like after you eat like turkey, how you're kind of relaxed, and then you might go into that sleep from the chemical that's in it, the tryptophan.
yeah, I've heard of that. I don't know that I've ever
Yes.
really experienced it or not, but I've definitely taken a nap after Thanksgiving dinner, but I don't know that it was due to the turkey meat having that in it or whatever. But
Well, it's similar to that, to where if you've been sober for a while and you try it, you're gonna feel something, but it's not like THC. It's nothing like it. Like you'll feel something that feels familiar, but it's not gonna be what you think. It's just gonna be like a thing like, cool, I can relax, I can relax my back, I can relax my body.
I know my mom uses it. My dad and mom, my dad's bedridden. He's like partially paralyzed and he has a lot of pain. And they buy this CBD cream of some sort, and they claim it works. I don't know. They seem to be happy with using it. So
there's something else with it too.
they're in their mid 80s and they're using marijuana extract. I just find that kind of weird because my parents have never been weed smokers or had anything to do with drugs of any kind or whatever. But now here they are, buying this CBD cream and rubbing it on their bodies and then going, yeah, it feels better. It's probably all psychological. I don't know.
Some of it's placebo. But because my grandma, same thing, right? Her feet are bothering her. So she got this CBD cream. She goes, I don't like this. It's like icy hot and it stinks. And I go, okay, we'll get this unscented stuff. This is higher potency even. This is like got twice the amount that the other stuff had in it. And she goes, yeah, I don't like this. I don't feel anything. It's not like the other stuff. And I go, because the other stuff was icy hot. So it's, you're going to feel something different because, it's non-scented. There's nothing in it. It's just carnauba wax or whatever, beeswax, CBD. Like a lotion. But like my grandfather, he was suffering from cancer. And he kept asking me about marijuana. So I said, well, you can get CBD. And he goes, well, what's CBD? And I go, it's cannabidiol. It's the precursor for what gets you high. So you can use it and not get stoned. He goes, good, because I don't like that effect. My doctor recommended it to me and all this stuff. So I helped him out. I even got some seeds and started growing CBD and making them like edibles and stuff like that. Kept going to the store and getting those gummies. And he liked them. He didn't get goofy. And then one time I said, you know what? I'm going to make some cookies, peanut butter cookies, but they're going to be medicated like how I like them. He goes, well, let me try one of them. So he tried one of them and he went right to sleep and he goes, that was great. You got any more of those? All right. So yeah, you were finally able to sleep the whole night then, huh? And he goes, yeah. Because he was using that melatonin and CBD and whatever else that was with it, CBN. And I go, just try this, You might get a little excited for, a short while and then you'll crash. And sure as shit,
I have a bit of insomnia, and so I tried that melatonin stuff once. I bought a little bottle of it at the drugstore and brought it home and took 2 of them in the night when I went to bed or whatever. And I swear to God, that shit, it didn't make me tired. It just made me feel weird. Maybe it's just all in my head. I don't know, but I hated it. Fuck, I should just go throw the bottle away. It's still sitting in my fucking next to my bed in my fucking little cabinet I have there.
Yeah. Now, see, remember with marijuana, when you smoke it or take THC, it's a stimulant. It's not a depressant. So it's not going to put you to sleep. You're going to feel a little euphoria, right? That's a heightened sense of awareness.
Yeah, I've smoked weed for 30 years every day.
Right. But you know,
I haven't
at
smoked
the
since
end of
20
the day,
years old. It's been 20
at
years since
the
I got high.
right, but at the end of the day, when you smoke a bowl or smoke a joint or whatever, you're going to get a little boost in energy, and then after a while, you're just going to just start going out fast. You know,
I guess that's
I
not
mean, so fast.
because my friend
Not
came
all
over.
the time.
My friend come over with some of this newfangled chronic bud. He said, "Come on, man, just take a couple hits. Just take a couple hits." I'm like, "No, I don't want to. I don't want to." He just kept at me, and I fucking finally says, "All right, fucking shut up. Let's fucking where is it? Give me that shit. I'll take a couple hits." I took a couple hits of that shit, and oh my God, spent the rest of the night laying on my bed with one foot on the floor to keep from spinning.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's what I'm talking about.
I was
You're
so
gonna
fucking
you're
pissed
gonna
off.
be all a little weird, right? But
And
after a while, like
I grew
first thing in the
indoors.
day,
I grew indoors for 8 years. I got a portfolio growing my hash plant. I grew it for like 8 years, and I used to smoke 2 big fat joints before I get out of bed every morning. But this was like when I was young and I was a kid, and I quit. I just quit everything when I went to
yeah.
prison and like 30 years ago, and since then I just gave up on all that shit because it just never did anything good for me. It made me a lot of money, but it didn't. I decided that wasn't where I needed to go anymore.
Right.
Yeah, I have a long history of marijuana use. Extremely long. When I was 15 years old. Well, actually 12 was the first time I smoked. 1968.
Well, like sometimes you won't have any red eyes, right? Your eyes will be clear. And then other times, like say you're tired or whatever, and you try to get a little bit of energy and you smoke, and then your eyes just get all cashed and bloodshot and dry, right? That's when you can sleep.
Actually, that's why they prescribe it for glaucoma, because it
Yeah.
raises the blood, it increases the blood flow to your eye. When they get red, that's just increased blood flow. And
Yeah, it dilates the blood pressure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the blood vessels. In fact, I got into an altercation, got pinned against the wall, got the shit kicked out of me. I had blood in my eyes and all that shit, almost detached my retina. And they tried giving me some medication at the hospital. I'm like, nah, that's all right. I'll just get me an ounce and a half of weed and this will clear up within a week. And they're like, no, you need this, you need this. No, I could see just fine. So I know what you're saying is bullshit and I'm not going to take your drugs. So went and got an ounce and a half of weed, smoked it, and within like the first day, it wasn't like red in the whites of my eyes anymore. It started turning yellow, and by the time the bag was done, my eyes were clear. So yeah, it does help with certain eye ailments, like people that even go through eye surgery. I feel that they should use some sort of form of marijuana to help alleviate the
helps with
drainage,
helps with
and the
healing.
pressure.
It helps
Yeah.
with the healing because the increase of blood flow and the increase of healing.
Especially diabetics.
I'm diabetic.
Diabetics have a problem with blood flow because their blood's thicker than usual because the sugar content, right? Like my mom's diabetic. She's about a millimeter away from being completely blind and her retina's being detached.
That sucks.
And I keep telling her, "Here, smoke some of this. It'll help."
I do an eye exam every year because of my diabetes, and last one I did was about 4 months ago, and they said that they'd seen absolutely no damage whatsoever to my eye. None.
Yeah. Well, my mom doesn't really take care of
So
herself either.
yeah, I manage my blood sugar really well. I prick my finger quite often.
I think hers is like at 300 this morning,
Oh my God.
and she's insulin dependent, but yet she just eats nothing but bread and candy and fucking fruit. And it's like, stop eating that shit. If you're gonna eat fruit, just eat fruit. But you can't do that. Like, so if you're on this insulin stuff, now that you're on it, you're dependent on it. So you have to abide by it. You can't be eating carbs. Go on a keto diet.
Well, insulin dependent
But I
people,
don't like meat.
their
Well,
pancreas shuts down, quits producing insulin.
yeah.
They have to take it. I mean, it's not like they're dependent on it. You're right about that, but their pancreas actually shuts down and quits working and quits producing insulin. Thank God mine still works. I mean,
That happened. That happened to my cousin. She ended up having a stroke, and then after she had a stroke, since she was on insulin for 25 years, she developed pancreatic cancer, and
wow,
that was it. You know. So, but you know, the thing is there's certain things that she does that she needs to stop doing, and she won't.
yeah, I
And
try
tell
to
her,
watch.
you know, I
try
tell
to
her
watch.
get a computer. I'll put an emulator on there so she can play her games instead of straining her eyes on her phone. You know, that way it's a bigger screen than I can even have it going up to her TV. And she goes, "Hey, that's neat." I go, "Yeah." That way, when you're doing your coloring, you can use a mouse even instead of that stylus.
Story of my life, guys. You know, the best I feel ever is when I eat like fish, meat, fats, eggs. That's at this moment that's the better I feel when I eat that kind of stuff.
You're
But
diabetic.
still, if I don't take the insulin, I feel like dying.
Yeah, I knew you were diabetic, Jim. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I'm hypoglycemic. So I'm the opposite. I have low blood sugar. So it's like being on insulin.
Your pancreas is just overactive.
Yeah. But I found out that if I change my diet with OMAD and I don't eat the same thing all the time, and when I do eat, I eat high things that are high in animal protein, I have no issues with my blood sugar. The issues when I have with my blood sugar is when I eat 3 meals a day with all the cereals,
Yeah.
bread,
Yeah.
right, pastas.
Yeah, but the protein needs the fat. I definitely feel the fat has definitely a great place on whenever we consume protein. At least me. Like high fat meats, they just feel good in my digestion and everything. Like I just feel fine. I just feel good. That's it.
Like, see, I think my blood sugar right now is probably hovering right around 90. Back when I was eating 3 meals a day or more, eating whenever I could, because they say you have to eat 6 times a day when you have, you know, hypoglycemia, because you can go into anaphylactic shock at any time. And I've gone
Yeah.
into that a couple times. It sucks.
I just took-
Seizures and shit.
I just took my blood sugar. It's 98.
That's good.
Yeah, that's
Like,
good.
but when I would go into those seizures, my blood sugar was like at 40.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, mine's been around there, 30 something, 40 something. Yeah, under 70, you start feeling it.
Yeah. And that's what my problem was throughout school. So then when I found out OMAD 1 meal a day,
Feeling what?
Feeling like
feeling drained.
you need to eat something, and you start like I started like kind of like feeling trembly and like
Yeah, you start shaking.
dizzy,
Yep.
and eventually I used to fall in like a kind of like a coma.
I would call it noodly.
Damn.
Like all the color would drain away from everything. Like how I would experience it, color would drain away, and you would just see outlines. Then the world would start looking like a bunch of noodles.
Hopefully, you got some of them press tablets or something that you can put into your tongue or something when you get like that, don't you, Jimsy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
What about the glucosamine or whatever tablets?
But my issue is that if I put too much insulin, that's when I got that issue. But Joshua, he's because I guess his
Absolutely.
body's producing too much insulin, and maybe an adverse reaction for consuming too many of those foods that he was doing in the past. And now by changing that, I guess his body is at level it's not producing that much insulin because it's not necessary.
Yeah, see, I kept eating and eating, trying to gain weight, and I wouldn't gain weight. And everybody was jealous of me because I could eat whatever I wanted, not gaining weight. This fucking hummingbird went over to my branch that I just trimmed and tried getting nectar from it. That's funny.
You got hummingbirds where you're at right now?
Oh, yeah. This hummingbird was just right over my head, just like checking me out, doing a 360.
Because they come here in dwarfs during the summer, but then they head back to Mexico for the winter here.
Be careful. It might be the government listening to you, talking to us.
No, it's a hummingbird, man.
Just kidding. I've seen them since I was a child. Yeah, I grew up seeing them around. Yeah, they're beautiful. And sucking the nectar out of flowers and trees and doing different
Yeah,
things.
the government wouldn't bother with hummingbirds. They'd use cockroaches.
Right. But no, I could tell this guy just woke up because he just went to the feeder and stuck his beak in and didn't leave it for like a minute. Now he's over there bitching. Probably reporting. Where the bitches at? Little daredevils, man. You know how I know they're not drones? Because they do these maneuvers that machines can't. Like go in a straight line fast as hell and then dodge right through like the branches of these bushes, just like nothing.
You must live in a warm climate for there still to be hummingbirds.
Yeah. It's warm right now, man. Well, not quite warm. Warmer than where you are.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, it's snowing. Doppler radar's now accurate. It is
48.
now snowing.
It's 48 here.
Yeah, we're getting some more snow. Here it comes.
Yay! So are you telling me that all the snowflakes right now are in your area?
No, not all of them. I'm sure. Just the ones that are here are here. That's all. It is snowing though, just like they said it would. So I have to take my hat off to the Doppler radar one more time.
Hey, you got to
Sounds
take
like a
the
lot of
Doppler to Vegas.
snowflakes.
Yeah, snowflakes. I'm serious. We got to take the Doppler to freaking Vegas, man. Like, I need you to post-dict the next 15 hands. Okay, so on the fourth hand, I should bet. Okay, cool.
I check this out. A friend of mine, this is not a lie. A friend of mine just lost a pot in Vegas that had over $300,000 in it. The guy pulled 2 aces out of his ass, and he had 2 aces in the hole. He had a 2% chance of winning, and my friend went all in with him. Lost $300,000
on pocket aces.
Yep.
Pocket aces. That's yeah. What he didn't have. What was it? An aces
I
and
would have
eights?
told him don't do it. I hate pocket aces. I always beat pocket aces myself. I hate them. I don't like to like throw them all in unless like somebody like makes me. You know what I mean? I don't even like to go. I limp in with them motherfuckers, and if they do what they do, they do it. I don't get crazy. They always get beat. They fucking always get beat, man.
They've got me before too. So yeah, I understand that. And they just got my buddy, but they got him in the other way. Pocket aces. Fuck, he lost 300 grand. The casino they took a bunch of pictures, and they were, I don't know, they posted it on some gambling channel or whatever, and whatever. They made some big deal out of it. But yeah, he's really rich though, so I'm sure it didn't even bother him, other than it hurt his feelings. He has two growing operations in California, one outdoors and one indoors. He supplies a bunch of the what are they called where you buy your pot? The
dispensaries.
Dispensaries, yes. Yeah, he's a big dispensary supplier. He's actually from here where I live. I mean, I've known him for 30 years, 40 years. But yeah, he's got some big outdoor and indoor growing operations, and he just had some people he hired do it. You know, they just run it for him, and he runs around gambling, and he's rated like number 3 in the world in pool for over 65. You know, right after he lost that money, he had his manager put out the word all across the country that he was ready to play pool. Anybody that wanted to win some money, here I am, come get it. Nobody responded. It's because he's too good anyway, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was.
I wish I could add smell to this.
Oh. That's a weird looking strain to me, how the wheat leaves are all kind of deformed, and when they go into budding, they change their shape and revert.
Yeah, this is a hybrid called Tangy.
Tangy, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of skunky and citrusy. Pretty good stuff. It's almost like a Kush because the way that the flower structure is, and you can see the sativa that's in it because of the bud structure. But the way that the calyxes are, it's like a Kush calyx.
Maybe one day I'll bring my portfolio home. My sister has it put away for me and show you guys some pictures of my grow rooms from like a long time ago, 30 years ago.
I got this other one too.
I was growing Appy Bud fucking 30 years ago when nobody even knew what the fuck it was.
This is some Packy.
You know, my favorite weed of all time is back in the day when we were kids. The Flyboys were bringing tie sticks in from, when they come back from their military, whatever. Hill Air Force Base is right here, and the Flyboys would bring back these tie sticks, and oh my god, that shit tasted so good. That shit, I'll never forget that original real Thai weed from Thailand. That shit was so good. Little sticks with about 1.5 grams or 2 grams of weed on each stick. Sold for like 10, $12 or something.
Here's some Pakistani, some purple. All the calyxes are purple, like a deep purple. Oh,
That's what I grew. I called it baby purple. They call it granddaddy purple now. Because I sold clones to all kinds of people in California and stuff back in like 1978. I hear it's still alive. They call it granddaddy. They call it GDP now. Is what I hear. I don't know.
I've had it.
That came from me, brother.
Nah.
Believe it or not.
Nice.
Ripley's.
Nice. You're a legend.
Oh, I don't know about all that. I was just a kid doing his thing, you know.
Here's a top that's almost ripe. You can see the purple in it, and it's just so snowy right now. Fuck. Turn colors already. I mean, the stuff's pretty stony right now. I might just harvest it and be done with it. But the buds are still swelling up, so I mean, why not just let it all swell up so you have choice kind instead of choky stuff?
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in letting it flower just a little bit longer than what a lot of people would recommend.
Yeah, I wait until
the trichomes do start to turn a little bit yellow and stuff when the older it gets, but it just becomes more stony to me. It used to anyway. I mean, I don't even smoke.
I usually wait until the water pestles for the base of the branch is completely like amber, and then I'll go ahead and harvest it, because when you dry it, then they'll turn amber on you, because they're like starting to turn amber at that point. You know what I mean by the water pestles? The calyx is at the very base of the stem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like the white hair, when that turns completely orange and all the crystals that's on that calyx turns orange, then that's my rule of thumb.
Yeah, those hairs are what catch the pollen, and then they recede back down into the seed pod and make a seed.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's the female part of the flower.
Yep.
So what you're seeing there is full frontal.
Full lesbian.
Yep. Just look at those crowns, man.
Yeah, that's just an empty seed pod covered with fucking resin glands or trichomes.
Horny.
Call them whatever you want.
Horny little girl.
I always used to call them resin glands, but I guess now everybody calls them trichomes, but whatever.
Well, trichrome is hair. So if you look at the abaxial surface of the leaf, it's covered in trichromes. So yeah, it's a gland, right? The trichrome is the hair, right? And then
it's where the
at the tip
THC
of the
oil
hair.
is at. THC oil is always inside that. It's not in the leaf, it's on the leaf. It's in the resin gland. That's where the THC is.
Yep. And that's where the terpenes and the flavonoids are. Terpene, like aroma.
There does get to be THC on the resin on the leaf when you pinch it, because you're breaking open the resin glands. That's where when you smell it and you squeeze the bud and you get that nice strong odor.
Well, not necessarily. It would be on the sugar leaf.
You just
right, not on the leaf itself.
Resin glands.
Yeah, but where the resin glands themselves that are on the leaf, like the sugar leaf, not the water leaf.
I was just talking about the smell. When you're smelling it, you're breaking open those resin glands. That's where the odor's coming from.
Well, in fact, like the trichromes that are on the stem, when it's growing, like when it's a young plant, you can actually rub your fingers on the stem of the plant and smell your fingers, and it'll smell like the mature plant.
Yep.
Yeah. But that's because the trichromes that are on the stem of the plant.
Yep.
Which doesn't mean that you can scrape the stem and get high off of it. It's not mature yet. You're just smelling it. But after a while, like this woody stem that I got, yeah, there ain't nothing on it. But like the stem where the buds are, especially if there's like ripe glands on it, yeah, you can save those and wash those and make hash out of it. And I've done it. It was delicious. Because all hash is when you take that material and you knock all the trichromes off of it, all the glands off of it, and you just throw away the plant material and you're just left with the glands.
Yeah, I know exactly what hash is, but I used to make hash oil back in the day. And I would put it in solvent. I would crush the complete wheat all up, dry it until it was completely dry, and then dissolve all the oils from the resin glands in a solvent, and then separate it in a separatory funnel with petroleum, ether, water, and methanol. And all the THC would go on the top layer, would separate, and then you would drain off the bottom shit and throw some more in there and shake it up and let it separate. And shake it up and let it. When the bottom layer is totally clear, then you're not getting any more of the garbage out. You got pure THC in the oil. I don't know what percentage it was, but it was fucking. It was as good as the shit you can buy now. I know that.
Yeah, I went to prison for making hash oil the way they do it now with butane.
Yeah, still a
Yeah.
solvent.
Yep. So I'm like, wait a minute. If I'm not allowed to produce it, does that mean that there's a license you have to get to produce it? Well, no, you're not allowed to produce it. Interesting. So why can I get it at the dispensary? Uh, well, that's a loophole. Yeah. Where do you think the dispensary is getting it from? They ain't getting it from Washington State or fucking Colorado because you can't import it over state lines. So made it a case study. And then they made it all right to do so after fucking me over. So yeah, fuck the government.
Imagine when they write laws and put a date when the law comes in place. So before that hour, you could do that stuff and it's legal. And then when 12 o'clock passes, if you do that same thing you were doing yesterday, you're a criminal now.
Yep.
Because the government said so. If you like flowers, we might make that illegal because of Mexicans.
Yeah, and for that matter, marijuana is not even hemp. It's not even cannabis. It's tobacco. It's a wild tobacco. It's a slang word for wild Mexican tobacco. Right? Marijuana, it, it's this little plant that has this yellow flower. Well, it's like a green flower, the tobacco flower, and you could actually smoke it, and you're gonna get way dizzy because it's got very high amounts of nicotine in it. So the whole thing was based, like the laws against marijuana was based off of racism in the state of Texas.
But that's the way they took it, right? But when we go really deep into it, they had they had to make a war against this plant, no matter how, nobody doesn't matter because this plant was part of the old world and it was utilized for for many years to to produce industries and multi-resources. So that's why they made it so ridiculous. I remember being young and people taken to jail.
Not
Take,
just that,
taken
dude.
to jail because they had like a residue of whatever they smoked 2 hours ago or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not just that, though. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's not just that. The human body has the endocannabinoid system. It's like, it's almost, maybe it isn't a necessary nutrient, but it all.
It's the cannabism. I'm a firm believer that that word was changed, right? I'm a firm believer because they have found a shipwreck that had an ancient shipment of cannabis that was headed from Galilee to Jerusalem. So I'm a firm believer that cannabis is part of the holy anointing oil and part of the incense of the temple. Because when Moses was speaking to the apparition that appeared to him through the burning bush, he was told to take the bush that is burning and others like it and make an anointing oil out of it. That's not River Calamus.
Well, when you take everything into account and the same plant as a medicine, and beyond that, uh, we can produce paper, fibers, clothing, right? You could build fibers for clothing and stuff, and cement, fuel, oils, so many different things. And yeah, they have to wage war against the design that is in place. Imagine if the nations had industrial hemp available for them and they can be producing their own oil, ethanol to, do many things with it. Just that. And also the cement to build
Well,
houses.
you necessarily wouldn't need to use petroleum then. You could use cannabis seed oil.
Yeah. Yeah.
In fact,
you could burn hash oil too if you wanted.
that's the lubricant that was recommended in what Ford's first engine was based and engineered to run on for lubrication.
Yeah, the lubrication of the hemp plant is way superior to whatever is available in the market at this moment. Whatever you can buy in the store right now, the hemp lubricant is superior to that.
Yep.
One of the crazy parts is that plant can be harvested 3+ times a year.
Yep.
So it's a multi-resource that can be harvested multiple times a year.
And
You know
see
that
here
car
in
you're talking
America,
about, that Ford car you're talking about that ran on hemp oil way back in the day, the very first one? The entire car was made of hemp. The fenders were made from the hemp they make rope out of. The fenders and everything. Almost the entire car was made from the hemp plant, by the way.
Yeah. If you go to the gas station right now, you'll see it says 10% or whatever percent ethanol, and the cleanest source of ethanol is hemp. The more efficient, the cleanest that I know of, and it's been used in the past. The easiest one to produce Because, like I said, you could produce it multiple times a year, and it will take less uh um landfill, less land to produce it.
Back in the day,
Hell, did you know?
back in the
Did
day,
you know you could use hemp flowers instead of hops for beer?
yeah, back in the day, the ancient people. I bought a book like when I was in the 70s about hemp and where it came from and how it was back in Asia. It was they crossbred everything and made the different strains of weed, and then they used it. They burned hash oil in their lamps for their light. They used it to smoke. They made their clothing out of the rope type hemp. They made clothing. You can buy clothes today that are made of it. They made their clothing out of it. They burned, like I said, their oil lamps were burning hash oil in them. They were
Yep.
using it for medicinal purposes. They used it for all kinds of shit. And this is like thousands of years ago when there was only
Even to modern day, bro, even modern day in modern communist China, there's no law against the use of marijuana. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that about China. I always thought China was pretty harsh on all their drug laws, but
Not marijuana because it's part of traditional Chinese medicine.
China's not a place you want to get in trouble for.
No.
drugs.
But they have less people in their prison system than we do. And they have way more people.
That's because they want to put you in prison here for picking your nose, dude. It's crazy.
Well, they put you in prison over there for speaking
That's
out
because of
against
the
communism.
bonds behind the case.
For being a Christian.
One case.
You're breaking
One
up.
case in America has like 3 different bonds, each of them worth like millions of dollars. Oh, sorry.
I heard bonds worth millions of dollars each. Like each one, we have bonds, right?
Bonds, James Bonds.
Right. Each case in like even a small misdemeanor has about 3 different bonds behind it that are each worth like millions apiece. And they take those, they wrap them up into a mutual fund of 90 days worth of bonds from all the different cases, and they sell it on the stock market.
So that's just another way that they own everything and everyone. That those bonds are bonded. They're bonded. They're placed to bond for people.
Yep. Here's the thing, right? It's selling and trading men,
Yes.
the souls of men and women,
Yep.
like a commodity. That's what it is, right? Now, that's Mystery Babylon, right? And that's also the wares of the temple.
I don't think there's much mystery about Babylon anymore. It's right here.
Yeah, but the mystery is, right? Which one is it? Which Babylon is it? Or is the mystery they've all been adopted under it? Like, you go to Washington, D.C., right? It's not in the United States, technically. Technically, it's its own country.
It's District of Columbia. It's not even. It's
Yeah.
owned by the UK. It's not even owned by the United States. It's a piece of land that is owned by the UK, and it's in our in our country, and it's called DC, District of Columbia.
Now, if you go to the UK, which is no longer the UK because they're not united anymore, what would you find there? Well, you would find the city of London, right? The city of London is not part of Britain, but it rules it,
Queen is not allowed in the city of London.
right? I know. That's the thing, right? It's a different country.
What's not allowed
It's
there?
what rules the nation.
What's not
So-
allowed in London, did you say? Weed?
The Queen.
Oh, the
Queen.
I said weed.
So here's the thing, right? Then you go to the Vatican, and you got the same thing at the Vatican, right? Where the Vatican pretty much runs all of these other city-states. And like Do you see it yet? Like, it's a system. It's a way that's always been here. In fact, when you talk about these lifelong politicians, they don't even refer to each other as Republican or Democrat. They say, are you Roman or Senate? It's the statue. That's the mystery Babylon. The statue in the dream of Nebuchadnezzar, the mystery.
You think that the term statute and statue are synonymous for, they don't sound the same for no reason.
Right. Well, it's like a tenant, like the tenants of Freemasonry and all that. Like, well, what is a tenant? Tenant is a resident. So it's not a principle, but it's almost like. So anyway, okay, let's put it out there. First, it was the head of gold, which was Babylon, right? And the whole thing is Babylon because it's the image of Nebuchadnezzar, right? It's the image of the first king after the flood, Nimrod. So, if this is what this image is, except for unlike the image that he set up that was made of pure gold, it only had a pure head of gold, right? The chest was silver, and the arms are silver. The torso was bronze, and the legs were iron, and the feet were iron and clay, right? So it was an amalgam. It was different metals, and they represented the different kingdoms of the Babylonian system: Babylon, Mede, Persia, Greeks, Alexander, Macedonians, Romans. And Rome will rule until the very end because you have two legs of iron, right? They say Rome fell. If you look at Italy, it kind of looks like a leg, right? This is spiritual things, spiritualized, like looking through it, right? Two legs of iron, right? One leg is gone. So it's standing on one leg because it was wounded with a head wound. Everybody thinks they're gone, but they're not. The Holy Roman Church is the Roman Empire. The Catholics. And it's a spiritual thing, right? I mean, this is what's causing everyone to leave the churches, and which is making everybody think that, there's a decline in Christianity when it's not true. People are just leaving the church because they're realizing that the church has nothing to do with Christianity at all. And it was spoken about. It's the Great Shaking. And it happens right at the beginning of the birth pains. Welcome to the current event. The Great Deception is globe Earth. It's a lie. Space. It's a lie. The Great Deception, to where even the elect, if possible, will be deceived.
Oh, it's possible, all right.
I was deceived until I started looking into it with my own eyes and discerning it and testing it, right?
I was gonna say was, right?
Who, me? No, you could never deceive me. What are you talking about? Fuck, I'm not. No. That's the problem right there. People don't think they can be deceived. It's harder to
It's
harder to convince somebody deceived than go ahead and deceive them again. I mean, you can deceive them all day long, but to convince them of that, no, I'm smarter than that. No, you're not going to deceive me.
Mark Twain.
That's the problem.
Mark Twain even said he knew about it because he was around during the revolution, or not the revolution, the Civil War, right? He knew. He said it's easier to deceive people than to convince them of the truth. Right?
Yep.
Samuel Clemens. Well, who's Samuel Clemens, George? Well, that's the person who has the pen name Mark Twain. Yep.
Live in a strange world. Get stranger every day.
And if you don't think that pen names mean anything, what about Shakespeare? Why do they call it James when it's clearly Jacob? Pen names matter.
Weather forecast from Utah live. Still snowing. I thought that was funny when DeMott came on earlier and said something about, I can't remember what he said, but I was rolling. Oh, what did he say? Fuck. Oh yeah. I can't remember. What did you say, DeMott? Fuck. Help me out here.
I can't remember.
I think he's still mad at me. I guess deservingly so. My passion gets in the way of my mouth sometimes.
Man.
All right, well, let's liven this up a little bit. 13 minutes past the hour west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel. And people are still asking you guys for cartoon models. Please do not fall for it. Please do not answer psychotic people that have to live in a cartoon because you're enabling them. Okay. So, you people in the chat asking for cartoon models, when this group found out that cartoon models are the problem that caused this insane psychopathic sycophant religion, and you're still asking for models, that proves you're still hiding from reality, and you are the problem. You people are literally stuck asking for a cartoon, and the problem is every single thing that anybody ever does, including models that I'm not claiming, are dependent on not adjusting for curvature or spin. You navalent, pathetic cupcake. Get a life. Please stop killing yourself in the chat. Oh, thanks.
XO, I've stopped. Come on, man.
Good. I'm very glad. Yes, the problem is that you have these psychopath sycophants in chat that live on the cartoon side of the internet, hiding from reality, and they're saying, oh, there's a bunch of people here that believe in a flat earth. Well, let me go ask them if they have a cartoon yet that proves it. Get a life. That's like saying, I'm going to go to the flat earth. What's the next question? Have you guys found the golden elephant feathers yet? Because if you guys haven't found the golden elephant feathers yet, how could you prove a flat earth? Yeah, I just went to the thrift store minutes ago. Yeah, God rocking. I just went to the thrift store. No kidding, here in Southern Arizona. 20 minutes ago, I knew I had to find golden elephant feathers for the retards that live on the internet. I couldn't find any. So I'm sorry, guys. I couldn't find any golden elephant feathers. So you guys have to prove why we can't find golden elephant feathers if the earth is flat. That's your job for the day. Thanks. I'll be back later.
I'll get right on that, buddy.
Thanks.
So, yeah. How about that flat earth?
Are you letting those idiots on the live stream bother you?
Dude, I don't even know what you're talking about.
I didn't mean you, I meant EXO.
See, I don't even pay attention to the losers on YouTube, man. I tend to go for other influencers and just shock them, like this idiot right here, and then invite him here. They can't get away from cartoon planets, fake realities, fantasy, and aliens. They can't get away from that program.
Aliens.
It's a fantasy.
'Cause it's no fun being an illegal alien. What? No laugh at all? Fuck me.
No, thank you. I've had better offers.
Hey, what?
I would laugh, but I'm laying flooring right now, so I have to like unmute every time.
Where's Glad at?
feeding the cat.
God damn it, Zeus!
Still, didn't he say that like 2 hours ago?
It's a big cat.
He's a tiger.
Oh yeah, that's a real big kitty.
If that kitty's not pleased, he'll zap him with a lightning bolt.
Yes, give the kitty the rod.
See, the thing is he says he named him Zeus because he's got a lightning bolt on his forehead, but he should have named the cat Harry Claw. Instead of Potter Claw, Harry Claw. What are you bitching about, Sam?
He said life's rough.
What's up, buddy? You hear the other dog barking in the distance? I caught your secret communications. I'm going to decode it.
Non-rotating.
When I said something to him, he like snapped his neck to look at me. He's all like, "What?" Funny.
So I have a question. Is relative density and buoyancy the same thing? It is, right?
Not necessarily. Buoyancy can be caused by a cavity. Like steel can be buoyant, but relative density dictates that it's not the same. Right? Buoyancy is based off of volumetric displacement. So, like, if you had a stone big enough and you carved like a canoe out of it, it could theoretically float and be buoyant. But we know that a stone is heavier than water and would sink in water, which is what relative density, specific gravity is based off of. Even the periodic table is based off of specific gravity. The atomic weights.
And are you guys familiar with the argument that physics present that relative density isn't a force? Because I've been thinking about that. And
Yeah, it's
I
not
have
a force.
argument to make.
It's not a force. That's the
I think
thing.
it's a force,
They
and I'm
say
gonna.
gravity is a force. It's not a force.
But then the question arises, right? Let's say Newton's first law of movement, if I'm not mistaken. Like says that an object that is in movement will stay in movement until another force is acted upon it, or an object that standing still will remain still until
Yeah,
a
that's
force is
inertia.
acted upon it. So basically, if I hold a helium balloon down, right, and it's kinetic energy is like is equal to 0, like the E res, like RES. If I let it go, and it shouldn't go up, but it does. So that means
Yeah,
that
that's
there's a
because
force
it has
acting upon it.
potential energy. It has potential energy, right? So when the kinetic energy is net zero, then the potential energy is greater.
Okay.
So when you
But
release it, then the potential energy is automatically converted into kinetic energy.
so that energy to go up, where does it come from? Isn't it like the
It's
relative
less
density?
it's less dense than the air that surrounds
Yes.
it, right?
Yes.
That's
So
why it
isn't that
rises.
a force? Isn't that a
It's
force?
just like,
Like the
well,
kinetic
hang on,
energy
hang
that's
on,
going up?
hang on. The kinetic energy happens when you let go and release the balloon. Then the kinetic energy comes in. It goes from a potential to a kinetic thing. Just like if you were to pick a stone up off the ground where it's at rest and you have it in your hand and you let go of it, when you have it in your hand and you pick it up, you are imparting into it potential energy. And then when you release it, it's transferred into kinetic energy, which is why it falls.
I
Do you understand that?
that. Yeah, I understand that already.
Yeah,
But
it's
the
the
thing
same
is,
thing with the balloon, right?
yeah, and then the question arises, like, where does that kinetic energy come from? It is relative density, but couldn't we use that as an argument that relative density is a force? Like that
No,
causes
it's not a
upward
force.
or downward?
It's not a force. It's called equilibrium.
And what's causing like objects to go to a state of
All
equilibrium?
things in nature seek equilibrium.
Yeah, that's an observation, and that's true 100%. But then,
And
what's the agent's
what
the agent's
causes relative density? Because the material that said mass is made of is less dense,
Oh, I
meaning
understand
there's
that.
less things in it than the surrounding things. Relative, right?
I know, I
It's
know. Like
relative.
for example, helium is less dense than oxygen and nitrogen,
Yeah.
so that's why it's going up. I
Yeah.
understand that already, but what's the agent that's pushing that equilibrium? Like we're only like
It's the
describing.
difference. It's the net difference in density to force equilibrium. Equilibrium happens no matter what. We can test this. We know it to be true. Equilibrium will occur. If you have two sealed vessels, one with a vacuum in it and one with atmospheric pressure in it, and you open the valve between the two of them to connect it, it will equalize to where in both chambers the pressure will be the same.
Okay, I might want
Right.
to phrase the question differently because I know it's on my end. I
Now,
probably
if you had a mixture of hold on. If you had a mixture of gases in it, and you did the same thing, then the gas that is less dense, they
will
call
go
it a
up.
lighter gas, would be in a different would be in the container that's on top of the lower container. They would naturally separate out, and they call that a gradient, but it's just specific gravity.
Yeah.
But the thing that troubles me about this is a so-called ozone layer, right? Ozone is O3,
Mm-hmm.
which means it's heavier than oxygen.
Then shouldn't it
Because oxygen is O2. It's got an extra oxygen atom on it. So it would be heavier. So why is it all the way up there and keeping all the air in? Because it doesn't exist, man.
Yeah.
They
I mean,
say it's ozone because they see it's blue up there, right? And ozone is a dark blue, almost purple, like an indigo. So they look at that and they go, it's ozone, that's what's causing it. What if it's just water?
I mean, doesn't that more have like you're saying it's heavier, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's denser. Like density is
Yeah.
like density between molecules.
Well, what causes something to be heavier? Like what let me ask you this. What is heavier? A ton of feathers or a ton of gold?
I mean, aren't they
They weigh the same.
They weigh the same. Yeah.
Right.
How are
So you could
the clouds staying
which
in the
is
sky?
denser?
Thousands and thousands of pounds of water in them. How's that happen?
I mean, even if you have like 1 kilogram
But
of
which is denser,
oxygen,
feathers or gold?
feathers of dense gold.
Right. So, in fact, gold is so dense that it's like 19 times heavier than water itself, which is why we have that specific gravity of gold being so heavy. It's based off of density, displacement. And that displacement
I mean, a heaviness of
you call buoyancy.
what I was addressing was the heaviness of a molecule itself versus the density of various molecules together. I don't know if there's an instance, but if you have like a heavy molecule, and it's not as dense together, it will go up, logically speaking, to a more dense object.
Only if there's more kinetic energy imparted upon the object through the release of potential.
Yeah.
Like, say, the potential of heat. Heat imparts kinetic energy into gas.
Yeah, like the particles will start to vibrate violently and it might distort.
Well, that's the thing. They say the molecules vibrate, but gas molecules don't vibrate. They just move in a linear fashion. They ricochet off the walls of the container of said gas envelope to create the pressure inside of it. So it's constantly moving, like shooting around in a straight line. It doesn't vibrate back and forth. That's what solid things do, according to their model of the atomic theory.
Okay, I mean it is moving as you say, like it
And like
moves until it
liquids will
bounces.
vibrate too, but liquids will actually not just vibrate, but they can vibrate so much that they can actually start going into a straight line and turn into a gas. Now, some solids, like carbon dioxide, solid carbon dioxide, like dry ice, something happens called sublimation, which is where it goes directly from a solid that's just vibrating to shooting out jets of gas, where there is no phase change to the liquid.
So
Same thing will happen with water when it's frozen in a vacuum, right? This is how we get freeze-dried foods. So if we know that a vacuum will cause water to boil, then why is it that every time you look at the ISS where water bubbles or air bubbles are floating up, they say it's water falling? Well, wouldn't it be flying with the same speed of the ship and just be pulling up into a big ball like you see inside? See, things don't make sense. We have to look at the evidence that they provide for us to believe. And we're simply saying it's trickery. Right? And then we even go further on measurements. Like a lot of these measurements that they have are just calculations.
I think I might understand why relative density, how it functions. Do you mind if I try to explain what I have in mind?
Yeah, sure.
Like, since, let's say helium, right? Since it's less dense, that would imply there's more space between the molecules than, for example, oxygen. So there's more space for it to move in a certain direction. And since that air is denser and it's like moving back and forth, it'll hit against the helium molecules and move it up. Basically, like since there's enough space in a certain direction, it'll force the molecules to move to whatever open spot there is. By the contact of the molecules, it'll, for example, like if you shoot like a bouncing ball against another bouncing ball, it transforms that energy into a movement of another object. Do you get what I'm trying to say here? Because
Yeah, I do. But here's another thing that I find kind of fascinating about helium. Did you know that helium is used to detect leaks in steam fittings and weldings and other like chemical plants that have to be airtight?
isn't
They
that
use helium.
methane?
They
Because
use
of the
helium
smell?
because
Oh,
it
helium.
because of osmosis. They use helium to detect leaks because osmosis. If there's porosity in the joints or the welds or the material itself, helium will force itself through the crystalline structure and out of it because it's so small. That's why it's so light or so less dense, because it's a very small thing.
Okay.
And it's diamagnetic, not paramagnetic. So it's not influenced at all by a magnetic field. It's neutral. So something that is neutral cannot be acted on by a force, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Also,
Which we
helium
can
will
know. Huh?
helium will escape from a latex balloon after about 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, osmosis, yeah. That's how they detect leaks. It's fascinating.
I mean, I thought they used methane because, like, of the smell. Like, for example, the gas. Certain gas
Methane
doesn't
has
have
no
a
smell.
smell. Oh yeah,
Methane's
yeah,
odorless.
it's yeah, other.
They
No, it's
add
other way
sulfur
around. Yeah,
dioxide gas to
yeah.
it.
So they can smell it if
It's
it's because it's highly
or
flammable.
excuse, not sulfur dioxide, hydrogen sulfide. The rotten
So
egg smell.
yeah, so that they can know if there's been a leak. Otherwise, they would like blow the whole
Wouldn't be able.
place up.
Yep. That's why propane smells. Propane doesn't have a smell. They add that smell to it to detect leak.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to like ammonia plants, since ammonia is dealing with nitrogen, which in itself will osmose through membranes, containers. So they have to check it with something that's even smaller. And if they can contain the helium without it escaping, then they can proceed safely with the anhydrous production of ammonia. Because if any moisture gets in there or any oil gets in there, it'll react and ruin it and probably blow the whole thing up.
Yeah.
Why they use nitrogen to purge it like a chemistry
Yep.
thing. They'll purge it with nitrogen. It's inert gas, doesn't react with anything, neutral, like you were saying.
It's noble.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah. Anytime you're doing like when they make drugs and stuff in the chemistry lab, they always purge the vessel with nitrogen, make sure it's clean and it doesn't react with the water in the air or any other element cannot be in there because it fucks up.
Now that nitrogen bond is extremely strong. This is what all explosives are pretty much based off of. Breaking that nitrogen bond.
Yeah, the air we breathe is like 78% nitrogen or some shit.
Yeah. I have a theory that engines don't really run on gasoline. They simply use the gasoline to as a spark plug type device as a primary, and it's actually a reaction with the nitrogen that causes the engine to run. Because it's a push and a pull. It's a push and a collapse. It's the nitrogen that collapses by reacting with everything. So it's actually a nitrogen engine, not a gasoline engine.
I don't know
Not
if
a diesel.
nitrogen is supposed to be inert, doesn't react with anything.
But it does. If the combustion chamber is too hot, you release NOx, NOx gas, which is very, very, very bad for the
Kind of
environment.
like turbines are actually running on air and not jet fuel.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It just uses it as a spark plug to get up to speed and temperature. And once the temperature is maintained, then they can switch to nitrogen, to just air. But it's the act of the combustion itself and then the reaction of the nitrogen with other things. Like a perfect combustion, which can never happen. What will happen is production of carbon dioxide and water. That's a perfect combustion. This is why we have catalytic converters to break apart carbon monoxide, hydrocarbons, and NOx's, oxides of nitrogen. And that's thanks to the platinum group metals and their ability to be catalysts to force the fracking and the breaking apart of these larger molecules when they come into contact. But if something's not right with the system, then you'll melt the damn thing and ruin it. So yeah, basically what a catalytic converter does is it produces more carbon dioxide. Yeah. Take that, California. It should let you know that the communists don't know shit. Because if you think about it, with the oil, what happens? It will fall back down to the ground and stick, right? It'll like be out of the air. Everything else won't. So what's better? Do we really need the penguins? I hear a jet engine howling. God Rockin', are you on a plane?
No, that
The
was
correct,
probably my oxygen generator. I just turned it off. I forget to
the
leave it on
correct,
sometimes. Huh?
the correct answer is yes. We
Oh.
live on a plane.
I thought you meant airplane or something crazy.
Good answer.
But yeah, no, I'm on my lazy boy right now. I was in the bathroom shaving my beard, but you interrupted.
Oh, that's what it was.
Probably could hear the razor.
I was like, is that a jet engine?
Probably the combination of my computer fan, which my microphone is like 1 foot
And
above
the beard trimmer. Yeah.
and then I had my oxygen generator. I leave it in the living room and run a hose in there because it's too noisy to try and sleep with it in the same room. I sleep with oxygen at night because I have sleep apnea. I forget to breathe.
Those CPAP machines, if you've ever had, you might want to check into it because there's a class action lawsuit against them for causing lung cancer.
Well, I don't know about all that. Maybe there is, but I think that's probably because I double up my filters on it and change them out like all the time. Every time
Yeah, it's the material that the filters are made out of. It's carcinogenic.
But anyway,
And the foam for the mask. The one that I know that's what caused my grandfather to develop lung cancer in the brain because he didn't have any cancer in his lungs,
well,
just in his eye.
I'm going to pump unfiltered air into my lungs. I'm just not going to because when I pull them filters out, they are fucking full of shit, and I have to.
Oh, I know.
All the time, and I often think about all that shit that's in them filters. If that shit was in my lungs, oh my god, I probably would have cancer.
Yep.
So maybe it's not the filters themselves. It's the shit that goes through them, like carpet, like the carpet that you walk on, little fibers.
No, it's the whatever the fuck they used as the glue to seal the foam. You know, the seals.
Yeah, I'll look into that, but I wash my filters really good before I use them. I wash them.
I think it was I think it was probably benzene. Benzene-based glue.
I don't know.
It's supposed to be cyanoacrylic
I'll have to look into that. But I wash my filters before I use them.
or cyanoacrylate. It's supposed to be like super glue. It's not supposed to be benzene, not solvent.
Because I don't like loose particles of anything getting into my lungs, especially carpet shavings and shit like that. People walk.
Yeah, it was a certain manufacturers of the CPAP machines. It wasn't all the manufacturers. I know like Fisher was one of them.
All I'm saying is what I'm getting at here is that with the environment that we've created for ourselves, walk around inside these houses, the carpet and all the other materials that the couch is made of, your chairs and whatever, this shit's always coming off into the air and it goes into your fucking lungs and it's not good for you, I'm telling you. Carpet particles are not good for your body, and neither is acrylic fibers and shit from your couch and clothing and whatever else. I mean, we've created a toxic environment for ourselves to live in, and it's ridiculous.
Well, that's all part of the plan, man. The toxins will be all around them, in their house, on their person, in their clothes.
Yeah, and you're not
even in the products they use to clean their teeth, even in their food. And we will, when they get sick from these toxins, we will give them poisons and sell them as cures.
Yes, I know. I've read that. And if we knew what they had done to it, what they're doing to us, and had done to us, they would instantly kill every one of us.
Yep.
What we do to these people. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Anyway, I'm just saying I'm aware of all the shit that's floating around in the air in the house, and yeah, it's really not good for you. Carpet, the shit your couch is made of, like I said, whatever, all these fibers coming off of the shit all day long. You breathe it in.
It's like you'd be surprised how many people would like. There's a meme going around where somebody says, if if this was given to you, would you take this or $1 million, right? And it was like a small log cabin in the woods next to a creek, right? I'm like, fuck, give me that cabin any day. You could take your $1 million and shove it up your ass. And a lot of people would be like, well, I'd take it and I'd try to sell it for $4 million. And I go, you're an idiot. You know, it's just like, yeah, give me that any day. These people, right? They're brainwashed. People are brainwashed, and it's sad to see. What's even more sadder is you can't help them. I mean, you know you're supposed to, but you can't. So it's almost like, is it a sin that you can't? Well, no, because those that have a stiff neck to the truth that won't hear the truth, just leave them to their devices. They're doomed. And it seems like there's a couple stiff-necked people that come in here, like Jake on a plane, for instance.
Okay,
Stiff-necked.
fine. I admit it. I'm a flake.
Huh?
Just messing around.
No, I'm talking like lobers that come in here, like platypus and all that other shit.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's funny that you mentioned him.
Why?
I saw him a week or so back. Even saw him in a chat somewhere. I don't remember where.
What? In here recently?
No, it's
I
been a
think he said he saw him on in another chat.
Yeah, I don't think it was in his
Yeah, I ain't seen him in a bit. I think he's starting to kind of like wear out. Along with the rest of them, really. We haven't seen a lot of action because there's just nothing left to argue. They can't beg the question. They can't gish gallop. They can't LARP. There's nowhere to go.
The globe is dead, and no one cares. If there was a globe, there sure the fuck ain't no evidence of it now.
Somebody has bad static.
It's hot, Mike. Me and God rocking.
It's not making.
Oh, not me. Bathroom door shut. Unless they're shaving. I don't think so. My door was shut. So I ain't turning off my fucking mic. Sorry. I'm looking for a mod. I've been asking for. I need an exemption for hot miking. I need to be exempt because I just can't turn off my mic. I can't remember. So called memory loss. I've got a severe amount of it. So you have to make me exempt or deal with it. You got your choice. But either way, it's not going off. And if you mute me, I'll just unmute it. I know maybe that sounds a little bit rude, but I know I'm not bothering. I could not be bothering anybody leaving my mic on, especially when I'm asleep or in the bathroom with the door shut. That's ridiculous. They should have never, ever made me double gold so I can unmute my mic. Yeah. You can blame the mods for that. Maybe I should turn my sensitivity up on my mic so you can hear a pin drop in the other room with the door shut. That would help. Raise my sensitivity to absolute maximum. Then you'd hear me fart and everything else. Maybe that's not a good idea.
Discord actually turned down the sensitivity. They were hearing people's thoughts and dreams, and also seeing some of their future. So they turned down the sensitivity somewhat.
Okay, whatever helps. I don't see how it's such a sensitive mic anyway. I mean, it is a studio mic, but wasn't a real expensive one. I'll tell you that. And it's bolted to my computer desk because them big arms that those mics come on, that big mechanical arm that comes up and down and around. You can bend it all around, and oh my god, what a contraption! I threw mine in the garbage. Drilled a hole in my counter, my top of my desk, and run a bolt up through there, and there you go. The last thing I need is that fucking microphone arm sticking up in the air and in front of my monitor or bending around, whatever it's doing. I couldn't. I tried using it for one day, and I was like, no. see these guys that do these podcasts. They're always reaching up, moving their mic around, and putting it closer to their mouth, and fiddling around with the gosh damn thing. My frick on my phone. Try this shit. There. Now, Kathleen can't talk to me about it. What? Because I've already had it. How do you know? How do I know I've already had it? My mom had. They check their enzyme. Check their antibody. Antibody. Yep. We didn't see that the other day at the hot doctor. That's the thought. I'm sure of that. You know, I'm sure you have too. I know, and she's already fucking. You two go down, she's found out, but yeah, she would have been fucked. Yeah. I like that. I like that stuff I got. Who would make you guess what? What's funny? What can you do? It's funny. I would have said, I know, they're real pretty. I would have said, they're yours. But I didn't think it was pretty, no, and I didn't want to get little tiny.
They got rocking. Are you not making?
Maybe. My internet went down. It just must have came back on. I thought my internet was down. Sorry. If I'm hot, I can mute my fucking ass.
I was just letting you know.
I know. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'll mute my mic. I got company here. I didn't know my internet came back on. My internet's man, my internet just crashed. Not my computer, the internet went actually down. I thought it was going to be up for a while, but it came back on pretty quick. So,
Well, glad you're back up and around.
yeah. It's snowing here in Utah, by the way.
It's like 70 here in Texas.
I know that blows my mind. It was 70 in Chicago yesterday. In Chicago, of all places. And it was like 21 degrees here. I was talking to Lil G on another server, and he says, yeah, it's 70 degrees here right now in Chicago. And I'm going, what? You're way further north than me. And it's 21 degrees here. And you're telling me it's 70 fucking degrees in Chicago. And he goes, yeah. That's bizarre. I mean, Texas, I can relate to that. But Chicago, 70 degrees yesterday or the day before, 21 degrees.
Man, it hasn't been like this in 90 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently it's like a record. 90 years ago, it was like 70s and 80s in Texas. Dude, in 2008, I went to the airport in Chicago from Houston, and I left Houston wearing shorts and a t-shirt, right? Dude, just stepping from the airplane to the terminal inside the building, the airport, I like froze my ass off and immediately went inside and changed clothes in the bathroom.
Wow.
And I can't even imagine like December the 16th and it's like 70 in Chicago. It's crazy.
Yeah, like everywhere it's getting weird. Storm and tornado.
Okay, guys. I see you lighting up, Hank, but I don't hear you. Maybe I have to come out and come back in.
Hello? Can't hear
There you
me?
go. I hear you. Yep. What's up, Hank?
Just starting my shift.
Yeah, me too. I'm here because, I got to get my flat earth fill. And I just sometimes I go on YouTube and I type in flat earth. Of course, you got to go to the relevance and click upload date. And then you get all of the new videos from everybody. Flat earthers included. And there was this 121-mile laser test. You guys probably seen it already. I don't know. I think it was from Tackle Conspiracy. I'm not sure. But I'm just like, man, what else is there to know other than to do it yourself because you're, disbelieving of what you're seeing, and maybe you're like, they're not at the distances that they are. That's all you can do. You know what I mean? Because it's like amazing. There's no way you should be able to see that laser from across the lake. There's just no way. And I was watching another Taboo Conspiracy video. I think it was Mark Sargent who did an interview with a naval officer or something like that. I don't know. He did a lot of navigation over the oceans, and while having this conversation, Taboo Conspiracy also has a whole bunch of like laser tests and long distance observations, and I'm like, this stuff is gold, man. Like it's just so much of it. It's so much of it. Like I don't know what's on people's cranium. You know?
So this might be slightly off topic, but I got a message from Jim Panda server, somebody named Gabriella, and I said, "Why did you invite me?" Question mark. And she said, "I invite everyone, just a different topic besides flat Earth." So apparently they don't want to talk about it.
You said, what'd you say again? You
Can you hear
somebody
me
by
now?
the name of? No, I heard you. I was just on the
Okay.
elevator.
So somebody, Jim Panda server invited me, and it says, I said, "Why did you invite me?" And she said, "I invite everyone, just a different topic besides flat Earth." But what's the title? Debate flat Earth and more. So this person is saying they want to talk to everybody. They just don't want to talk about the flat Earth. Every time I go over there, they're not talking about the flat Earth. So I think they're trying to avoid the topic over there. But we all. I don't think they want to talk anymore, man.
But that's been their position. They for as long as I can remember, all they've done to me personally is, oh, of course it's not flat. Every argument that you have is not really an argument. There's no need to talk about it. We've already talked about it ad nauseum. And Nathan is wrong and QE is wrong, and there's nothing else to discuss. So whenever they do talk about it, it's to say that there's nothing to discuss. So
I don't mean to be rude.
you're breaking up, Hank. Or am I breaking up? Go out and come back in. Yeah. Hello?
Sorry, bro. It's like sometimes I just don't get a good signal. Maybe this one will be better.
Yeah, it sucks too because it's like, I want to hear Hank. Fuck. Yeah. But you said you don't want to be rude. What?
Yeah, I was just saying, I had a phone call from my wife. She told me I forgot my license and all that stuff. But yeah, man. I think at this point they got so nothing that they're not even debating, and I kind of feel like that might be partially my fault because I was saying that you know people when they come in here and they debate, they're actually doing us a favor, right? Like Matthew learns because they help us to expose what their narrative is, and Matthew
Mhm.
learns who only seems to want to be a glober, right, without the vitriol. Well, that's kind of what we need, right? We need someone to address the arguments, and yeah, he's going to slither and climb and maneuver and weasel in and out of arguments, but that's what Globers do, right? They're never going to attack it head on and address it appropriately. They're always going to, put makeup on a pig and, try to, get a dowry, right? Here, marry my daughter.
Mhm. Mm. I wish he was in here. I wish Extremistus was. I wish he wasn't on deaf and mute because I'd like to know what he thinks about that laser test, the 21 mile laser test. I mean, you could see the reflection off of the water. Why can't they just say, yeah, you know what, that shouldn't be possible?
Hey
Hey, right?
Elijah, can you link that 21-mile laser test in some way?
Yeah, I was looking for the original because I know it's not an original, but um, I'll link it nonetheless. I'll link both
Thank,
of these, but
thanks,
the
bro.
first one that I link is not going to be the 21 mile, but the second one will be. But they're both
Yep.
pretty good. This is
Cheers,
just
bro.
a montage of a whole bunch of long distance observations that shouldn't be possible. And let me go back to the previous video. No problem, brother.
Yeah, cheers, bro.
So basically, at this point, the Globers, all they have is the word of sworn liars, also known as Masons, also known as people who take oath to not disclose what's going on. So if you talk about not disclosing something, that's a lie by omission, right? If you're testifying and saying you went to space and you walked on the moon, right? And you're a sworn liar, you swear was a blood oath upon pain of death. So you're basically making a contract if you're a Mason that if I disclose anything that we do and discuss and talk about here in this lodge, I give you permission to kill me, right? So this is the person that they're taking the word of, and also, other parts of the government, right? So these Nazi, right, NASA people, they are like occultists, right? And you can tell by the name of the mission, right? The people involved, Jack Parsons, Ella, this is who
Thank you very much.
they're relying on.
You should- Oh, my bad. Sorry.
No, you're good. I was just exposing, the Nazi NASA Satanist agenda. The Glovers have to rely on these people, this group of people, NASA, that was founded by Nazis, right, and infiltrated by obviously the Scientologist type, L. Ron Hubbard and his connection with Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley, also known as the Beast, the wickedest man. So yeah, that's the globe side. And if you listen to Neil Armstrong's very cryptic speech, right, the one that he gave before he died, about truth having protective layers. So, what does that mean? Like, if I have, like, let's say a restaurant, and I don't want the restaurant recipes getting out, I would have, like, protective layers, like non disclosure agreements, maybe even like a recipe book that stays in a safe, right? Something like that. So, if the truth has protective layers, well, that would be lie by omission, right? Because I'm not going to give you my recipe. And if I hire an employee and they're going to be using the recipe on a daily basis and I make them sign a non disclosure agreement, that means that that person gave up the right for freedom of speech when discussing the recipe, right? So the recipe has protective layers, but that's just fine. There's nothing really wrong with that. That's capitalism. But if we're taking money, right, and funding so-called science, well, how could you take some of that information away from the taxpayers, the ones that are funding the whole ordeal, right? That would just be incredibly dishonest and not a very nice thing to do.
Yep. We just need to get more effective at exposing misinformation to more people. That's all. I mean, we can see a sort of difference now because whenever I go, look at modern day debates. You know what? I have a mind to go back and watch like one of the first ones and see what their comments were like, because their comments are like tipped all the way to towards, flat Earth. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not just that channel. Um, Many other channels. Not all of them, but there's a lot of channels where it's like, hmm, wow. The people are actually saying that this makes sense. And all they want to do is show us people that try to, make us look crazy. Like try to make us look, "Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Nobody's into flat Earth." Like Jim Panda's like,
You know
nobody's
what really
into that.
gets you know what really gets me about the whole thing is there's so many things that point to the flat earth. It's not just one proof. It's not just this or that. There's like multitudes of things that they have to try and explain away through all their stupid horseshit. I mean, there's just multitudes of things that point to the flat earth being true. And how can you ignore so many things that all point to the same thing? I mean, it's like a big suitcase full of
They
evidence.
just use one phrase, bro, for like 90% of them. Conspiracy theory.
Well, I just can't. That part of it doesn't make any sense to me. How they can explain away everything, and when everything points to the flat Earth being true. I mean, there's just so much, and they have to just ignore all of it. Come on, you can't. That's not even reality. That acting that way about anything.
So when they say conspiracy theory, right, they're basically have no argument, and they're trying to use neural programming to just so we just sound like we're
Is it just me that Hank's roboting for, guys?
No, it's happening here too.
It's unfortunately pretty brutal, Hank. Sucks because I feel like you're in the Hank zone right now.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody. Does anybody understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying when I say there's just so much that they have to explain away so much with bullshit. I mean, just
Of course, bro.
how can you do that?
I'm feeling you 100%, bro. But do you feel like, I don't know, like the society that we're in, we don't value the truth anymore? We more value like desires of the flesh.
You cut out, bro. I only heard that last two words. Desires.
Oh, I was just saying that. Do you feel like we're in a society that doesn't really value the truth? It more values the desires of the flesh.
Oh, absolutely. But I don't think they even know what they're doing. It's probably stop, but yeah, that's what's going on.
Yeah, to an extent, it's like a subconscious lie to yourself.
Yeah. I mean, nobody wants to hear, "Oh, you're just materialistic. All you care about is money and your fancy car and your house on the hill and blah blah blah, and the clothes you wear and your fancy shoes, and that you're all materialist based." Nobody wants to hear that, but that is where they're at.
And anytime someone does like feel like they're going for some sort of cause, it's usually just some sort of virtue signaling fake cause anyway, for social credit points.
Yeah, yeah. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look how cool I am. That's not cool. I'm sorry. That is not what life's about, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like more and more that life's a test for some other life, a test that we have to sort of stay away from evil and try our best to stick with truth and righteousness. But it's a hard thing to swallow sometimes. Like I always thought as I was growing up that life was about having a good time, enjoying ourselves, joy, fun. But I don't think it's actually about that, which is like intimidating for my children because how much do you just want to see children smiling? How much do you want to see just children enjoying life? And then to realize, well, it's not really about them enjoying life. It's about them learning hardcore lessons.
Yeah, well, I've always, for a long time now, I've always reminded myself that true happiness comes through charity. And that's a quote that is in the scriptures. And I believe it's true. True happiness will come through that avenue.
Amen to that, bro. That reminds me of the scripture when the guy says to Jesus, "What do we do, bro? How do we reach perfection?" And Jesus goes, "Well, sell all your things, everything you've got. Don't sell them. Give them all to the poor, and follow me." And people are like, "Uh-oh."
Yeah, my point exactly.
Well, luckily, God's really making it easy for me to sell all my things. He can't even work anymore, so that's a win.
I want some opinions here on this this word called refraction. If refraction is reality, which we know it is to a certain degree, yeah, it does happen, but it just scatters the light is what it does, but my opinion. But in order for it to project the image of an object up over a hump of water, that means that first the light has to be refracted up to go up the hill, then it has to be refracted down to go down the hill, right straight into your eyes at the perfect elevation so that it looks exactly like it's flat. I mean, not like, oh, it made it halfway or it covers half the job or it whatever. I mean, this refraction thing is not a matter of just bending light down or no. First, it's got to go up because you got to go up and over the hump, and then you got to go down. If you ever looked at a curved line from the side angle, it goes up and then it goes down. And if this is reality, they should be able to go perpendicular to the line, to the laser light, go and let it shine in front of you from left to right, take a picture of it, and show that it's curved, going up and curving over the hump of water and then back down or whatever. I mean, they need to have an observation in reality, not by putting a pencil in a glass of water or not by shining a laser light through a glass of water, through the glass, then the water, then, through these different mediums. That's not even close to what reality is. It's not analogous to reality in no way, shape, or form. So these people getting away with using this word refraction has got to stop because they got no evidence that it does what they say it does. And if it did, you should be able to prove that. You should be able to do an observation, shine a laser light, and watch it curve up and over and then down to make this parabolic curve of light. Light travels in straight lines, period. Once it hits it can change direction, reflect off of something, but then again it goes straight. Once it goes to an object that refracts it, it doesn't act on the light only at that one point, and then the light travels straight again from there. So everything about their argument actually is so ridiculous to the facts that we know about light, how light acts, and the fact that it would have to go up and around, up and over and back down. I mean, it's also ridiculous that word refraction really pisses me off anymore. Every time I hear it, I just want to rip their heads off because they're just using it as some sort of a gotcha. Oh, refraction, gotcha. It's just ridiculous.
It's a mirage.
And what you're seeing here is the mirage.
I thought mirages were supposed to be upside down. If it's a real, actual textbook mirage, they're not right side up; they're upside down.
Yeah, but a mirage is an optical illusion. So if you look at something and you walk to it, and holy shit, it's there when you get there, is that a mirage?
No,
that's right. That's fact. So when you see the Chicago skyline off in the distance, then you'll be like, hey, if I walk there, holy shit, I'm at the destination that I can see in the horizon. Unbelievable. It's a mirage. And people believe it.
It's just another one of those things they say but they produce no evidence for. Especially the word refraction. It really irritates me that they get away with saying that and like it's some kind of proof or validate some. It doesn't do anything. It's not what refraction does.
When they say refraction, that's us winning, because that was our argument in 2019, that there is no geometric horizon that the boats go over. It's all based on refraction. So when they say refraction, it's welcome to flat Earth. Now you finally get it. There's no geometric horizon. Stop teaching it to kids. Boats don't go over the horizon, Bill Nye, the science guy. So, yeah, that's your, they ask us all the time, where's the edge? Where's your edge?
Yeah.
Where's
Go
your
down.
edge of the Earth? Where's your geometric horizon? You don't got one. All you got is refraction.
Yeah. Like, go stand on the seashore and tell me why can't I see, Africa? If the Earth was flat, I'd be able to see for thousands of miles.
Regardless of all the particulates in the air, right?
Right. Fog, storms,
pollution, whatever. Yeah.
I love the Bill Nye, the science guy, when he said, he told somebody, I saw the video on Flat Earth Asshole. He said, go down to the Mississippi River or whatever. and oh my God, that was funny. I don't know if that skit's still out there, but I laughed my ass off when I first saw that.
Yeah, but this goes back to exactly what I was saying in the beginning. It's just another one of these little catchphrases or things that they say, but they're not evidence based. They're not observation based. They're just a word that, for some reason, these people believe solves the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Their problem of the ball not being there. I mean,
well, it's the same word like gravity.
Yeah, exactly.
I know.
I mean, they've got these catchwords for every single problem that they have, and none of them are evidence based.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I've been on the earth for 50 years. I have never in my life has ever seen mass attract lesser mass. So when I would leave on vacation, like all my shit would be like against my couches or something or against the walls. Like, when you place something down, does it ever move? Ever? Unless it's acted upon by another force?
Well, of course not.
Of course not. That'd be like, come on. No, man. Mass attracts other mass. Greater mass attracts lesser mass.
Even though that's been superseded as not being the truth. I mean,
like it's
the gravity well of space warping and bending of space time is now the cause.
Yeah.
I mean, if this gravity well, if you think about it, gravity wells are also based on density of object. Okay, so if every single thing in the universe was all in one little speck of whatever when it blew up and expanded, just imagine the gravity well that would have been around something that dense. There's no way anything could have escaped it,
right?
According to their calculations.
Exactly. Like the event horizon would never go any farther than the event horizon. It just wouldn't, like you said, like it would, the density would be so great that it would be like solar mass energy. Then it would be like like the gravity well would be so intense that fuck light wouldn't be able to escape. Anything else wouldn't be able to escape.
Right. That's my point. Exactly. How in the fuck does this expand into this enormous universe?
Yeah.
Can you imagine all the material or matter or whatever you want to call it in the universe being in one spot? And
wait till you get into the axis of evil. Look that up.
I mean, come on.
Like axis of evil is what the scientists wrote out that they did microwave studies or of the radiational background in the known universe, so they can actually map the universe. And in the middle, like if you do a mathematical equation and separate how much mass and empty space, that would be like a center point, and we're right dab in the middle of it. Check it out. I think it's called Axis of Evil or Axis of Evil.
What?
Yeah, there's
Evil's right. Yeah, the word evil explains it all.
Exactly. But if you look into that, and they did several studies. I think they first did it in the 60s, and then they did it again in the 70s, and again in the 80s and 90s, setting up satellites, and et cetera, high weather balloons, whatever. And the same data was coming back to them that we're in the center. They thought their instruments were incorrect or whatever, right? So, and what I think in that data, in that whole experiment, was like the major clue of telling us that we live on a celestial plane. Like there is no edge, therefore it has no shape. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I think we figured this shit out. Well, as soon as we started the space race, as soon as like who could go high enough to figure out if we live
In an enclosed system.
or at least round or flat. Like, when it comes down to it really, it's perspective, right? Like if you stand toe to toe with a big motherfucker, you got to step back and say, okay, you got to like step back so you can see the whole size of this guy. So if they're telling you the Earth is like, what, 30,000 miles around? Is that 25,000, 35,000? Whatever. Let's say 50. Let's just make it 50. 50,000 miles around. Bigger than what they're telling us. How far do you have to come off the surface until you start seeing curvature? Okay, that's perspective of the object that you're so close to it, you need to get a certain altitude. Now, International Space Station, they say flies like 1,600 miles above the Earth's atmosphere. Let's say 2,500 miles, I believe.
No, I think it's 400.
Okay, 400. So if you look at something that's 25,000 miles around.
Excuse me, correction. Yeah, it's the ISS is not 400. It's 250 miles up.
Okay. All right, my bad.
All right, in the thermosphere. That's right. Okay. So there's no way at 250 miles above the Earth you will be able to see any curvature whatsoever being that close to an object of 25,000 miles around. Not a chance. It will still look flat. You need to go higher. Like I'm talking a lot higher to see curvature.
Well, there is no altitude that's going to show you curvature. We know it's non-existent. So
well,
I understand what you're saying. You're trying to explain the laws of perspective and angular resolution and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's
like even if I threw you in that SpaceX and threw your ass up there, even pushing 600 miles an hour, 600 miles above the Earth's surface, you'd still wouldn't see curvature. Now, you would be blown right past the International Space Station into deep space.
What's SpaceX?
What's that?
Who's flying in anything in SpaceX?
Exactly, right? You know what I mean? I wouldn't go in that fucking thing. I'd hang in it. I'd hang out.
Nobody goes in it. Nobody goes in it. You would die.
Exactly. They have like a little underground bunker. They chill out there for a while. Then they come out of a tunnel. Hey, we're back.
Well, I think it's so ridiculous and impossible.
No, in case you guys haven't noticed, they have a bunch of gimps running around in these black masks. So how would you know who's who? That's the whole purpose of that.
Exactly. Black, blue, green, all kinds of masks.
Have you seen those rocket launches, the ones that blow up on the launch pad? One of them, the rocket's tipping over, and the tip falls off of it.
Yeah, but we do everything perfect, man.
Like it wasn't even fastened. I mean, for fuck's sakes. And then when they blow up, there's nothing left. There's nothing there. It's like a balloon popped or something. Where's all the wiring and all the all the material that are supposed to be inside these things. When they blow up, there's just nothing there, like just a big puff of smoke. They're empty. Those fucking things are empty. They're full of gas, if anything.
How hot is the thermosphere? It's pretty hot with that type of name, right? It seems hot.
I don't think it exists, but whatever.
Well, let's just give them a little bit of credit. The thermosphere, the temperature there is what? I don't know, 3,500 degrees.
Why would it be?
Yeah, why?
By radiational background, radiation interference, like, I don't know, with the sun, I'm assuming.
So there's some kind of a plastic bubble there that it's heating up or something?
Well, like, let's just say it's true, and the International Space Station is there, and they say it's cruising in this altitude, and we have different layers. Let's go right back to high school. When we first learned about thermodynamics, well, we did, and when we learned about the Earth, and we learned about all the different layers of the atmospheres, the thermosphere, the manosphere, I think we live in.
Here's the key, bro. None of that's true.
Right, and that's my point. But if you look at thermodynamics, like, okay, the International Space Station is a closed system, right? You have to agree with me with that, right?
You would think so, but I don't.
Right. So it's no different than
green screen studio.
Yeah.
Well, it's no different than when you're boiling water on the pot and you put the lid on it. You're going to have to vent it once in a while, right? So if this thing is cruising in the thermosphere that's hot enough to melt what it's made of, that's really interesting. How does a valve work in absolute zero and absolute
they don't.
vacuum?
They don't work. That's the problem.
None
of it's real. None of it works.
Wouldn't it be like a big pressure cooker?
Well, I don't know. I know what a pressure cooker is here on Earth, but I have no idea how that could possibly be analogous to what's going on in our environment. It just doesn't. I'm sorry, it doesn't hold water. Kind of like the pot that's boiling the water.
I'm trying to figure out how we were talking
water like that.
How we're talking about things that don't exist, as if there's a chance of it. So we know none of that's true. So why exactly are we talking about it?
Yeah, do purple elephant feathers or gold elephant feathers make better pens?
Right. I can't.
Well, it's not
I can't agree more with that one.
I can't give them anything. If they say
Yes.
I choose that, I can't.
Do you know
The
that
answer-
purple?
The answer is yes.
Right. Do you know that purple elephant feathers actually come with purple ink? It's nice. It's convenient. Yeah.
That I didn't know.
Well, the reason we're talking about this is because it's the puppet show that we're all been force-fed to watch day in and day out. Just the other night, I took a picture of the International Space Station caressing the moon. It looks like a little TIE fighter in my Nikon P900. What I'm saying is that their own science is basically debunking the existence of this object in this altitude in the thermosphere. And no one's even noticing this. Even the ballers.
Well, here's the problem, though, Holy. Here's the deal. It's not anybody's here's burden of proof, right? They're claiming they can go up, and away magically, and for some reason they keep forgetting to turn the camera on every time it matters. So that's the point. I'm not making the claim. They can't show us anything. So again, it's just a religion from the television. Yeah.
Like, bro, if I was up there, like if I could like go and launch up with, let's go. Like the selfies, bro. Like I'd be coming down.
I know, but yes, I know. Listen,
balls,
bro, yes, I know. Listen, and there's a hole in the Grand Canyon that I will take God Rockin' and God Rick and Levelist down into the center of the earth, and we'll find dinosaurs in the earth. And when I do, I will take a picture. Okay, that's the thing. Like, yes, I mean, again, and I will take my purple elephant feathers because that's how I will fly out of the hole.
Like,
sure.
Like the fucking rover on Mars, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, like that whole flight going to fucking Mars. Wouldn't you turn the camera around and take stills every fucking day
or some
right there, right there. You just want to say that there's a chance they even went that direction when we have the pictures of the Minion juice box on Devon Island.
This is what I would think. If I was going to pull off a scam, bro, this is what I'd be throwing you out. I'd be like, this is what the Earth looked like.
You're going too far in, though.
23 days in space. You know what
This
I mean?
is too far. We've gone too far. Here's the problem is that they can't even go to the ice caps and show us what that's like. They can't even go to the northern center and show us what that's like. They can't even go down to the Grand Canyon, which is 200 miles, 300 miles north of me, and show us what's in there. They can't even show you what's here. That's the problem. It's just insanity.
It is. It's absolutely insanity. They can't even fly over Antarctica because they say it's too cold. Yeah.
Fly over it? Like, how are you going to fly? Which direction?
Well, that's if you look it up, that's the reason why they don't. They don't fly over Antarctica. That's what a lot of.
Well, we lost the
pilots have been
technology.
saying.
We lost the technology. It's a painful process to build back the sticks and shadows. Yep.
Yeah,
Admiral Byrd said there's a piece of land on the other side of Antarctica.
South.
On the other side of what? On the other side? That means what? What does that?
Okay.
What does that mean? On the other side? I mean, there's because when they say Antarctica, it should be just an island at the bottom of the ball, right?
Yeah, but what's crazy?
There's no other side to that.
Yeah, what's crazy if you look at all three of those operations with Admiral Richard Byrd, he was only in charge with two: Operational High Jump and Operation Deep Freeze. Okay. And then after that, when he came back, I believe it was like almost within 3 years, the United Nations were formed, and then they started doing Operation Fishbowl, high altitude nuclear explosions in the atmosphere. What the fuck? And when you see these things go off, which I don't really believe nukes really exist, but if you see these explosions going off in a high altitude, they almost show the evidence of the fucking barrier that's separating us from the great waters above and the waters from the deep.
Yeah, I still want to know what the other side means. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, the only way we can do it is you have to be an explorer. You got to have a lot of cash and willing to take a risk, and you need an icebreaker, bro.
Where are you going to go?
Exactly. Where you're going to go. Just keep going in one direction.
You said if you have a bunch of money, how are you going to get there?
Exactly. Exactly. Look at it. How are you going to get there? Exactly. Right. Like the great sailors like Captain Cook, right, that navigated Antarctica way back in 1776, 1778. Now that, if you look at his logs and if you look at his actual navigational route that he took, it makes absolutely no sense on a ball. But if you put it on a flat plane, it makes absolute sense. And this is a hardened sailor that was out in the middle of the ocean for like 3-5 fucking years at a time. This is crazy, man. I'd be losing it. And anyways, what I'm saying is that the evidence is absolutely there, and it's just mind-boggling. So the only way you could get out there is you have to have a lot of money, and you have to have a lot of people willing to do the same thing, and you have to break through where man has said that that's as far as they've gone. You have to go where Admiral Richard Byrd has went.
Yeah, the other side. Yeah. Let's go to the other side. The other side of fucking what?
Well, it would be the other side of what which Richard Byrd mentioned that just south of Antarctica is a landmass greater than America. He said, which has never been touched by man. It's supposedly what he says. But on the ball, that would put it in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
That's what I'm saying.
So,
the other side of what? What is he talking about?
So I think if it is round, maybe it's fucking a lot larger than they're telling us. Something's going on. Something's weird and odd. Always has been for millennia. It's the powers that be that keep us locked in our little cages. You don't
know it's not round. It cannot be that is negated.
Well,
it's a violation of physics and everything else. It
cannot
be round. Cannot be round. It's impossible.
It clicked in my mind as soon as I understood how compasses and how solar compasses work. It's like how would a sundial work? Honestly, how would a sundial work on a spinning, wobbling globe?
They don't.
It's
That's
just
just it.
right. So you can also get moon
They
dials
say
too.
works. It's all just a made up calculation to make people just. It's a trick. It's a fucking magic show. That's all it is.
Yep, snake oil, and we can't get enough of it.
And if you think you're going to convince everybody that they were lied to, they were so stupid that they didn't catch the lie, they were deceived, and prove everybody to be complete fucking idiots. If you think for 1 minute you're going to get these people that are alive today to buy into that, because then they have to, all of a sudden, they become the idiots. And they're not going to go for that. They're not going to, no, I'm not that stupid. No, I know when I'm facing north. I know when I'm putting a fork in my mouth. I'm not that stupid.
Yep. And the thing that sucks is that we all live in our little invisible cages. It might be debt, might be work, it might be our lifestyle, man. That's our prison, is how we live right now and how we survive. And even if you know the truth, there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. Or you can just, what we're doing now is spreading it, and hopefully people catch on. But more people are waking up and they're just figuring it out on their own, man. Figuring it on their own. Like when I first went down the rabbit hole, I was like, this is bullshit. I'm going to debunk it within a couple hours. And, here I
People
am.
are just not that brave by the masses. They're not brave enough to explore the own possibility that they were lied to. They won't do it, bro. They will not. They're not. They're gonna. That means they have to be the stupid flat earthers.
It's weird because
all believers, you believe in this complete fantasy, which makes you a complete fucking moron. They're not going to go there.
This is very simple. Oh shit! Laser test. 21 miles. 30 miles. It's over. It's just too. It's just too.
It's done.
It's too insane not to. You can't go back once you open the Pringle can. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they won't even open the can. That's the problem, because they are too smart. They have no way I got fooled.
Well, we do. There's a reason why every language has a translation of the word ponder. I'm pondering this. Like certain evidence, certain things might do this to some people. Some people they don't. They just don't get it. Try to explain how all the waters of the world are level. Yeah, man. They're all level. They're just on different plateaus, but they're all the same level, man. All the way across the fucking plain. You got your Great Lakes, you got your rivers and all that other stuff. Yes, they're down on lower elevations, higher elevations, but all the water is all the same level. If you can measure that, that would slap a lot of people in the lips.
Can you imagine the entire population of the world all of a sudden becoming aware of the fact that they were lied to, and it was all a big fantasy? And so here you go. What are you going to say now? Everyone would be enraged at the fucking governments that are in power right now. I mean, it would cause such a.
Yeah.
I mean, they just can't allow that awakening to happen in that manner. I mean, where everybody gets awoken all of a sudden. No, it would cause complete and total fucking anarchy.
Yep. That's why it's just like a slow awake.
It is what needs to happen, but it never will.
Well, Ronald Reagan, he was a strong believer in bringing us all together with, maybe a threat not of this world.
Again, on the other side of what?
I hope they pull that shit off. Like,
coming from?
fucking hologram aliens coming from space.
Out there on the other, over there somewhere.
Oh, I hope I'm an old man and I see it.
There's no place else. It's here. It's the only place. There's nowhere to go.
Well, you think they're damn good, you know, because as soon as the television technology came on, we're landing on the moon, boys. Every generation before television was invented will believe it.
Oh, I know. I watched it live.
Right. Come on. You probably shed a tear, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I had some popcorn on a blanket in front of the TV.
Oh, yeah. Whole fucking family was there. I know. It's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, you're fucking crazy. Unbelievable. Because before that, everyone had radios in the house. You know, look at the mass panic that Orson Welles did with War of the Worlds.
Oh yeah, that was fucking something.
Yeah. You know, a person
People believed it because they heard it on the radio.
Yeah, a person is rational and intelligent. People are fucking stupid.
Yep, and we're stupid for letting them get away with all these fucking catchphrases too.
Yes.
Fucking, they don't hold any fucking water. None of them. They need to show us the observations, the evidence, and until they do, we need to just tell them shut the fuck up because you're not talking about reality here, bud. Not present the things you're talking about.
You know, I just can't talk about the curvature of the earth anymore. I'm done. I'm done, bro. I can't talk about it anymore. You know what I mean? I just can't fucking talk about it anymore. You know, I want to know where the moon goes. How's that? Fuck the curvature. Where does the moon go for 3 days every month? And then ta-da, there's fucking new moon, baby. And then we go through 9 cycles again, and then ta-da, it's a fucking new moon. Did you know that? Do you know that the moon, you can't see the moon for 3 days in the night sky? Where does it go?
It doesn't have to go anywhere because it's not a physical object.
That's plasma.
It's already not there.
If it's something, it's got to be something that we can see and it's part of something.
Yeah, but it's
Can I ask
not terra firma.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Well, they say that the moon disappears into the shadow of the earth. What do they mean by that?
Oh, it's the Earth's umbra, actually.
Umbra.
Yeah.
Describe what that is.
Oh. Basically, it's like the blind spot, kind of like it's the Earth, the sun. Yeah, basically, it's hiding in Earth's shadow.
Shadow.
Why doesn't the light reflect
off the shadow?
Yeah. Why doesn't the light reflecting off the Earth light it up?
Well, because it's in Earth's shadow, man.
You mean where the?
Hey, man, that's NASA for you.
Sorry, that doesn't cover what I just asked.
I know, but that's what the answer is. It shows you a diagram and everything when you look it up.
Ah, so is it like where if the sun were in front of the Earth,
yeah.
Behind the Earth then would be the shadow, right?
Right. So at night, when you're when you're at night, that you're in Earth's shadow, right?
And why don't they?
When it's nighttime, right? But we've all seen the moon at night, right? Right. So
during the day all the time.
Right. So it's weird, eh? The umbra.
Because I don't understand. And what is all this going on about Elon Musk and carbon dioxide, gathering carbon dioxide?
Oh, the answer is the name of his kid, actually.
Which is?
Yeah, just look up Elon Musk's kid's name, and that's all you need to know. Like literally, that's all you really need to know.
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
Oh, it's not. It's it looks so real on how fake it looks. You can tell it's real on how fake it looks. Because when things are real, they look fake, and when things are fake, they look real.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
It's doing the same thing in the world of finance by backing these crypto coins called Dogecoin that have absolutely no use or value.
Yeah, some crazy shit. Yeah, there's not too many people like us that actually study the moon. Like not like the old days. We're too busy now. We got to work. We got to put 40 hours in a week. That was their plan all along. Does anyone have a telescope or a camera, like a good zoom camera?
Why, when Admiral Byrd said this continent is on the other side of Antarctica, why didn't thousands of people just step up and say, well, on the other side isn't that the Indian Ocean? Wouldn't we know about a continent over in the Indian Ocean that was the size of the United States? Wouldn't we know about that already? I mean, what the fuck do you mean the other side? I mean,
Yeah.
people, why? I just don't get it. I mean, even still today, people just, I mean.
Yeah, I think he actually says beyond the South Pole.
Well, I think he does say on the other side of Antarctica, but maybe I'm wrong. But I've watched it a couple times. He could say what you just said, but
I'm not 100% sure, but
regardless, that's on the globe model. That's just another ocean that we've known about forever. I mean, there's no other.
I like Nikola Tesla's quote on the Earth. If I remember it right, he says, I believe Nikola Tesla said, the Earth is more like a realm, like an atmosphere. And also what I said earlier, therefore it has no edge, therefore it has no shape. It's more like a realm, I guess.
I'm not sure how to pronounce the lady's name that was just talking. Are you still there, ma'am?
Yes.
I just wanted to say it's good to hear your voice. I can't remember how to say your name.
Ildiko.
That's right. Yeah, we've been missing you on Ladies' Night. I hope that.
I know it's my season. It's my work season. And
okay, that's what it is.
Yeah, this is when I have to work. So I'm usually not here at that time.
Well, I just wanted to let you know that I'm a big fan of yours, and I love it when you come on and speak. I love to listen to you talk.
There are very few places that are devoted to the truth on YouTube or anywhere else. I disagree here with many of the views on more religious views or things like that, or even financial views now. But that does not in any way diminish my respect for the research that's done on what is one of the most important topics in the world, is where we live. And I honor, and I am honored that you let me be here, despite my disagreements.
It's here. I'm glad to be here too. And you know what? Even though we may not see eye to eye on every religious aspect, I'm pretty sure that you said.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. I can't hear you. But to your point, the one that the gentleman who was speaking before about why was there not an outcry from the people when they heard Admiral Byrd declare that there was an entire continent where there should be a known ocean? It seems to me rather odd, because they didn't have the kind of censorship then, media censorship then, than we have now. So maybe they couldn't catch it. But it should have had a wave effect over the psyche of the population at the time, those who had half a brain.
Yep. I can tell you right now why, Ildiko.
Why?
Because they already had the carrot of outer space dangling in front of everybody's faces. Nobody cares about any missing land or hidden place on Earth when they tell you how much more important outer space is. The outer space religion. Hold on, almost got done. The outer space religion is the most mentally destructive and spiritual death religion in history. That's why they don't care about the outer land.
cannot still
I would
believe.
say
I
it's
cannot, no, I cannot still believe that. There are many intelligent people, even in the midst of all this propaganda. And lots of
I know
intelligent.
how to settle this.
Yeah, but if you look at the
If you guys,
income of all nations that have a space program, look at the money they bring in. You cannot imagine.
if you guys will go to chroniclingamerica.gov or the Library of Congress where they got the newspapers and search the parameters correctly, right, you'll probably be able to find lots of articles written back in that day about Admiral Byrd, right? You'll be able to see what they were saying.
But is that specific incident, would that be mentioned anywhere, and the reaction to that?
Yeah, it's a live TV show. You could probably find it on YouTube.
Yeah. It's fascinating to me that could go by, slip by like that, How?
Well, it's Antarctic Treaty. Why didn't that slip? Why didn't anybody ponder on that? It's the first time in human history of all nations have agreed to one thing. That's a little odd. When have we ever agreed?
It's just sad to see such universal stupidity.
It's money and power. If we can fake going to the moon or fake having a space program, think about the money. Think about it. And then we were indoctrinated before TV even was. It was the Orson Welles Attack from Mars and Aliens. They programmed all way back.
The ironic thing is that they've got free money. They can print as much money as they want for nothing.
Yep. It's not about money now. It's about control. Now, everyone has a smartphone. They know everything. There's probably someone listening in on this channel right now.
They have to move towards totalitarianism. They have to. There's no other way to prevent complete collapse. There's no other way. They're between a rock and a hard place. They've got to go that route.
Well, this is the sad reality of the reality we live in. We haven't had a war in like 80 years. And it's sad to say that, like a world war. And a lot of people forget on how many people died in the Second World War. Do you know how many people died in the Second World War? I'm keeping it on topic. It's just a little off topic, but a lot of people don't realize that 70 million people died in World War II. Did you know that?
How many people died in Russia?
Oh, yeah, right. But the total war, and the war was only, 5 years? 70 million. Right. That's
my friend. It's their great reset.
Exactly. And this is the problem that they have on their table. So it's not the pandemic. They need something's going to happen. Something big is going to happen.
Pandemic is a form of war.
It's a psychological war preparing us for the worst.
No, it's a war in order to create the same kind of fear.
Yes. And then when the Great War happens again, because there will be another Great War, unfortunately. And I don't know.
I have a question. Do you think that there's a good majority of people that would not care to enlist to fight in a war? And then, if that's true, then I don't see how they can force people. So I don't know if it's going to be like a conventional kind of war like World War II. Wouldn't you agree?
Not as optimistic as you are.
Wait, what?
I said I'm not optimistic as you are because I see what's going on. People surrender their bodies to the government.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, war is inevitable because we're human.
No. That's not why it's just a matter of that's the only way they have maintained the few maintain power over the many.
Well, it's the first time in world history that we have more assets at our fingertips than anything. So if there was going to be another war, it'd be more of a silent war. No one wants to be king of the ashes. So blowing up all the infrastructure of a city or a country and then taking it over, well, that doesn't make sense, right? You want to kind of like EMP or major virus that would kill only humans, so that way you can march in and take over the buildings and everything. You don't want to spend decades rebuilding something. You just don't have the resources to do that. So
that's right.
That's what's going to happen. And this pandemic that we're living through is just a test. It's just a test how people are going to fall in line. And then when something really big happens, then we already have the Chads and the Karens in the proper positions, because there's all people going to school now because they want to. It's creating a whole new generation getting prepared for what's next. And now they're a scam, but it's going to be big, and they need casualties.
As far as a war, a draft wouldn't work now at all because people won't draft, so they won't do a draft. That's my opinion.
No, they won't.
I think it depends on the again the magnitude of the propaganda that would be deployed in lieu of a war.
Well, the first propaganda will be all about world resources right away. Okay, how many Americans would be upset if I say you're not going to get any more gas anymore, or Canadians, or wherever, you can't drive your car anymore,
or food,
right? Okay, so the mindset is already there now. Look at the scramble for toilet paper throughout this nightmare.
Wait. Another question, if you guys don't mind, thank you. So they can't get rid of everybody because they still need workers, for labor and stuff they don't want to do. You know what I'm saying? So isn't that a component?
That's okay.
AI is being
That's not really a thing because they have robots now to replace, let's say, 90% of workers.
Yeah, thanks, Godric. Yeah, good point. Unfortunately,
you can see it already. You go into any store right now, and there's fewer and fewer workers in there.
Yep, and we all know who the leader is on that one.
I know this is a little out there, might sound a little odd, but if you look at all the nations that have a space program and all the money that they bring in, and these nations that are on the Antarctic Treaty not to go there, what are they building there? Okay, what are they building? Could they build underground? We've been building underground to survive nuclear war. We've been building underground for hundreds of thousands of years or thousands of years. Man's have always
They
been
don't
caving
have to build around, bro. It's like a false dichotomy. So if you think about the Norsemen, right, when they went out and they discovered Iceland, they came back and they told the Europeans, like, oh yeah, we got this place called Iceland. And the Europeans were like, yeah, we're not going to conquer that, are we? Right? Who wants to own tundra? So we'll let these crazy white people over here, they can have all the Iceland they want. Right? We got, good Greenland. Right? So if you think about it, Iceland is actually green, right? Because there's geothermal heating, right? So what if, there's like these types of civilizations, just like the Yeti crab and the deep underground geothermal vents. I'm sorry, I didn't say underground, I meant to say underwater, right? And there's these Yeti crabs under there that just live in these vents, right? And that's the only place that we found them. Well, part would be for humans to irrigate this geothermal vent, kind of like they do in Iceland, and turn Iceland into Greenland, or turn Antarctica into a Greenland-like place.
Well, they got the budget of all space programs, everything at their fingertips, and they could have been building in Antarctica since Admiral Richard Byrd. Think about it, all right? Like if you're like a very famous celebrity, right? You got neighbors. somebody lives somewhere. Where do these people live? Like, where do they live? They don't live on my street. They don't live on yours. They don't live in a little private gated community. I'll tell you that. Okay, these fuckers live on private islands that are, or even greater. They live in the place where Admiral Richard Byrd was saying, in the south of Antarctica, because they don't want to be, if the war happens, they're not going to be anywhere near it, and either are their children, right? So it's like, where do these people live? You know, the Majestic 12.
Yeah, I would say that they don't live here. They at
They
least
don't
don't live
live
here.
anywhere near us at all. Zero.
And
They
not where
probably
there's
don't even know
fluoridic
we
water.
exist.
Not where there's fluoridic water or where there's chemtrails.
That's right. These people have been running our economy since the pyramids have been built. And another thing, I'm sorry to bring up the pyramids, but if you can't tell me how a pile of rocks are put together, you can shove your ball right in your asshole.
No. There's that.
It's a pile of rocks. Been there for. We've been studying them for over 250 years. We got libraries full of columns of books of how they were built. The best excuse they can come up with is it was built by aliens. Unbelievable.
There's a guy in here that thinks he has it figured out.
May I ask? I hear that it's been found that many of these ancient structures were actually poured concrete of some nature that
it's called geopolymer.
Geopolymer.
Mm-hmm.
And so is it their contention now that that's how the pyramids were built?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys. I thought you were talking about the pyramids when you were asking.
Well, not really. I just brought it up that as a point that, like, you know,
it's a side issue that's kind of interesting because they're obfuscating there as well.
Well, just to finish what I wasn't trying to, I kind of entered in an A and B conversation. I apologize. But there is a YouTube channel called, I think it's it's Geopolymer Institute. And he talks about the pyramids and the type of materials it is. And he actually tried to recreate what he thought was happening. And it's on his YouTube channel. Just saying for anyone who's interested. Okay, go ahead with what you guys are doing. I did want to hear what you guys are talking about.
Oh, we were just rambling, really, not really.
Oh, good. Okay, good. I hate it when I potentially interrupt somebody's flow. I hate that.
And when they show the rocks of the pyramids where they look like they're like laser cut, the one theory is that they poured the cement and they created them there in the wall, and they hardened as they poured. So that's a possibility. I don't know why they didn't tell us that in science class or in history.
I have a theory on how the pyramids were built.
I got the channel here. I'll find it, you guys. Go ahead.
My theory is that when you get a lot of people together and you gather a lot of people together and you share one thing, unity, respect, and community together, you'll be surprised what humans can do working together. We built them because we wanted to build them and we loved to build them. Our generations of family worked on this pyramid. My grandfather might have worked on this pyramid. It was built with pride. That's how it was built. By humans.
First Freemasons.
Not aliens.
What about not aliens, people?
It was actually humans, and that's why these things stand today. You wouldn't be able to build these things under a whip. Okay, you couldn't whip slaves to build something like this. This was
Well,
pride.
what about that dude from the Coral Castle?
Well, he
I
had a lot
believe
of pride too, right? How many times did he spin that opening doors? Look at what I did. Exactly. He loved that castle. Look how much work he put into that.
Well, I meant like wasn't there supposed to be an idea behind that he used frequencies to move his objects?
Well,
Yes, certainly
I thought I remembered that being a thing, you guys.
it's not as impressive
It was a story.
structure as the pyramids, but
Was that
it was actually human intuition and our own intelligence figuring it out, and we
Sorry,
built it with our bare hands.
What'd you say?
I used to live in Miami, and I went down there to see the Coral Castle, and they gave you a booklet afterwards that had all this at the time, kind of this incomprehensible
At the time, yeah.
time.
Oh, yeah.
For me at the time, I mean, it looked very advanced, and it was they were supposed to be his notes on how he did it, and it from what I understand, it did involve frequency. Use
yes.
Which may be a lost art, a lost science.
Yes, I would agree. And I think people are starting to come back into that.
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to disagree.
Okay.
See, it's like a carpenter, okay, or a bricklayer. They're not going to tell you how they built it. It's like magic, right? It's magic. I'll build you anything you want. I'll build you a castle fit for a queen. I'm not going to tell you how I do that, or my sons, or my family before me. It's a tradesman. It's a trade, and
I got it.
and everyone that creates art or a sculpture or builds anything, they put pride in it. And yes, they're going to give you some type of story, because they're not going to give you anything. And then when things are really appreciated, they become legendary items, right? Like the red violin, or things of myth and legend. And the pyramids have captured our imagination for hundreds of years because we just can't figure it out on how they did this. And it's amazing what we can do together.
Absolute beauty, too,
Right. That's why, like, people are, like, we're astonished every day by the arts of humans. That's why we have the arts, music, sculpture, painting, and literature, everything. It's the arts.
Evolution going on as well, because if you look at ancient art, ancient architecture, ancient structures, they seem so much more elegant, so much more intelligently made.
Right. It was a different time. There was less people, less war. There was war.
And some say the millennial reign of Christ already happened. I think Hank was wanting to chime in a few minutes ago. Hank,
and it.
No, it's okay. You're talking about the preterists, the people that believe that it's already happened. I've spoken to them a few times.
I thought you were wanting to chime in on something from a few moments ago.
No, I've already forgotten.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, but yeah, I think it's a interesting thing to learn about. I guess what that is,
It's just
and the
sad.
implications.
It's just sad because all the history that we know, it's all been written by the winners, man. Okay.
Yep.
Losers don't write our history books. So whatever you're reading and whatever we believe in on the history of the earth, it's shit. It's fairy tale. Some of it's true, some of it's not, but it's all written by the winners. And not all winners deserve to win.
I noticed that these rises and falls of civilization happen in cycles, in waves, both
Well,
large
here's a question.
and small.
Here's a question. You know, when we go to these big, massive monuments, where are all
Just
the bodies?
interrupted the lady. Excuse me.
Oh, I'm
Excuse
sorry.
me, bro. Be quiet. Yeah, you interrupted the lady mid-sentence. Please continue.
No, really, you know, I don't mind. I like the kind of give and take of the conversation. I'm not like that.
That's sweet.
Yeah, I know.
Just
And you can call me a white
sitting
knight
here.
or whatever. I just wanted to hear what you had to say.
Yeah, you know what? The only thing I wanted to add to that is that what I've noticed is that these cycles occur in often predictable rhythms, almost. You know, of the 250 years, and then you have 2,000 year cycles, and then you've got you know, these kinds of things. Seems that the waves of darkness and light.
Yeah, like it makes me think of like what are the luminaries? I mean, do they influence us like astrology says? How could it be a bastard science if it's been around for as long as it has been? I mean, I'm pretty sure people can say 100 years from people who are still alive. So
The mariners have used it to guide them, so that they do not get lost on the plane, on the earth plane, and so they have to be ordered and constant, or else they would not serve that purpose well. Whether they have these metaphysical properties of consciousness,
right,
is, you know, something that can't be proven scientifically. It can be observed as a reality, but it can't be proved.
well, there is a rising field called parapsychology, and I believe it does include metaphysical experiences.
Well, parapsychology is all about the, you know, our telepathic layers of consciousness, of knowingness.
I know, I love that stuff so much. It's fascinating.
To me, it's always been self-evident. We ignore our own abilities to understand things on a levels that are beyond mere data.
Mm-hmm.
There's deep intuitive feelings, and we share. You know, there's even scientific. I remember hearing many years ago that there were these people who would notice that there were spikes in Googles of various subjects just before, like for instance, before the 9/11. There was sort of a spike in levels of fear and understanding, and the sort of a vague conceptualizations that people would have of what was coming.
Yeah.
And that we share